NBA player lost at sea. Bison Dele, the former NBA player, disappeared at sea in July of 2002 after sailing from Tahiti on his catamaran with his girlfriend Serena Carlin, his brother Miles DeBoard, and skipper Bertrand Saldo. Just 2 days into the trip, all contact stopped. By July 20th, DeBoard returned to Tahiti alone, with the boat's nameplate removed and patched bullet holes visible. Authorities quickly grew suspicious, especially after DeBoard used Dele's passport to buy over $150,000 in gold and open mailboxes in his name. A sting operation led to his arrest in Phoenix, and soon after, the FBI and French police discovered he had bought weights believed to be used to sink bodies. DeBoard claimed Carlin died accidentally during a fight. The skipper was killed by Dele in panic, and he shot Dele in self-defense. But nothing backed that story. Investigators found no physical evidence to support it, and DeBoard never provided a full explanation. Instead, he overdosed on insulin, slipped into a coma, and died in late September. His lawyer gave little clarity and dodged further questioning. A crew member had quit the trip early, saying the brothers constantly argued. With all three presumed dead, the boat damaged, and no bodies recovered, officials admitted the truth would probably never surface. A memorial was held for both brothers. Malice at the Palace. On November 19, 2004, one of the wildest moments in NBA history exploded with 46 seconds left in a game between the Pacers and Pistons. After a hard foul, Ben Wallace shoved Ron Artest, and chaos started brewing. While Artest tried to calm down by lying on the scorer's table, a fan threw a drink that hit him. Artest ran into the stands, mistook a fan for the culprit, and grabbed him. More Pacers followed. Punches flew, and fans threw everything from drinks to chairs. The game ended early. Police had to escort the Pacers off the floor, and multiple people were hurt. The NBA handed out 9 suspensions, totaling 146 games, with Artest missing the rest of the season. 5 players were charged with assault and sentenced to probation and community service. 5 fans also faced charges, were banned from Pistons games, and one served jail time. The league changed security rules and alcohol sales to prevent anything like this from happening again. Years later, Artest apologized and called it one of the biggest regrets of his career. Several Pacers said the brawl destroyed a team with championship potential. What started with one foul spiraled into something that forever changed how the league handles players, fans, and defense. Kobe Bryant. On January 26, 2020, Kobe, his daughter Gianna, and 7 others took off in a helicopter headed to a basketball game. Fog covered Los Angeles skies, grounding most air traffic, but the flight continued. The pilot circled near Glendale, reported low altitude, and then climbed rapidly before crashing into a Calabasas hillside at 9:45 in the morning. Everyone on board was killed instantly. The crash was blamed on disorientation and poor weather. An investigator said the pilot violated protocol during the 40-minute flight. Kobe and Gianna were buried privately in February, and days later, the public honored them at Staples Center in a packed memorial. Tributes poured in across sports and entertainment. The Lakers postponed their next game, and when they returned, they honored Kobe with a pregame ceremony, and every starter introduced as Kobe Bryant. The All-Star Game MVP award was renamed in his honor, and teams opened games with intentional shot clock violations to pay respect. His widow, Vanessa, later won a massive settlement over photos taken at the crash site. A statue of Kobe and Gianna now stands where the crash occurred. Kobe was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2021, and the Lakers continue to celebrate his legacy through jerseys, tributes, and a permanent statue outside their home arena. Rest in peace, Kobe Bryant. We miss you. Len Bias, one of the brightest stars in college basketball, Len Bias dominated at Maryland and won 2 Player of the Year awards in the Atlantic Coast Conference. He wowed scouts with his athleticism and explosive scoring, and by his senior season, many believed he was the most complete forward in the country. On June 17, 1986, the Boston Celtics selected him 2nd overall. Just 1 day later, Bias and his father flew to Boston for team meetings and endorsement talks. Hours after returning home, he joined teammates and a friend at his campus dorm. Between 2:30 and 6 in the morning, they used cocaine, and Bias collapsed soon after. Medics tried for over 2 hours, but he never regained consciousness. He was pronounced dead at 8:55 in the morning. The cause was cardiac arrest brought on by cocaine use. His death shocked the sports world and sparked political action. It led to the Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986, now known as the Len Bias Law. Investigations revealed he'd struggled academically and had failed all of his final courses. Maryland's head coach and athletic director both resigned. Thousands attended his memorial, and the Celtics gifted his unused jersey to his mother. Tragedy struck again in 1990 1990 when his brother Jay was murdered and buried beside him. Rest in peace, Len and Jay Bias. Lorenzen Wright. On July 18, 2010, Lorenzen left his ex-wife's house in Tennessee and was never seen again. The next day, a 911 dispatcher picked up a call from his phone and heard 11 gunshots. But the call wasn't reported for 10 days, stalling the investigation. His family filed a missing persons report on July 22nd, and 6 days later, his body was found in a wooded area outside Memphis. His death was ruled a homicide, and police offered a reward for information. For years, the case went cold, until 2017, when a gun was found in a lake in Mississippi. A few weeks later, Billy Turner, a church deacon, was charged with first-degree murder. Then, Wright's ex-wife, Shara Wright Robinson, was arrested in California. She once asked investigators if she was a suspect and claimed the list was long, but detectives believe she helped plot the killing for a $1 million life insurance payout. Her home had been searched early on, and investigators found burned metal and a letter addressed to the couple. In 2014, she quietly settled a court dispute over how she spent that money. On July 25, 2019, she pled guilty to helping plan Lorenzen's murder and was sentenced to 30 years in prison. Rest in peace, Lorenzen Wright, one of the saddest moments in NBA history. Reggie Lewis. On July 27, 1993, Celtics star Reggie Lewis collapsed during an off-season workout at Brandeis University and never got back up. He was just 27. University police tried to revive him, but nothing worked. His death was ruled sudden cardiac arrest caused by hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, a condition that's known to strike young athletes without warning. He was buried in an unmarked grave at Forest Hills Cemetery in Massachusetts. After his death, controversy followed. Some doctors suspected cocaine played a role, though that was never proven. The Wall Street Journal reported that physicians were blocked from investigating further due to pushback from Lewis's family and what they called a dismissive attitude from the league. The Celtics blasted the article and threatened a lawsuit. One doctor treating Lewis claimed Reggie had admitted to using cocaine weeks before the collapse, but the coroner who performed the autopsy disagreed, saying his heart damage didn't match that of a cocaine user. He also found signs of a common virus in the heart tissue. In Boston, Lewis's legacy lives on through the Reggie Lewis Track and Athletic Center. The Celtics retired his number 35 jersey in 1995. For 2 full seasons, his contract remained on the books, prompting future changes in the league's salary cap rules. Rest in peace, Reggie Lewis. Drazen Petrovic. After the best season of his NBA career, Drazen joined Croatia's national team in Europe while thinking about leaving the league altogether. He was frustrated with how little recognition he'd received and had huge offers from Greece on the table. Instead of flying home, he chose to drive from Germany with a woman he'd recently met. On June 7, 1993, while sleeping in the passenger seat, their car crashed into a truck on a rainy German highway. Drazen was thrown from the vehicle and died instantly from severe head injuries. His funeral in Zagreb drew thousands, and tributes began pouring in from all over the world. The Nets retired his number 3, the NBA held a moment of silence before the finals, and his name became part of awards, trophies, and stadiums. Cities in Croatia named streets and squares after him. He was inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame in 2002 and honored again by FIBA 5 years later. A museum opened in Zagreb showcasing his life and career. Documentaries, statues, and biographies helped preserve his legacy. He paved the way for international players in the NBA and inspired an entire generation. Though his time in the league was short, Drazen's impact has lasted far beyond his final game. Rest in peace, Drazen would have been one of the greatest of all time. Minneapolis Lakers, Cornfield Landing. On January 18, 1960, the Minneapolis Lakers came terrifyingly close to disaster. After a game in St. Louis, the team boarded a Douglas DC-3 headed to Minneapolis. 10 minutes after takeoff, the plane suffered a complete electrical failure. The heater, lights, fuel gauge, defroster, compass, and radio all went out in the middle of a snowstorm, and with no communication or navigation, the pilots had no choice but to continue flying blind. Turning back to St. Louis wasn't an option due to air traffic, so the crew tried to make it north. For over 4 hours, the plane wandered off course, gradually running out of fuel. At around 1:30 in the morning, they finally spotted lights below. It was Carroll, Iowa. With no airport in sight, the pilots circled the area before making a risky landing in a snow-covered cornfield. All 23 people on board survived. That included Coach Jim Pollard, players like Elgin Baylor, Hot Rod Hundley, Bobby Leonard, and a mix of team staff, family, and fans. The plane had landed just hundreds of yards from houses. It's still remembered as one of the closest brushes with death in professional sports history. A crash seemed certain, but instead, they walked away into the snow. James R. Jordan Sr. On July 23, 1993, Michael Jordan's father, James Jordan, was killed in a shocking and tragic event. After playing golf and driving home late at night, he pulled over to rest in a parking lot near Lumberton, North Carolina. While he slept in his car, two men, Larry DeMary and Daniel Green, noticed the red Lexus with a license plate reading UNC 0023. Green shot Jordan while he slept, and they stole the car along with personal items, including 2 NBA championship rings. His body was dumped in a swamp across the state line in South Carolina and wasn't found for 11 days. Because of decomposition, he wasn't identified until dental records were provided. His remains were cremated, and his ashes were buried in North Carolina. DeMary and Green were arrested after using Jordan's phone and were later convicted. Green always claimed DeMary was the shooter, while DeMary blamed Green. In 2018, Green's legal team argued he wasn't the killer and asked for a new trial, but the request was denied. James Jordan had been one of the biggest influences on Michael's life, encouraging both basketball and baseball. His death devastated the Jordan family and shocked the entire sports world. Rest in peace. James Jordan Sr. Donald Sterling. Donald Sterling was banned for life from the NBA in April of 2014 after a leaked audio recording captured him making racist remarks to his girlfriend, V. Stiviano. In the recording, Sterling told her not to associate publicly with black people or bring them to Clippers games, referencing a photo with Magic Johnson. The comments triggered immediate backlash across the league and beyond, with players, owners, sponsors, and even President Barack Obama condemning his statements. On April 29th, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver fined Sterling $2.5 million and banned him from all league activities, promising to force the sale of the Clippers. Sterling's wife Shelley acted swiftly, securing a deal to sell the team to Steve Ballmer for $2 billion, though Donald Sterling attempted to block the sale and filed lawsuits against the NBA, his wife, and others. A probate judge ruled Shelley had legal authority based on medical evaluations, declaring Sterling mentally unfit. The sale closed in August, officially transferring ownership. Sterling later dropped his lawsuits, and the courts ultimately dismissed them. The incident led to increased scrutiny of ownership conduct in sports and marked a turning point in how the NBA responded to racism within its leadership ranks. By the way, if you guys want to subscribe, I'm going to start posting every day. Thanks. Anyways, league shutdown. Rudy Gobert's positive test shut everything down in an instant. The league was already preparing for empty arenas and limited access, but that test result changed the entire season. The Jazz and Thunder game never tipped off. Announcers told fans to calmly leave, and the night ended with complete confusion. Other teams who recently played the Jazz had to isolate for 2 weeks. That included the Celtics, Pistons, Cavaliers, Raptors, Knicks, and Thunder. The league suspended everything right after the March 11th games ended. That hadn't happened since the 2011 lockout. The very next day, the G League was also paused. It was clear the situation wasn't going away anytime soon. Multiple players tested positive afterward, including Donovan Mitchell, Christian Wood, and Kevin Durant. The bubble eventually brought basketball back, but that shutdown cost the league hundreds of millions. Entire arenas sat empty, workers lost paychecks, and everything felt surreal. Teams like the Pistons even offered their training facilities to health officials. Everyone had to adapt fast. Players were locked into their market areas, practices were canceled, and trainers had to check in daily. The league stayed silent until May, hoping things would change. No fans, no travel, no timelines, just isolation. That entire stretch reshaped how the league viewed health and safety protocols moving forward. Paul George's injury. That summer was supposed to be a showcase for Paul George. He was basically guaranteed a spot on Team USA for the World Cup in Spain. But during a Las Vegas scrimmage on August 1st, everything changed in one horrifying moment. After contesting a foul on James Harden, George landed awkwardly at the stanchion and suffered a brutal compound fracture in his right leg. The gym went silent. Coach K immediately stopped the scrimmage out of respect for George and his family. He was rushed into surgery, where doctors inserted a pin into the leg. There wasn't a timeline at first, but everyone expected him to miss the entire season. George never gave up hope. By late September, he was already putting weight on the leg. By October, he was back to shooting jump. Fast forward to February 26th, and he joined his first full practice, a few days ahead of schedule. By March 20th, he was being listed as a real possibility to play. On April 5th, he officially returned. In just 15 minutes, he scored 13 points and knocked down 2 fourth-quarter threes to help beat the Heat. He closed out the year playing in 6 games and averaged nearly 9 points and 4 rebounds. the punch. On December 9th, 1977, chaos broke out during a Lakers and Rockets game. As Rudy Tomjanovich ran in to stop a scuffle at midcourt, Kermit Washington turned and threw a vicious punch. That one swing shattered Rudy's face and left him unconscious in a pool of blood. The entire arena froze. The silence was deafening. Players said it sounded like a melon exploding on concrete. Rudy's injuries were life-threatening. He had spinal fluid leaking into his mouth, a fractured skull, a broken jaw, and a detached facial structure. One doctor said most people with similar damage didn't survive. Rudy somehow stood up and made it to the locker room before being rushed to the hospital. Meanwhile, Washington became the face of the controversy. His punch was replayed on national television, turned into late-night comedy, and sparked national outrage. He was suspended for 60 days and fined $10,000. The league immediately cracked down, creating automatic ejections and suspensions for punches. Washington received no support from his team and faced threats, hate mail, and isolation. Even his pregnant wife was denied medical service. That one moment didn't just end Rudy's season, it changed league policy, ruined a reputation, and left a permanent scar on NBA history. Delonte West struggles. In February 2016, Delonte West was seen barefoot, wearing a hospital gown in Houston. By that summer, a photo of him panhandling in Maryland went viral. The internet blew up with claims he was homeless. West fired back, saying he was helping a quadriplegic man and wasn't without a home. Still, concerns about his mental health kept growing. In January 2020, footage surfaced showing him in handcuffs on a highway in Washington, and it shook a lot of fans. Later that year, another photo showed him begging in Dallas. That's when Mark Cuban stepped in. He picked West up from a gas station and paid for rehab. West got clean, reunited with his mother, and even got a job at the treatment facility. But it didn't last. In July 2022, more videos showed him begging in Virginia. Then in October, he was arrested in Fairfax County for trying to get into a stranger's car. It didn't stop there. In June 2024, police found him unresponsive after resisting arrest. Narcan was used twice before it worked. Just weeks later, he was filmed stumbling around a Virginia parking lot. By November, he was arrested again for trespassing. West's life has been a heartbreaking roller coaster. NBA betting scandal. In 2007, reports broke that referee Tim Donaghy had bet on NBA games, including ones he officiated. He later admitted he'd been placing bets going back to 2003. Donaghy claimed he wasn't fixing games, just using inside info. But co-conspirators said the real money came from games he actually worked. Most of the winning bets were tied directly to his whistle. Donaghy surrendered in August and pled guilty to 2 federal charges. He was accused of tipping off gamblers, using coded language about injuries, matchups, and which refs disliked which players. He was sentenced to 15 months in prison and 3 years of supervised release. The scandal exploded when he claimed certain playoff games were rigged to extend series, with many pointing to the 2002 Western Conference Finals. While those allegations were never proven, the damage was done. Bettors noticed massive line shifts and consistent wins when Donaghy reffed. In response, the league overhauled referee gambling policies and began tracking betting trends and referee assignments more closely. Donaghy released a book after prison, but many of its claims were debunked. The league never fully recovered from the public distrust. This wasn't just one-man betting, it cracked the foundation of the league's integrity. Chris Washburn's downfall. Chris Washburn came into the league with sky-high expectations, but after just 72 games, split between Golden State and Atlanta, his career collapsed. He averaged only a little over 3 points and 2 rebounds. In June of 1989, he was banned for life after failing 3 drug tests in 3 years. That ban cemented his place as one of the biggest busts in NBA draft history. Sports Illustrated even ranked him second on their all-time draft bust list. After the NBA, Washburn bounced around minor leagues and played overseas in countries like Greece, Spain, and Colombia. But his post-basketball life was rough. He ended up in Houston, completely broke, living in abandoned buildings and crack houses and digging through trash for food. Somehow, he turned it around. He overcame his addiction and began helping others do the same. By 2011, he tried starting fresh with a fried chicken spot in his hometown, Hickory, North Carolina. It was called Washburn's Wings and More, but it shut down 2 years later. Then in 2014, he got arrested after someone in his car didn't pay for gas, though the charges were dropped. Washburn's story is a brutal reminder of how fast promise can spiral into survival. Shaun Livingston's injury on February 26, 2007, everything changed for Shaun Livingston. After going up for a layup against Charlotte, he landed awkwardly, and his left leg snapped sideways. It was one of the most gruesome injuries in NBA history. He tore his ACL, PCL, and lateral meniscus, sprained his MCL, dislocated his kneecap, and even dislocated the joint between his tibia and fibula. Doctors feared they might have to amputate the leg. That's how bad it was. Before the injury, Livingston had already missed over 100 games in his first 3 years due to various injuries. But this was on another level. The damage was so extensive, he had to relearn how to walk. The recovery wasn't just about basketball, it was about saving his leg. Nobody knew if he'd play again. He spent months in intense rehab just to stand and move again without pain. It wasn't just one ligament or one bone, it was everything in his knee. The amount of trauma made his return to the league seem impossible. The injury didn't just pause his career, it nearly ended his life as an athlete. What followed was one of the hardest roads back any NBA player ever faced. Magic Johnson's announcement. In October of 1991, Magic Johnson was named MVP at the McDonald's Open in Paris. But just weeks later, everything flipped. On November 7th, Magic held a press conference and revealed he tested positive for HIV. He retired from the NBA immediately. He said his wife and unborn child were both safe and promised to spend his life fighting the disease. At the time, HIV was surrounded by stigma and fear. Magic admitted he got the virus through unprotected sex and wanted people to know heterosexuals were at risk too. Rumors spread fast, including claims about his sexuality, which he denied. He later said Thomas helped spread those rumors, though Thomas denied it. Magic's announcement rocked the country. Even the president called him a hero. Fans still voted him into the All-Star game in 1992, but not everyone was supportive. Some teammates thought he shouldn't play. Karl Malone even raised concerns about playing if Magic had an open wound, but Magic dominated, dropped 25 points and won MVP. Then he joined the Dream Team for the Barcelona Olympics. Even with limited minutes, he still made an impact. Magic's story went way beyond basketball. He became a symbol of awareness, strength, and courage during a terrifying era, Gilbert Arenas controversy. On December 24, 2009, Gilbert Arenas admitted he had unloaded guns in his locker at the Verizon Center. That alone broke NBA rules and Washington, D.C. laws. But things got worse fast. Reports came out that Arenas and teammate Javaris Crittenton had pulled guns on each other during a locker room argument over gambling debt. By January, Arenas was charged with carrying an unlicensed pistol. He pled guilty the next day. Just before that, during a pre-game introduction, Arenas turned the situation into a joke by pointing finger guns at his teammates. That move pushed the league over the edge. David Stern suspended him indefinitely, saying Arenas wasn't fit to play. The Wizards called the act unacceptable. Then on January 27th, both Arenas and Crittenton were suspended for the rest of the season. In March, Arenas was sentenced to 2 years of probation and 30 days in a halfway house. He started serving that sentence in April and was released in May. Compared to Arenas, Crittenton got only 1 year of unsupervised probation. Arenas later wrote a public apology, admitting he failed as a role model. When he returned the next season, he switched his jersey number to 9, trying to leave 0 and everything tied to it behind. Derrick Rose's injuries. During Game 1 of the playoffs against Philadelphia, Derrick Rose went down with just over a minute left. He landed awkwardly on a drive and immediately grabbed his left knee. An MRI revealed he tore his ACL, ending his postseason and sending shockwaves across the league. Surgery came in May, with a recovery timeline of 8 to 12 months. By January, he returned to full contact practice and was cleared to play by March, but he chose to sit out the entire season. Fans criticized him, but Rose insisted he wouldn't rush back until fully healed. He finally returned in October of 2013, looking stronger and claiming he'd added 5 inches to his vertical. But just as things seemed to turn around, disaster struck again. On November 22nd, he injured his right knee. Another MRI confirmed a torn meniscus. Surgery came 3 days later, and the Bulls ruled him out for the season. In his prime, Rose was one of the most explosive guards in league history, but repeated knee injuries changed his game. He shifted from reckless drives to more control, using floaters and craft to stay effective. By 2021, he led the league in floater efficiency and still ranked among the top finishers at the rim. Cocaine crisis of the 1980s. Michael Ray Richardson, John Drew, Roy Tarpley, Spencer Haywood, those names all became tied to one of the darkest chapters in NBA history. Richardson was banned for life after failing 3 drug tests. Drew was the very first player permanently banned under the league's new policy. Tarpley lost his career after multiple violations. Haywood got kicked off the Lakers during the finals because of his drug use. During the late 70s and 80s, cocaine use exploded in the league. Some estimated that over half the players were using, and a smaller group freebased regularly. It wasn't hidden. Dealers got into locker rooms, and players made transactions around games. The NBA's image plummeted. Ratings dropped. Fans disappeared. Finals games were shown on tape delay. Even Michael Jordan described his rookie team as a traveling circus, fueled by drugs and parties. Commissioner Larry O'Brien downplayed it, but when David Stern stepped in, everything changed. The league adopted a strict 3-strike policy. Counseling first, suspension second, lifetime ban third. That policy took out several stars and sent a message. The NBA also launched background checks and ramped up testing. Rehab became part of the league's approach. By the early 90s, the crisis faded, and a new generation of players helped put the league back on track. Tony Parker, Drake, Chris Brown fight. Tony Parker found himself in the middle of pure chaos on June 14, 2012, thanks to a bottle-throwing mess involving Drake and Chris Brown at WIP nightclub in New York City. This wasn't just drama over a love triangle with Rihanna. It turned dangerous real fast. Parker caught a shard of glass in his left eye, and it wasn't just a scratch. Doctors said it penetrated 99% of his eye. He ended up needing surgery, a special contact lens, and a whole list of meds. He even hallucinated during his 8-day hotel lockdown. Still, Parker bounced back just in time for the London Olympics. But he didn't let the club slide. He filed a $20 million lawsuit, calling out the venue's weak security and bad judgment for letting 2 known rivals party at the same spot. The club, already sketchy, got shut down after the fight, injured 8 people, including Chris Brown and his crew. Parker's lawsuit turned into a spotlight on how badly some places handle celebrity ego explosions. It wasn't just about broken bottles. It was about broken responsibility, too. Kobe Bryant, Samaki Walker bet fight. During a Lakers trip to Cleveland on February 21, 2002, things got way more intense than a friendly team contest ever should. After practice, the team had one of their usual half-court shooting bets. Everyone threw in $100, and Kobe Bryant walked away the winner. But Samaki Walker didn't pay up right away. He figured he had 48 hours, like always. Wrong move. The next morning, Kobe wasn't interested in waiting. He asked for the money. Walker said he'd pay later, and that was it. Kobe punched him right in the eye. Not a metaphorical punch either. It left Walker with a legit black eye. Walker fired back with the nearest thing in reach, his Discman. It missed, which is probably good news for both of them. Coaches and teammates stepped in before it turned into a full-on brawl. Later that day, Kobe left a voicemail apologizing. Walker accepted it, and they squashed the beef. It was personal, competitive, and honestly, just another chaotic chapter from that wild Lakers era, where egos always seemed 1 second from colliding. Matt Barnes, Derek Fisher fight. On October 3rd, 2015, Matt Barnes found out Fisher was at his estranged wife Gloria Govan's house, and things escalated fast. Barnes and Govan were separated, but they shared custody of their twin boys. When he heard Fisher was there and the kids felt uncomfortable, Barnes got in the car and drove about 15 minutes to check on them. Not 95 miles, like some reports claimed, just a short drive with a long fuse. Once he got there, it turned physical. Witnesses said Barnes punched Fisher right in the mouth. By the time police showed up, Fisher had already bounced. No charges got filed, but the NBA still suspended Barnes for 2 games. The drama didn't end there though. Fisher and Govan stayed together and eventually got married in July of 2021. Kanye West even name-dropped the fight in a track, in his song 30 Out. And believe it or not, Barnes says he and Fisher are cool now. Co-parenting comes first, even after a living room showdown like that. Welcome to the NBA's off-court soap opera. By the way, if you guys want to subscribe, I'm gonna start posting every day. Thanks. Anyways, Larry Sanders' nightclub injury. In early November 2013, Larry Sanders found himself in headline for all the wrong reasons after a nightclub fight in Milwaukee left him with a torn thumb ligament. It all went down after an argument reportedly escalated when Sanders threw a champagne bottle. That move sparked a full-blown altercation. Somehow Sanders avoided charges, but 2 others weren't so lucky. The injury was no joke. Sanders needed surgery on November 18th at the Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin to fix the damage. Recovery took 6 weeks, and he missed about 24 games because of it. That absence hit the Bucks hard during a season that was already falling apart. And just when things started to stabilize, Sanders suffered a fractured orbital bone in February, which ended his season completely. Charles Barkley nightclub fight. On October 26, 1997, Charles Barkley turned a Houston Rockets preseason night out into a legal mess after a fight at Phineas Fogg's nightclub in Orlando. Around 1:45 in the morning, Barkley was chilling with Clyde Drexler and some friends when someone started tossing ice at their table. Then a glass full of ice hit one of the women in their group. That was it for Barkley. He went after 20-year-old Jorge Lugo, who was trying to leave. Even with an off-duty cop trying to step in, Barkley picked Lugo up and launched him through a plate glass window. Lugo ended up with a nasty arm laceration and got treated at the hospital. Barkley got slapped with aggravated battery and resisting arrest without violence. He spent 5 hours in jail and got out on a $6,000 bond. Lugo also got charged for throwing the glass. When asked in court if he regretted it, Barkley famously said he should have thrown the guy out the 6th floor window. The league told him to get security, and Barkley, he stood by his actions. Dennis Rodman, cameraman kick. On January 15, 1997, Dennis Rodman delivered a kick that cost him over $1 million and a chunk of his reputation. While chasing a rebound in a game against the Timberwolves, Rodman tripped over some baseline equipment and landed near cameraman Eugene Amos. Clearly annoyed, Rodman stood up and kicked Amos straight in the groin. No technical foul, no warning, just a blatant, deliberate shot. Amos dropped instantly, was stretchered off the court and taken to a hospital. Rodman brushed it off post-game, saying maybe he'd send the guy flowers. Later, he claimed he was trying to kick a camera, not a person. No one really bought it. The fallout was massive. Rodman got slapped with an 11-game suspension and a $25,000 fine. On top of that, he settled with Amos for $200,000. That missed time cost him over $1 million in salary. Kanye West even referenced the mess in a track, because of course he did. The whole thing cemented Rodman's wild legacy. Unpredictable, brilliant, and sometimes just way too much. Dwight Howard Stickum incident. On March 19, 2016, Dwight Howard got himself caught up in one of the stickiest situations in NBA history, literally. While sitting on the bench during a Rockets Hawks game, Howard applied stickum spray to his hands right before checking in. Minutes later, Paul Millsap noticed something was off during free throws. He said the ball felt like it had super glue or something on it and couldn't get it off his hands. The ref stopped the game. Referee Monty McCutcheon made it clear. Stickum is illegal in the NBA. A Rocket staffer quietly removed the can, which had been wrapped in white tape. Howard didn't even try to deny it. He straight up said, "I do it every game. It's not a big deal. I ain't tripping." The league reviewed the incident and gave him and the Rockets a warning. No fines, no suspension, just an awkward slap on the wrist. Reactions were all over the place. Some coaches were baffled. Some execs wanted penalties, but in the end, it stuck more to Howard's reputation than the basketball. No pun intended. Vernon Maxwell fan punt. On February 6th, 1995, Vernon Maxwell walked straight into the stands during a game against the Trailblazers and punched a fan named Steve George in the jaw. The fan reportedly taunted Maxwell all game, and after a fourth foul, Maxwell snapped. He climbed about 10 rows, threw the punch, and walked right back to the bench like nothing happened. The punch broke George's jaw and cost Maxwell 10 games and a $20,000 fine. The NBA didn't play around. He also lost about $112,000 in salary. Maxwell said the fan had insulted his stillborn daughter, but George denied that, saying he only mocked Maxwell's 5 points. No one else confirmed either version. Things got even weirder. Jerry Seinfeld and Bill Gates were both courtside. The whole thing was caught on tape, and years later, the video resurfaced with people debating whether Maxwell was defending his honor or just losing it. It all ended in a legal settlement, but the damage stuck. It was one of the first times a player actually went into the crowd, setting the tone for later NBA chaos. Rockets Clippers locker room incident. On January 15th, 2018, things went off the rails after a fiery game between the Rockets and Clippers at Staples Center. The night was already packed with drama. Blake Griffin had beef with just about everyone, even bumping into Rockets coach Mike D'Antoni. Trevor Ariza and Griffin got ejected, and Austin Rivers, injured but loud from the bench, stirred the pot even more. But the real chaos came after the game. Using a back hallway he knew from his Clippers days, Chris Paul led Ariza, Gerald Green, and James Harden toward the Clippers locker room. Clint Capella played decoy, knocking on the front door while the others tried the side road. The result? A whole lot of yelling and no actual punches. The NBA got involved fast. Ariza and Green were suspended for 2 games. Paul and Harden skated by with the league saying they tried to calm things down. No Clippers were punished. Fans ate it up. Social media lit up with jokes, memes, and commentary about the NBA's version of a covert operation. It was petty, hilarious, and very, very NBA. Sebastian Telfair, gun on plane. In October 2006, Sebastian Telfair was caught in an odd situation when a loaded .45 caliber gun was found inside a pillowcase on the Trailblazers team plane. Even weirder, the pillow had a photo of Telfair's baby on it. The The gun belonged to his girlfriend, and Telfair told police he'd grabbed her gym bag by mistake while packing. No charges were filed, but the Trailblazers fined him. Telfair said he had no clue the gun was there, but it didn't stop the media from jumping all over it. The damage was done. That incident, plus a stolen chain situation outside a Manhattan restaurant later that same month, started to cement his reputation for trouble. Adidas pulled a $6 million deal, which Telfair later called bogus. He kept playing, but the off-court issues didn't stop. Years later, this would be remembered as the first warning sign. It wasn't violent, it wasn't dramatic, but it stuck. In a league trying to clean up its image, Telfair's gun in a pillowcase moment didn't exactly scream professionalism. Jason Kidd drink spill. On November 27, 2013, Jason Kidd pulled one of the sneakiest stunts in recent NBA history. With just over 8 seconds left and no timeouts, the Nets trailed the Lakers at Barclays Center. Kidd, standing courtside with a soda in hand, clearly mouthed, "Hit me to Tyshawn Taylor." Taylor obliged, bumped into him, and Kidd conveniently spilled his drink onto the court. The spill stopped play, giving the Nets a free huddle to draw up a final play. It didn't help. They still lost 99-94, but the damage was done. The league reviewed the footage, saw the premeditated accident, and slapped Kidd with a $50,000 fine. Kidd tried to play it cool, blaming sweaty palms, but video showed otherwise, and the NBA wasn't buying it. Critics called the move cheap and desperate, and Lakers coach Mike D'Antoni called it nuts. The whole thing sparked debates about coaching ethics, even though it didn't affect the outcome. Kidd got his timeout, but he also got caught red-handed, or rather soda-handed. Delonte West and Gloria James rumor. Back in May 2010, after the Cavaliers lost to the Celtics, things got messy off the court. LeBron James looked off in games 4 through 6, and suddenly, rumors exploded. A blog claimed Delonte West had slept with LeBron's mother, Gloria James, and that LeBron found out before Game 4. It all spiraled from sketchy chain emails and some contractors' friend of a friend nonsense. Deadspin and Barstool covered it, but raised eyebrows over how flimsy it all was. Still, Hall of Famer Calvin Murphy jumped in on the radio, saying it was absolutely true. While offering zero proof, LeBron stayed silent, letting his lawyer handle the denial. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers clammed up, only adding fuel. Delonte denied it multiple times, comparing Gloria to his own mom. In 2023, a viral video had West shouting, "He never did it with anybody's mother," putting the rumor to rest once more. It never got league attention, but the internet never let it die. Just gossip, no evidence, and a lasting shadow. Zach Randolph, Ruben Patterson fight. On April 2nd, 2003, the Trailblazers practice facility in Tualatin turned into a boxing ring. During a heated session, Ruben Patterson got into it with rookie Kentel Woods. Things escalated fast, and Zach Randolph, close with Woods, stepped in by throwing a punch that broke Patterson's eye socket. To make matters worse, Patterson's arms were being held back by teammates trying to break it up. The fallout was instant. Randolph got hit with a 2-game suspension and a $100,000 fine. But it didn't stop there. Randolph reportedly feared retaliation and hid out at Dale Davis's house for a few days. This wasn't even their first fight that season. Earlier in the locker room, Patterson dared someone to slam him. Randolph took the bait, and Patterson flipped him hard enough to injure his back. Randolph missed 2 weeks. It was peak Jailblazers chaos, a team loaded with talent and drama. While the franchise took heat for its roster decisions, Randolph eventually turned things around in Memphis. But back then, it was all broken sockets and broken chemistry. Chris Anderson, FBI investigation. In May 2012, Chris Anderson found himself in the middle of one of the strangest sagas in NBA history. Known as Birdman for his high-flying play and tattoos, Anderson had his Colorado home raided during the playoff. The suspicion? Internet crimes against a minor, but the truth unraveled into a wild catfishing scheme. Anderson had unknowingly been duped by Shelley Chartier, a reclusive woman in Manitoba. She impersonated both Anderson and a 17-year-old model named Paris Dunn, orchestrating fake conversations, meetings, and even extortion. Chartier posed as Dunn's mother, demanded money, and convinced both parties they were talking to each other. It fooled everyone, even the FBI. The media blitz was brutal. News outlets painted Anderson as a suspect before any facts were clear. He was eventually cleared in 2013 with no charges filed. But the damage was done. The Nuggets cut him, and his name took a hit. He bounced back with the Miami Heat, winning a championship in 2013. Still, the bizarre saga remains one of the NBA's most surreal off-court stories, showing how reputation can unravel faster than facts. Jordan Bell Candle Incident. On March 27, 2019, Jordan Bell was suspended 1 game for what looked like a harmless prank gone sideways. At the Peabody Hotel in Memphis, Bell charged a $15 candle to assistant coach Mike Brown's room without telling him. Apparently, players had a tradition of charging small items to each other's rooms as jokes, but this one didn't land. Hotel staff contacted Brown, who had no clue what was going on. Surveillance footage showed Bell making the purchase. At first, he denied it, then admitted it was a joke. The problem? It wasn't a teammate. It was a coach. That crossed the line. The Warriors suspended him one game, which cost Bell about $9,500 in salary. To make it worse, wild rumors flew around claiming Bell charged adult content to the room. Both he and the team shut that down fast. It was just a candle. Still, the prank turned into a warning. Even in the NBA, jokes can cost you, especially when they involve someone higher up on the food chain. Robert Parrish punches Bill Laimbeer. On May 23, 1987, the Celtics and Pistons were deadlocked in the Eastern Conference Finals, and things boiled over. In the third quarter of Game 5 at Boston Garden, with emotions running hot and elbows flying, Robert Parrish finally snapped. After repeated cheap shots from Bill Laimbeer, Detroit's flopping elbow-throwing chaos agent, Parrish unloaded a clean punch to Laimbeer's back as they ran up the court. Refs missed it. Crowd roared. Play went on. Parrish, usually unshakable, said little afterward, only hinting that Laimbeer had it coming. The NBA later fined him $7,500, but didn't suspend him, letting him play Game 6. Detroit lost that one, forced a Game 7, and then Boston advanced to the finals. Laimbeer, he just added it to his collection of reasons people either hated or weirdly admired him. The punch wasn't just about that night. It was the whole Celtics-Pistons war. A cold war gone hot. Boston calls it justice. Detroit calls it favoritism. The rest of us, just another chapter in the NBA's golden age of grudges. Nick Young burglary. On March 23, 2014, while Nick Young was busy dropping buckets against the Magic at Staples Center, someone else was busy raiding his house in Sherman Oaks. After the Lakers' 103-94 win, Young got home and found an upstairs window shattered, drawers flipped, clothes everywhere. Classic burglary chaos. The thieves made off with about $100,000 worth of stuff, including jewelry, designer clothes, luggage, and a pair of red October Yeezy. Yes, the sneakers that could sell for $6,000 a pop. GQ had just named him one of the most stylish athletes, so the guy had plenty to lose in the closet. Young called the cops at 2 in the morning, but they didn't show up until around 4 or 5. Feeling sketched out, he dipped to a hotel and joked about getting a guard dog. Fast forward to 2017. Same story, new house. While Young was at All-Star Weekend, thieves hit again, this time taking $500,000 in cash and jewelry. Sometimes being flashy just puts a target on your door. Tim Duncan technical. Duncan was tossed for something most players do after a bad call. He laughed. That's it. During a tight game between San Antonio and Dallas, Duncan was sitting on the bench after picking up his 4th foul. He clapped and laughed after a no call on a teammate. Referee Joey Crawford decided he'd had enough of Duncan's face and hit him with the technical. Duncan laughed again, said something unclear, and boom, second technical, automatic ejection. The guy barely moved, and suddenly, he was out of the game. Crawford said Duncan called him a name, but video didn't catch anything. The NBA wasn't buying it either. Duncan got fined $25,000, but Crawford, he got suspended for the rest of the season and playoffs, fined $100,000, and told to get counseling. It was a mess. Crawford later admitted he lost control. Duncan went on to win a title that season, while Crawford missed out on the playoffs entirely. This wasn't just about a call, it turned into one of the strangest ref-player moments ever. No punches, no screaming, just a bench laugh that triggered the harshest punishment an NBA ref had ever received. Allen Iverson practice rant. On May 7th, 2002, Allen Iverson held a press conference that turned into one of the most quoted moments in sports history. The Sixers had just been knocked out of the playoff. Tensions with coach Larry Brown were boiling, and Iverson was facing questions about missing practices. What followed was him saying practice 22 times, including the now infamous line about being a franchise player while talking about, well, practice and not a game. But people missed the full picture. Iverson was grieving the recent loss of his best friend, and the murder trial had just started. He said outright that everything was going downhill for him, not just basketball. Some speculated he was drunk, a claim Iverson's always denied. He said he was emotional, not intoxicated. The press only grabbed the practice quotes, skipping his pain and frustration. Over the years, Iverson said he regrets how misunderstood it was. He wasn't mocking work ethic, he was mourning, angry, and under pressure. That moment became a punchline, but underneath it was a man dealing with grief and questions about his future with the team. That's the side of the rant most people never hear. Baron Davis, alien abduction. In July 2013, Baron Davis told a wild story on the Champs podcast about being abducted by aliens. He claimed it happened 2 weeks earlier while driving from Las Vegas to Los Angeles at 4 a.m. According to him, a bright light hit, and next thing he knew, he was in some steel thing, surrounded by strange beings poking at his face. He said he blacked out and later found himself in Montebello, shaking and scarfing 2 burgers from In-N-Out. The host thought he was joking, but Davis doubled down, saying it made him smarter and sharper. A day later, he tweeted that it was a joke, adding hashtags about Men in Black, which did not exactly help. Still, fans and media had a field day. No league punishment followed, since he was already retired. Whether it was the Percocet, a prank, or some spaced-out publicity move, the story stuck. And honestly, it's now a hilarious footnote in NBA weirdness history. Rick Fox versus Doug Christie fight. On October 25, 2002, a preseason game between the Lakers and Kings turned into a full-blown brawl. It started with Rick Fox elbowing Doug Christie, then dropping the ball on him like it was part of a finishing move. Christie, not exactly feeling the sportsmanship, fired the ball back. Fox slapped him, and Christie answered with a left-handed uppercut. Both were tossed from the game, but it didn't end there. Fox sprinted through the tunnel like he was chasing a grudge, waited for Christie, and round 2 started backstage. That scrap drew in players from both teams, including an injured Shaquille O'Neal, who waddled into the action with a limp and a purpose. The NBA handed out punishments quick. Fox got 6 games and lost nearly $300,000. Christie got 2 games and lost almost $140,000. Everyone else who left the bench, no suspensions, since they were apparently playing peacemaker. This wasn't just preseason drama. It was a boiling point in one of the fiercest rivalries of the early 2000s. Ty Lawson DUI incidents. Lawson's off-court troubles started back in 2008 when he was still at North Carolina. Caught driving with a 0.03 BAC, it was under the legal limit, but illegal for anyone under 21. He got 20 hours of community service and moved on. Fast forward to January 23, 2015. Lawson, now a Nugget starter, got pulled over in Denver for speeding. Cops said he was drunk, slurring words, and couldn't balance. He pleaded guilty later and avoided jail, but got hit with probation, community service, and a fine. Just months later in July, he was pulled over again, this time in Hollywood. Another DUI. Days later, Denver shipped him off to Houston. The NBA suspended him 5 games total for the 2 DUI, costing over $500,000. His play dropped, his leadership was questioned, and his career never really recovered. By 2018, he was out of the league. The Wizards gave him one last shot, but it didn't stick. His story became one of wasted potential, flashes of brilliance buried under repeated, avoidable mistakes off the court. Steve Francis chain snatching. On March 1st, 2015, Steve Francis got caught in a wild scene at a rap concert in Houston. He was on stage during a Sauce Twins performance when someone came up from behind and went for his chain. It wasn't smooth. The attacker struggled, yanking hard enough to drag Francis to the ground. Eventually, the chain came off and the guy took off. No police report, no injuries, just a former all-star pulled to the floor in front of a crowd. The video spread fast online, turning the incident into instant tabloid fodder. Then came Jay Prince. The Houston rap boss reportedly stepped in, and like some real-life fixer, helped get the stolen chain returned. The whole thing raised big questions about security at events like that, especially when someone like Francis, not even performing, gets physically attacked in full view. For a guy who once ran NBA courts, getting pulled down by a chain snatcher at a concert became a surreal and embarrassing headline, and it definitely added another strange footnote to his post-basketball life. Charlie Villanueva, stolen toilet. On December 19, 2017, Charlie Villanueva returned home in Dallas to discover something truly baffling. His toilet was gone. Not just any toilet, his actual bathroom toilet. The burglars hit his place and swiped appliances. Sure, but the toilet? That's what sent the internet spiral. He took to X, posting a string of tweets from 8:41 to after 11 p.m., showing a photo of the empty space and asking, repeatedly, who steals a toilet? The tweets included facepalm emojis, toilet emojis, and pure disbelief. Meanwhile, the Dallas police still hadn't shown up, which only made the story blow up more. A parody account called at Stolen Toilet even jumped in, taunting him. No one got arrested, and the toilet was never found. But thanks to his Twitter thread, it became a meme overnight. News outlets from ESPN to TMZ picked it up. No NBA action followed since he was retired, but it added a bizarre twist to his legacy. Villanueva once battled Garnett and alopecia ignorance. Now, he's the guy whose toilet got stolen, and the world laughed with him, mostly. Anthony Mason bar fight. On February 26, 2000, Anthony Mason was arrested after a brawl outside Perk's Bar in Harlem, around 4:30 in the morning. Mason and 4 others allegedly jumped 3 men after one of Mason's friends bumped into a guy named Albert McGibbony. Things escalated fast, and the victims ended up with minor injuries and a trip to the hospital. Mason was charged with third-degree assault and posted $1,000 bail. Despite the early morning arrest, he still suited up that night for the Hornets and joined the game during the second quarter against the Nets. Afterward, he told reporters he wouldn't have done anything differently and blamed his fame for making him a target, saying he had a bullseye on his back. This wasn't Mason's first run-in with the law. Back in 1998, he pleaded guilty to 2 counts of child endangerment involving underage girls. The Harlem incident only added fuel to the fire around his already complicated reputation. For a guy known for toughness on the court, his off-court image kept getting rougher. Greg Popovich fast ejection. On April 3, 2019, Greg Popovich was tossed just 63 seconds into a game against the Nuggets. The Spurs were down 5-0 when LaMarcus Aldridge missed a jumper after contact from Paul Millsap. Popovich wasn't having it. He stormed over to referee Mark Ayotte, clearly furious, and called a timeout just to yell. Assistants Becky Hammond and Ime Udoka tried to calm him down, but nope, Pop got 2 technicals in rapid-fire fashion and was gone before fans had settled into their seats. Jamal Murray hit 1 free throw, and just like that, Denver led 6-0. The Spurs lost big, 113-85. Popovich didn't seem too broken up post-game. He barged into Nuggets coach Michael Malone's press conference, pretending not to know what happened, joking about someone getting ejected in record time. The clip went viral, of course, with Twitter and YouTube users piling on. Another chapter in Pop's legendary temper file, and probably the only ejection where he still managed to make people laugh after. Tim Hardaway, homophobic remarks. On February 14, 2007, Tim Hardaway detonated his public image with one interview. On Miami's The Dan Le Batard Show, he was asked about John Amaechi coming out, and he responded with one of the most openly hateful statements ever broadcast by a former NBA star. He flat out said he hated gay people, didn't want to be around them, and called himself homophobic. The backlash was instant. The NBA kicked him out of All-Star Weekend, and he lost his job with the Indiana Alley Cats. After the firestorm, Hardaway apologized multiple times, admitting his words were harmful and saying he'd work on understanding people's differences. Over the years, he tried to make things right. He worked with the YES Institute and even supported same-sex marriage laws in Florida. He acknowledged the damage, saying his comments likely kept him out of the Hall of Fame for years. In 2022, he was finally inducted. It took a long time, but Hardaway's journey from scandal to redemption remains one of the league's most dramatic reputational turnarounds. J.R. Smith shoelace incident. In January 2014, J.R. Smith decided to turn NBA games into prank videos. During a matchup against the Mavericks, while lining up for a free throw, he leaned down and untied Shawn Marion's shoelace like he was 5 years old at recess. 2 days later, after a warning from the league, he tried it again, this time with Greg Monroe of the Pistons. That attempt failed, but the NBA had seen enough. They hit Smith with a $50,000 fine for repeated unsportsmanlike conduct. Smith tried to clean it up on Twitter, apologizing to the fans, the league, and his own team. Coach Mike Woodson wasn't amused, calling it unprofessional and saying it had to stop. This wasn't Smith's first rodeo with controversy, and it sure wasn't his last. The shoelace stunt became another bizarre chapter in his unpredictable career. It was juvenile, pointless, and very on-brand. Somehow, it's still one of the weirdest fines the NBA's handed out, and that's saying something, considering this league's history of nonsense. Steven Jackson strip club shooting. On October 6, 2006, Steven Jackson found himself in the middle of a wild and dangerous scene outside Club Rio in Indianapolis. During training camp, Jackson and teammates Jamal Tinsley, Marquis Daniels, and Jimmy Hunter got into a fight with patrons inside the club. Things spilled outside, where Jackson got punched in the mouth and then hit by a car, rolling onto the hood like something out of an action movie. Instead of backing off, Jackson pulled out a 9mm handgun and fired 5 shots into the air, claiming it was self-defense. The whole thing turned into a legal mess. He was charged with criminal recklessness, battery, and disorderly conduct. He ended up pleading guilty to the felony, got 1 year of probation, a $5,000 fine, and 100 hours of community service. The NBA suspended him 7 games to start the next season. This incident only made the Pacers' already shaky image worse, coming not long after the malice at the Palace. For Jackson, it became another chaotic entry in a career full of drama. Devin Ebanks, DUI arrest. On November 9, 2012, Devin Ebanks, then a forward for the Lakers, was arrested in Hollywood just before 3 in the morning. California Highway Patrol stopped him for a traffic violation and suspected he was driving under the influence. He was booked by 3:44 a.m. and released later that morning after posting $5,000 bail. The Lakers put out a bland statement saying they were aware and looking into it. At the time, Ebanks was averaging just 2.5 points a game in his third season, mostly riding the bench. This wasn't his first legal headline either. Just a year earlier, he was accused of sexual assault, but prosecutors declined to press charges. In October 2013, while briefly with the Mavericks, the NBA suspended him 2 games after he entered a no-contest plea to the DUI. For a player trying to hold on to a role in the league, the off-court trouble didn't help. It became another short chapter in a career that never really took off. Manu Ginobili bat incident. On Halloween night in 2009, the Spurs and Kings were playing in San Antonio when the game took a bizarre turn. A bat started flying around the court, halting play and sending arena staff into a flailing frenzy. After several failed attempts to catch it, Manu Ginobili decided he'd had enough. As the bat swooped past, he smacked it out of the air with his bare hand, casually picked it up, and handed it off like it was part of the game plan. The crowd roared, and the arena blared the Batman theme song. But the fun didn't stop there. Ginobili immediately got doused with hand sanitizer, and days later, he began a series of rabies shots, just in case. He later admitted it wasn't the smartest move, saying bats are important to the ecosystem, and some carry rabies. Animal rights groups, including PETA, criticized him for the swat heard round the league. Still, fans dubbed him Bat Manu, and the moment became a weird, unforgettable highlight in NBA history. Walking bucket. These dudes make dropping the ball in the hoop look like a cakewalk. No matter who's playing D, no matter where they're at on the court, they're a scoring machine. Forget waiting for some fancy play. They just snatch the ball and start cooking. Mid-range, wet, beyond the arc, cash. At the rim, try and stop them. They've got that natural juice and a cool as hell vibe that leaves defenders tripping over themselves. Even on an off night, they're still popping off for 20 like it's nothing. Passing, decision making, not their strong suit, but you can't take your eyes off them for a second. Once they catch fire, it's curtains for whoever's guarding them. Their whole game plan is simple. Toss them the rock and clear the lane. Michael Beasley, dude was a walking bucket before it was cool. Miami to New York, that silky lefty jumper, slick footwork, and wild creativity were straight fire. Didn't matter how many minutes he got, points were piling up, no question. 3 and D player. These guys are the unsung heroes who keep the game tight and the scoreboard lit. They're all about 2 things, draining threes and locking down defense like it's their day job. Give them an open look from deep, splash city. They're not shy about letting it fly, but flip the script, and they're hounding the other team's best scorer, making life miserable with quick hands and pesky D. They don't need the ball all game, they just chill in the corner, ready to fire or slide into passing lanes for a steal. No flash, no fuss, just clutch shots and gritty stops. They're the glue that holds the squad together, always in the right spot, doing the dirty work. When the game's on the line, they're either swishing a dagger or swatting a drive. Danny Green, dude was the 3 and D king. He'd camp out beyond the arc, bury big shots, and then clamp up the other team's star. Rings on his fingers prove it. Mr. Reliable brought the heat every time. Sniper. These shooters are straight up assassins with a basketball in their hands. They live to launch bombs from downtown, turning the court into their personal firing range. Give them a sliver of daylight, good luck. They're already cashing out with a silky 3. It's not just skill, it's ice-cold confidence and a stroke so pure, it's like the ball's got GPS. They don't mess around with fancy dribbles. Just catch, shoot, and watch the net dance. Defenders can be all up in their grill, but it doesn't matter. They're still splashing. When they get hot, it's a full-on barrage. Buckets raining down like a thunderstorm. They're not here to dunk or dish. Their job is to stretch the floor and bury shots that make the crowd lose it. Klay Thompson, the sniper himself. From Golden State's dynasty days, he'd pull up from anywhere, drain them in bunches, and barely blink. That smooth release and zero hesitation, lethal. Whether it's Game 6 or a random Tuesday, Klay's lighting it up. 60 points in 3 quarters. Swiss Army knife. These players are the do-it-all wizards who've got every tool in the bag. They're not just one-trick ponies. They can score, defend, pass, rebound, whatever the squad needs. Need a clutch bucket? They've got you. A lockdown stop? They're on it. Crashing the boards or dishing a slick assist? Yup, that too. They're the ultimate team players, flipping the game however it's gotta go. No spotlight hogging, just pure hustle and versatility that keeps everyone else humming. They might not drop 40, but they'll stuff the stat sheet and grind out wins. On offense, they're crafty. On D, they're scrappy, always ready to switch gears. Give them any role, and they'll make it work like magic. Josh Hart, the Swiss Army knife in human form. He's diving for loose balls, hitting timely threes, guarding anybody, and snagging boards like a beast. Doesn't matter where you stick him, starter, bench, big minutes, small. He's bringing energy and making plays. Hart's the guy every coach dreams of. Cardio king. These guys are the marathon champs who log crazy minutes. Think 48 straight and still finish with 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 everything. But here's the wild part. They're secretly awesome. They're not stat sheet stuff. They're the glue holding it all together. Running the floor nonstop, they guard the best guy, disrupt plays, and set killer screens, all without touching the ball. Offense, they're spacing the floor or cutting hard, even if the box score says zilch. Defense, they're a brick wall, wearing out scores with relentless energy. Coaches love them because they're everywhere. All game, no breaks, no complaints, just pure hustle. Teammates feed off their vibe, and somehow, the team's better with them out there. It's like they've mastered the art of invisible impact. Tony Snell, the ultimate cardio king. From Chicago to Atlanta, he played every tick of the clock, and with a goose egg across the board, yet still shift the game. 0 stats, all heart. Tony's the guy who'd run forever and make winning look easy, stats be damned. Glue guy. These players are the unsung MVP who hold the squad together like duct tape on a busted bumper. They don't chase stats. 0 ego, all team. They'll dive for loose balls, take charges, or hit a clutch 3 when it matters most. Defense, they're scrapping, switching, and shutting down threats. Offense, they're setting picks, spacing the floor, or dishing a quiet assist. They're not the star, but without them, the whole vibe falls apart. Every play, they're hustling. 48 minutes of grit and smarts. Teammates lean on their energy. Coaches trust them to keep things steady. They're the heartbeat, filling gaps and making everyone better, even if the box score sleeps on it. It's all about winning, not spotlight. PJ Washington, the glue guy incarnate. He's banging in the paint, stretching the defense with threes, and guarding anybody, all with 0 fuss. Whether it's 10 points or 2, he's grinding, crashing boards, and keeping the flow tight. PJ is the dude. Every roster needs to stick it all together. Floor general. These maestros run the show like a point guard, wizard with the game on a string. They see 3 steps ahead, 0 panic, all vision. Directing traffic, they're calling plays, barking orders, and slicing defenses with pinpoint passes. Scoring? Sure, they can drop 10 or 20, but it's the dimes, 8, the 12, 15, that define them. They control tempo, slow it down, or push it fast. Always 2 moves ahead of the chaos. Defenders hate them. Pesky hands, snagging steals, turning turnovers into buckets. They're the coach on the floor, rallying the crew, keeping everyone locked in. Late game, down 3, ball's in their hands. No question. They're either splashing it or finding the open man. It's brains, guts, and 48 minutes of leadership. John Stockton, the floor general GOAT. In Utah, he ran that pick and roll like a symphony, piling up assists, 15,000 plus, and swiping balls like a thief. Stockton's short shorts and laser passes turned games into clinic. He owned the court, every second, every play. Free throw merchant. These slick operators turn every trip to the line into a cash grab. Swish, swish, points piling up. They've got a knack for drawing contact. No fear driving into the paint or flopping, just enough to sell it. Stats might say 10 buckets, but 20 more come from the charity stripe. They're not just chucking, they're crafty, baiting defenders into fouls with pump fakes or sneaky leans. Free throws? Automatic. 9 out of 10? Easy. It's not flashy, but it's a slow bleed that kills opponents by the 4th. They don't need 40 shots. They grind out 30 points on efficiency and smarts. Defenders groan. They can't touch them without a whistle. SGA, the free throw merchant maestro. Even with legit fouls galore, SGA's a wizard at getting there. 12 attempts a night, cool as ice. From OKC, he slithers to the rim, racks up 25 to 30, and halves from the line. No drama, all business. Shea's smooth game milks those freebies like a pro, leaving teams salty every time. Stretch big. These towering shooters flip the script on what a big man's supposed to be. 0 camping in the paint, all range. They're 7 feet of chaos, popping out to the 3-point line, draining shots over outstretched arms. Defenses scramble, leave them open, and it's splash. Crowd them, and they pump fake into a drive. They stretch the floor, pulling rim protectors away, opening lanes for cutters. Rebounds? They snag 8 or 10, but the real juice is their 15 to 20 points, half from deep. They've got soft touch, quick release, and no hesitation. Bigs, who shoot like guards. Post plays there, but it's the perimeter game that's deadly. KP, the stretch. Big poster boy. He's raining threes while towering at 7'3". No awkwardness, all silk. KP's pulling up from 25 feet, grabbing 10 boards and swatting shots. Defenders hate it. He's too tall to contest, too skilled to ignore. KP bends games. Lockdown defender. These guys are the human equivalent of a steel trap. Once they clamp onto you, good luck getting free. They're all about suffocating the other team's best scorer. 0 points if they can help it. Quick feet, sticky hands, and a mean streak, they're in your face, full court, 48 minutes straight. Steals, they're swiping 2 or 3 a game. Buckets, not on their watch, maybe 5 points if you're lucky. They read plays like a book, jumping passing lanes or shutting down drives with a snarl. Offense isn't their gig. They might score 10, but their real flex is making stars look mortal. They're pesky, physical, and proud, turning games into grind fests. Gary Payton, the lockdown defender legend. In Seattle, the glove was a nightmare, trash talking, snagging steals, and holding dudes under 15 points. No chill, all tenacity. Payton's lockdown was so tight, MJ felt it in the finals. He'd hound you baseline to baseline, leaving scorers shook and fans hyped every time. Rim protector. These giants are the last line of defense. Towers of nope guarding the paint. They're swatting shots, 3 or 4 a night, sending drives back with a vengeance. 0 easy layups here. They're 7-foot walls with arms like tree branches. Rebounds? They're gobbling 10 to 15, owning the glass. Offense can shine. 20 points, sure, but their bread's buttered, rejecting you at the rim. Timing's perfect. They leap when you least expect it, turning dunks into not today highlights. They anchor the D, scaring slashers into second guessing. Bigs or guards, doesn't matter. Cross that line, and it's a block party. Anthony Davis, the rim protector supreme. In Dallas, AD's a beast, averaging 3 blocks, snatching 12 boards, and still dropping 25. 0 weakness at the cup. He'll erase your shot, then flex. From brow-raising swats to clutch stops, Davis owns the paint. Offense gets love, but those rejections, game changers. AD's the dude, making drivers cry and teammates cheer every night. 6th man. These spark plugs are the secret weapons who light it up off the bench. 0 starting, all impact. They roll in fresh, dropping 15 to 20 points like it's nothing. Energy's wild. They shift momentum, turning sleepy games into blowouts. Scoring's their jam. Threes, floaters, whatever. Give them 10 shots, and they're cashing out. They don't sulk about minutes. They thrive in their role, hitting the court with juice when the starters fade. Defense? Maybe not elite, but they'll hustle. Coaches lean on them to flip the script, and fans lose it when they check in. 48 minutes? Nah, give them 25, and they're still game MVP. Jamal Crawford, the 6th man god. He dance in with that crossover, bury threes, and pile up 20 effortlessly. No ego, all buckets. Crawford's silky handles and clutch shots earned him 3 6th man awards. He was the microwave, ice cold, till he heated up, then it's game over every time. Crunch time closer. These ice vein killers live for the final 5 minutes. 0 flinch, all clutch. Down 3 with 2 ticks left, ball's theirs. They're either splashing it or drawing the foul. They thrive under pressure, dropping 10 in the 4th to seal it. Cool as a cucumber, they read D's, hit tough shots, 15-footers, step back threes, and make it look easy. Free throws, 9 out of 10, locked in. They don't just score, they break souls, staring down the clock while the crowd roars. Defense tightens, but they've got no panic. Pass or shoot, they deliver. Teammates trust them, coaches draw it up, and they execute. Jalen Brunson, the crunch time closer king. In New York, he's Mr. Fourth Quarter, 25 a night, but 10 come late. 0 hesitation. Brunson's hitting fadeaways or driving 4-and-1s when it's tight. 50-point games or game winners. He's got that killer instinct. Knicks lean on him, and he closes it out every damn time. By the way, if you guys want to subscribe, I'm going to start posting every day. Thanks. Anyways, Vibes Guy. These legends don't play 0 minutes, but they're the soul of the squad. They're hyping the bench, cracking jokes, and keeping spirits sky high. Stats? 0 across the board. They're not here for points, just pure positivity. Practice? They're grinding, setting the tone. Game time? They're dancing, waving towels, or roasting teammates, making sure the vibe's never off. Coaches love them. They're glue without touching the floor. Losses sting, but they're first to rally the crew. Wins pop, and they're the loudest cheer. 48 minutes of sideline energy. Irreplaceable. They're the heartbeat, the mascot, the hype man rolled into one. Theo Pinson? The Vibes Guy GOAT. He's courtside. 0 shots. All soul, yelling, laughing, keeping it loose. Teammates feed off his 10 out of 10 charisma. No box score love, but he's winning hearts and lifting squads every night. Theo's the dude who proves you don't need minutes to matter. High flyer. These aerial acrobats turn the court into a runway. 0 gravity, all lift. They're soaring for dunks that make jaws drop and crowds erupt. Give them a lane, and it's takeoff time. Windmills, tomahawks, or poster slams over helpless bigs. They don't mess with threes much. 10 points come from above the rim. Athleticism's off the charts, 40-inch verts, and hang time that defies physics. Defense, they're swatting shots, or snagging boards, 5 or 6 a night, using that bounce. They're not running the show, just stealing it with highlight reel hops. Every leap's a statement. No fear, all flair. Gerald Green, the high flyer icon. In Houston or Boston, he'd blast off. Two-hand jams or alley-oops from half court, scoring 15 with ease. No limits. Green's 48-inch hops and mid-air flips were pure showtime. He'd catch lobs or dunk on your soul, leaving fans buzzing every time he flew. Point forward. These bigs run the offense like guards. No traditional post. All floor general. They're 6'8" or taller, dishing 8 assists, dropping 20 points, and grabbing 10 boards. Vision's elite. They're threading needles or hitting cutters while defenders scramble. Ball handling slick. Crossovers, hesitation moves, and they'll pull up for threes or drive for buckets. Defense, they guard 1 through 5, using length and smarts. They're the engine. 48 minutes of dictating pace, breaking presses, and making teammates better. No panic. They're calm, clutch, and everywhere. LeBron James, the point forward blueprint. In Cleveland, Miami, Los Angeles, he's a 6'9" maestro. 10 assists, 25 points, 8 rebounds, night after night. No holes. LeBron's bulldozing for dunks, firing passes, or hitting game winners. 4 MVP awards, 4 rings. He's been running point at forward since day one, bending games his way every time. Ball hawk. These thieves are pickpocket pros. No chill, all hand. They're snagging steals, 3 or 4 a game, turning turnovers into fast break buckets. Quick as lightning, they jump passing lanes, swipe dribble, or poke balls loose. Offense, they'll chip in 10 points, but their real gig is chaos, disrupting plays, and rattling ball handlers. Defense is their domain. 48 minutes of pressure, Hawkeye reads, and sticky fingers. They're not the star, but they shift momentum with every takeaway. Zero hesitation. They gamble smart and win. Dyson Daniels, the ball hawk rising. In Atlanta, he's a 6'6" menace. 2 steals a night, locking wings, and breaking out for 14 points. Zero flag, all grit. Daniels' wingspan and instincts snatch souls, flipping games with every pilfered possession. Hustle guy. These relentless warriors scrap for every inch. They're diving for loose balls, 3 a game, snagging 15 rebounds, 10 off the glass. Scoring? 10 points maybe, 5 putback, but hustle's the heartbeat. Defense? 2 steals, 2 blocks, hounding stars into misery. They don't shoot threes or run plays, just outwork everyone. 48 minutes of pure motor. Energy's contagious. Teammates feed off it. Opponents hate it. Stats don't scream, but impact's loud. Zero quit, all effort. Dennis Rodman, the hustle guy icon. In Detroit, Chicago, everywhere, he grabbed 20 boards. 7-foot hustle in a 6'6" frame. Scoring 8, locking down legends. Zero chill. Rodman's wild hair, 5 rings, and relentless dives made him the ultimate hustle freak every night. Gunner. These trigger-happy shooters are all about letting it fly. Zero hesitation, all buckets. They're jacking up shots. 10 to 15 a game, hunting threes or mid-range jumpers like it's their religion. Accuracy? Solid, but volume's the name. 20 points if they're hot, 5 if they're not. They don't overthink. Catch it, shoot it, next play. Defense? Maybe a steal or 2, but they're here to score, not stop. Give them 48 minutes, and they'll fire 20 times. No apology. They're streaky, ice cold, or scorching. No in between. But when they're on, it's a barrage. Fans love the guts. Coaches tolerate the misses. Cam Whitmore, the gunner phenom. 3 threes are tough 2s, piling up 15 to 20 off the bench. No fear. Whitmore's green light's always on, launching with swagger and keeping defenses guessing every time he pops off. Slasher. These rim attackers carve through defenses like a hot knife. No settling. All drives. They're weaving past guards, Euro-stepping bigs, and finishing with 10 points at the cup. Contact? They crave it, drawing fouls for 8 free throws a night. Threes? Maybe 1 or 2, but the paint's their playground. Acrobatic layups or dunks over souls. Defense scrambles. They're too quick, too crafty. 5 assists come from kickouts, but it's the 20-point slashing that shines. 48 minutes of relentless cuts. Zero quit. D. Wade, the slasher legend. In Miami, Flash was untouchable. 12-point slashing, 8 from the line, breaking ankles and hearts. No weakness. Wade's speed and spin moves owned the lane, dropping 30 like clockwork every big night. Lob threat. These sky-high finishes live for the oop. Zero ground game, all air. They're catching lobs and slamming them home with force that shakes the rim. Give them a guard who lobs it up, and it's 10 points. Easy. Defense? They're swatting 4 shots, snagging 12 boards, towering at 7 feet. They don't shoot threes or dribble much, just set picks and rise. 48 minutes of vertical terror, no subtlety. DeAndre Jordan, the lob threat titan. He'd soar, 15 points off dunks, 10 rebounds, 3 blocks. DJ is all about catching high and throwing down hard, posterizing fools every alley-oop. Combo guard. These hybrid hoopers blur the line. Zero limits. All skills. They're running .1 play, dishing 5 assists, then scoring 20 the next, flipping between 1 and 2 like it's nothing. They'll drain threes, attack the rim, or break ankles with slick handles. 10 shots, 8 buckets when they're cooking. Defense, they'll snag a steal or two, scrapping with guards. Size doesn't faze them. 6'3" or under, they're crafty, versatile, and clutch. 48 minutes, they're adapting, playmaking, or bucket getting, whatever's needed. They're not pure anything, just deadly everything. CJ McCollum, the combo guard maestro. He's silky, 20 points, 5 dimes, hitting pull-ups or floaters, no panic. CJ runs sets or goes one-on-one for 25, keeping defenses dizzy every night with that smooth game. Trash talker. These loudmouths weaponize words. They're dropping 15 points while roasting you, 5 zingers a game, rattling heads and breaking spirits. Scoring's tight, 20 when they're hot, but the chatter's nonstop, from tip to buzzer. Defense, they're in your face, snagging 2 steals, daring you to shoot. 48 minutes of psychological warfare, no mercy. They back it up too. Clutch shots with a smirk. Larry Bird, the trash talker king, he'd bury threes, 25 a night, while telling you where it's going. Zero chill, Bird's your too late taunts, and 30-point clinics left foes fuming every time. Rebound, guy. These board crashers own the glass. They're snagging 15 rebounds, 10 defensive, 5 offensive, out-muscling bigs with grit. Scoring, maybe 8 points, but the real flex is 20 boards in a grind. They don't shoot threes or dazzle, just box out, leap and grab. Defense, they're clogging lanes, swatting 1 or 2 shots. 48 minutes of relentless work, 0 stat padding. Reggie Evans, the rebound guy beast. He'd haul in 18 rebounds, 6'6" but unstoppable. No jumpers. Evans' hustle and elbows made him a glass-cleaning terror every night. Mid-range maestro. These silky shooters turn the 15 to 20-foot zone into their personal camp. They're dropping 10 mid-range buckets a game, fading away or pulling up with a buttery jumper that's money 9 times out of 10. Threes? Maybe 2. Drives? Sure, 8 points at the rim. But that mid-range, 20 points live there. Unstoppable footwork and soft touch, leaving defenders lost. They don't need flash, just a quick step, a shrug, and splash. 48 minutes of old-school art. DeMar DeRozan, the mid-range maestro supreme. He's carving up defenses, 25 a night, half from that sweet spot. No hurry. DeMar's pump fakes, spins, and feathery shots paint masterpieces, breaking hearts every fadeaway he drains. Post scorer. These bigs dominate the block. They're backing down foes, dropping 15 points with hooks, drop steps, or turnarounds. 8 makes on 10 tries. Size and skill blend. 7 feet of finesse. Snagging 10 boards too. Defenders can't budge them. 2 blocks a game, keep the rim safe. They don't chase threes. Just post up, work angles, and score. 48 minutes of low post clinics. 0 wasted moves. Dirk Nowitzki, the post scorer icon. That one-legged fade, 20 points, 10 rebounds, was lethal. Dirk's 7-foot frame and golden touch piled up 30-point nights, redefining the post every game. Veteran leader. These grizzled vets are the locker room rocks. They've seen it all. 15 years deep, dropping 10 points off the bench while guiding the young guns. Scoring isn't the gig, maybe 8 buckets, but they're clutch, hitting a 3 or a mid-range jumper when it counts. Defense, they're smart. 2 steals, 5 boards, using savvy over speed. 48 minutes. Nah, give them 25. They're pacing themselves, mentoring on the fly. They're the glue, calm in chaos, steady in crunch time, keeping heads up after losses. Coaches lean on them, teammates idolize him. Jeff Green, the veteran leader standard. From OKC to Houston, Denver to everywhere. He's a 16-year pro. 10 points, 5 rebounds, and no ego. Rings with Denver, big shots in playoff. Green's quiet grit and locker room voice keep squads tight. Every season he rolls through. Paint beast. These monsters own the interior. They're bullying in the post, dunking 5 times, piling up 15 points, and snatching 12 rebounds. 8 on offense. Defense, 3 blocks, altering 10 shots, 7-foot walls of muscle. They don't dribble or pop threes, just catch, finish, or crash. 48 minutes of physicality. They're rim-rattling terrors, living for putbacks and rolls. Mitchell Robinson, the paint beast terror. He's slamming lobs. 10 points, 12 boards, swatting 4 shots a night. 0 range, Robinson's all about dunks, blocks, and boards, owning the paint like a skyscraper. Every game he stomps through. Textbook backup. These reliable reserves are the unsung heroes who keep the engine humming. They step in for 20 minutes, dishing 5 assists, scoring 10 points, and snagging 2 steals with scrappy grit. They don't demand shots, 5 or 6 attempts, all efficient, hitting floaters or pull-ups. Defense, they're pesky, harassing guards, jumping lanes, and diving for loose balls. They're not stars, but they're steady. 0 turnovers, pure execution. Coaches trust them to spell the starter without a drop-off, running plays like clockwork. 48 minutes? Nah. They thrive in short bursts, keeping the vibe alive. TJ McConnell, the textbook backup master. In Indy, he's a 6'1 dynamo. 10 points, 6 assists, 2 steals off the bench. McConnell's hustle, heart, and sneaky buckets keep the Pacers rolling every time he checks in. Point center. These rare bigs run the show from the 5. They're 7-foot playmakers, dropping 20 points, 15 rebounds, and 10 assists. Triple doubles like it's casual. Passing, 8 dimes. Pinpoint, flashy, or no look. Scoring, 3s, hooks, or drives. 10 makes on 15 shots. Defense, 2 blocks, 5 boards. Length disrupts everything. 48 minutes of control, they dictate pace, shred Ds, and elevate teammates. Nikola Jokic, the point center king. He's a 7-foot wizard. 25 points, 12 rebounds, 9 assists nightly. Jokic's vision, soft touch, and MVP, swagger bend games, making the Nuggets champs every play he orchestrates. Trade block regular. These journeymen are the league's nomads. They're solid pros. 10 points, 5 rebounds, shooting 3s, or locking down wings for 25 minutes a night. Teams love them. 2 steals, 40% from deep, but they're always in rumors, bouncing between 5 squads in 10 years like clockwork. They don't sulk, 0 ego, just pack up, play hard, and fit right in. Scoring's not wild, 8 buckets max, but they're glue guys, doing the dirty work nobody wants. 48 minutes? Nah, they're role players, thriving wherever they land and making the most of every opportunity. Trevor Ariza, he's the trade block regular champ, hands down. From LA to Houston, Miami to Phoenix, and back again. Ariza's a true 3-and-D veteran. 12 points, 5 boards, 2 steals, and endless hustle. No complaints, just impact. His titles and grit made him a hot commodity year after year. Traded 7 times, and still shining bright at every single stop. No matter the jersey, he brought value, blended in, and left a mark every game. Franchise cornerstone. These icons are the team's soul. They're dropping 30 points, 10 assists, rewriting records, and building dynasties from scratch. 5 MVP wins or rings? That's just the resume. They're the face. 20 years, 1 jersey, carrying squads to glory season after season. Defense, 3 steals, smart rotations, timely stops. Offense, 15 makes on 20 shots. 3s, drives, clutch bombs, game winners. 48 minutes of brilliance. No off nights, no excuses. Fans worship him. Cities build statues in their honor. Steph Curry, the franchise cornerstone GOAT without question. He's a 6'3 sniper with 30 points, 6 assists, and 4 shiny rings. Steph's 40-foot 3s, jaw-dropping handles, and loyalty redefined the game entirely. From a baby-faced rookie to a basketball revolutionary, he anchored the Warriors every single year. He didn't just play for a franchise, he became the franchise, lighting up arenas, sparking comebacks, and flipping the league on its head. 1 jersey, 1 mission, 1 unforgettable legacy built from pure brilliance. Rim running big. These athletic towers sprint the floor. They're catching lobs, 3 a game for 10 points, grabbing 8 rebounds, and swatting 2 shots like clockwork. Pick and roll machines, they dive hard, finish above the rim, and crash for 5 offensive boards. Defense, 3 blocks a night. Their 7-foot wingspan owns the paint. 48 minutes of hustle. No chill, no finesse, all explosion. Jackson Hayes, he's the rim-running big riser. In LA, he's soaring high. 10 points, 6 rebounds, slamming oops and blocking shots with raw athleticism. Hayes doesn't need jumpers when his bounce makes every lob a highlight. He's sprinting end to end, sealing defenders, hammering dunks, and protecting the rim with no hesitation. Rim protection, rim running, rim rattling. That's the blueprint. These bigs don't space the floor. They own it vertically. Opponents know when they're in the lane, it's trouble. Hayes is proof that hustle, hops, and timing can keep you in rotations even without a jumper in sight. Secondary playmaker. These smooth operators take the reins when the main guy rests. They're dishing 6 assists, scoring 15 points, and running the show for 25 minutes of smart basketball. Crafty with the ball, 5 slick passes, 3 pull-up jumpers. They keep the offense humming without skipping a beat. Defense, 2 steals, and scrappy hustle. They battle, rotate, and make plays when needed. They're not the star, 10 shots max, but they're clutch, hitting a late 3 or finding the open man when the clock ticks down. 48 minutes? Nah, they shine as the sidekick, easing the load while the main guy breathes. Austin Reeves, he's the secondary playmaker gem without question. He's a 6'5 spark with floaters, dimes, and timely buckets. No spotlight hogging. Reeves' chill vibe, smart decisions, and big plays lift LeBron's Lakers every time he steps up. He doesn't need the ball nonstop, he just needs a chance. and he always delivers with poise and control. Max contract, minimum impact. These big paycheck bust cash checks, but barely cash in. Zero bang for the buck. They're signed for $30 million a year, yet deliver just 10 points, 5 rebounds, fringe starter stats that don't match the price tag. Hype's always high. 2 good seasons bought that contract, but injuries, poor conditioning, or fading fire tank 'em. Defense, 1 steal, and no effort. They coast through matchups like it's practice. Offense, 8 shots, 2 makes, nothing that makes fans cheer. 48 minutes, more like 15 minutes of frustration. Chandler Parsons, the max contract, minimum impact poster boy forever. In Memphis, post-Dallas peak, he pocketed $94 million for 9 points and 4 boards a night. No spark. His charm and promise outshone his game completely. He faded fast, every overpaid night, feeling emptier than the last. These guys flash once, then disappear. But the checks keep coming, while the wins don't. It's not hate, it's just heartbreak, watching millions turn into maybes. Corner specialist. These sharpshooters camp in the corners. They're nailing 4 threes for 10 points on just 5 shots, stretching defenses wide and punishing every missed rotation. Catch and shoot kings, 45% from deep. They don't dribble much. Don't overthink, just fire with perfect time. They stay low, keep ready, and wait for that kick out. Defense, 3 steals, long arms, good instincts. They're locking wings and hustling on switches. 48 minutes, nah, 30's plenty. They're role players, thriving right in their lane. Mikal Bridges, he's the corner specialist ace. For the Knicks, he's lethal. 19 points, 4 threes, drilling from the wings with sniper accuracy. Every shot is smart, every cut has purpose. His defense is no joke either. 2-way energy, non-stop movement, total impact. These guys don't need volume, they need rhythm. And once they've got it, the net doesn't stand a chance. Pure spacing, pure confidence, pure rhythm. They're the glue in every winning rotation. Breakout season loading. These slow burners tease stardom since they were drafted. They flash 20-point nights, 5 assists, and 10 buckets that look like the real deal, but then they vanish. Consistency's shaky, rhythm's off. 2 big games, 3 quiet ones. Still, the ceiling's high. Defense, 2 steals when they're locked in and reading the floor right. 48 minutes? Not yet. They're growing, evolving, trying to put it all together. They're hitting 15 points a game now, showing flashes, hinting at more. D'Angelo Russell, the breakout season loading saga in full swing. Since 2017, in LA, Brooklyn, Minnesota, wherever, he's teased us. 25 points, 6 assists, highlight plays, then silence. D'Lo's silky jumper and smooth playmaking keep fans hoping every year. He's got the tools, the touch, and the timing. It's just about putting it all together for a full season. The moment's always close, and fans keep watching, waiting, wondering, when's the breakout really happening? Transition guy. These speed demons turn turnovers into track meets. They're blazing end to end, 5 fast break buckets a game for 20 points, snagging 3 steals to ignite the break. Dribbling's wild, 10 assists off kick-aheads, no-look passes, and alley-oop lobs. Defense, 2 blocks, chasing guards like shadows. They don't camp out at the arc. 40% from 3 is just a bonus. But the open floor's their kingdom, where they drop 15 in transition alone. They play 48 minutes of pure chaos. No breaks, no hesitation, just constant movement and pressure. Russell Westbrook, the transition guy tornado for sure. He's a 6'3" freight train. 25 points, 8 assists, 3 steals, bulldozing into the paint for thunderous dunks or slinging dishes at full speed. Westbrook's energy, triple doubles, and full court sprints break games wide open every single night, whether it's off a miss or a steal. Once he hits top gear, defenders just get out the way. It's coast to coast madness, and he thrives in the storm. Ref's enemy. These gritty warriors battle zebras as hard as opponents. They're racking techs, 10 a season minimum, barking at calls, drawing glares from every official in stripes. On court, 10 points, 12 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Pure muscle wrapped in fire. Defense is fierce. 3 steals, 0 fouls in their mind, but refs somehow see 6. Every whistle triggers an argument. They're physical. 48 minutes of elbows, box outs, and barking. Heroes to their teammates, but headaches to the stripes. Ben Wallace, the ref's enemy legend without question. He'd swat 4 shots, grab 15 boards, add 10 points, and feud with officials from tip to buzzer. Wallace's giant afro, bulging biceps, and brick wall defense made every ref's night miserable. He'd roar after blocks, glare after fouls, and never let a call slide without a stare down. These guys don't care about being liked. They care about winning, no matter how many whistles they have to fight through. They make the game gritty, loud, and unforgettable. Switchable defender. These versatile stoppers guard 1 through 5. 0 mismatches, all clamps. They're 6'6" with crazy length, 2 steals, 2 blocks, shutting down guards, wings, or even 7-footers on a switch. Offense, 10 points, 5 assists, built off hustle, rebounds, and smart cuts. But defense is where they live. 40% shooters held to 5 buckets when these guys are locked in. They slide across screens, switch seamlessly, scrap every possession. 48 minutes of high-energy glue, ripping game plans to pieces. Draymond Green, the switchable defender titan, hands down. He's a 6'7" menace. 12 points, 8 rebounds, 3 steals, commanding the defense like a general. Draymond's IQ, trash talk, physicality, and 4 championship rings anchor the Dubs every switch he owns. He talks nonstop, baits scorers into bad shots, and celebrates every stop like a game winner. These guys don't need 20 points. They win games by shutting down the other team's best player. When they're out there, nobody's safe, no matter the size, speed, or skill set. Thanks to DraftKings Sportsbook for sponsoring this video. Basketball's officially back, and every night feels like a highlight waiting to happen. If you love watching hoops, there's no better way to stay involved in the action than with DraftKings Sportsbook. Here's the offer. New customers bet $5 and get $300 if your bet wins. Paid in bonus bets, plus get 3 months of NBA League Pass no matter what. That means you're catching every dunk, clutch shot, and overtime thriller even if your first bet doesn't hit. Just sign up using promo code HOOPSEXPLAINED. Make that first $5 bet and you're in. It's that easy. You'll get to watch games live and use your bonus bets on any upcoming matchups you want. DraftKings makes betting simple and exciting. You can go live mid-game, follow every score in real time, or build same-game parlays for a shot at an even bigger payout. And with League Pass included, you'll never miss the moments everyone's talking about the next day. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up using promo code HOOPSEXPLAINED, and start playing today. New customers bet $5 and get $300 if your bet wins. Plus 3 months of NBA League Pass no matter what. Lakers, Steve Nash experiment. The Lakers thought they were building a dream team in 2012 when they got Steve Nash in a sign and trade deal from Phoenix. He was 38 and still a wizard with the ball, so they gave up 4 draft picks and tossed him a 3-year contract worth about $27 million. But things unraveled fast. Nash fractured his leg in the second game, missed over 20 games, and was never the same. Then came hamstring and hip issues. He still managed to play in 50 games, but was clearly limited. Kobe went down with an Achilles tear. Pau struggled with knee problems, and Dwight Howard played hurt most of the season. The coaching carousel made things worse. Mike Brown was gone after 5 games, and Mike D'Antoni's fast-paced system clashed with the roster's strengths. Chemistry was non-existent. Despite all the hype, they finished 45-37 and got swept in the first round. Dwight bailed after that. Nash barely played again, and the whole plan just collapsed. What looked like a super team turned into a full-blown mess, and that season ended up closing the curtain on a very strange Lakers chapter. Warriors' blown 3-1 lead. Golden State's 73-9 season looked unbeatable on paper. They led the league in offensive rating, true shooting percentage, pace, and threes made. Their net rating sat at plus 10.7, best in the league. They even came back from down 3-1 against Oklahoma City, but then it all crumbled. Up 3-1 in the finals, they had a plus 25-point differential. Draymond Green was a defensive machine, but got suspended for Game 5. That opened the door. Cleveland went off, and both LeBron and Kyrie dropped 41 points. Then Bogut went down in Game 6, and Rimby's protection vanished. Curry fouled out and launched his mouthpiece, getting tossed. Game 7, total collapse. They scored 89 points, their lowest all year. Curry shot 6 for 19. Clay went 6 for 17. They hit 1 shot in the final 5 minutes. The Warriors became the first team to win 73 and not take the title. That collapse changed everything. Magic Johnson coaching stint. Magic took over the Lakers on March 23, 1994, hoping to turn around a 27-37 squad. His debut brought a win over Milwaukee, but things fell apart fast. They went 5-11 under him, including a 10-game losing streak to end the season. The final record, 33-49. No playoffs for the first time since the mid-70s. Offensively, they ranked 17th. Defensively, 22nd. Divac led with just over 14 points and nearly 11 rebounds. Rookie Nick Van Exel added over 13 points and nearly 6 assists, landing on the all-rookie second team. But Magic's shift from superstar to coach never clicked. He struggled leading former teammates and dealing with low energy from the roster. Chemistry was weak, discipline was weaker, and the team never bought in. He stepped down after the season, admitting the bench wasn't for him. A few months later, he bought 5% of the team instead. By the way, if you guys want to subscribe, I'm going to start posting every day. Thanks. Anyway, Blazers pick Sam Bowie over Michael Jordan. In 1984, Portland held the second pick and wanted a center. They already had Clyde Drexler and Jim Paxson in the backcourt, so they passed on Michael Jordan. Instead, they chose Sam Bowie, a Kentucky big man with a solid college career, but a long list of injuries. He'd missed 2 full seasons in college with leg fractures, but Portland still cleared him. Bowie averaged just under 11 points and 7 rebounds over his career, but missed over 200 games in his first 5 seasons. Meanwhile, Jordan averaged over 30 points, won 6 titles, 5 MVPs, 10 scoring crowns, and became the league's all-time player efficiency rating leader. Bowie never made an all-star team. Jordan made 14. Portland had strong teams in the 90s, but never found a true franchise cornerstone. This pick became the poster child for drafting, based on need, not greatness. The metrics, the accolades, the global impact. Portland passed on the most decorated player ever for an injured big man. Supersonics move to Oklahoma City. The Supersonics were a Seattle staple since 1967, winning a title in 1979 and making the playoffs 22 times. But everything changed after Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz sold the team in 2006 to a group led by Clay Bennett. That group promised to try keeping the team in Seattle, but failed to lock down funding for a new arena. Plans for a $500 million venue in Renton went nowhere. By 2007, Bennett's group announced plans to move the team to Oklahoma City. Seattle sued to enforce the key arena lease, and emails later revealed some owners never intended to stay. A settlement in July 2008 let the team go in exchange for $45 million, plus another $30 million if Seattle didn't land a new team by 2013. The name, logo, and colors stayed in Seattle, but the franchise became the Thunder. They kept all the Supersonics records, deepening the frustration among Seattle fans. Russell Westbrook, Lakers tenure. The Lakers brought in Westbrook in July 2021, giving up Kuzma, Caldwell Pope, Harrell, and a first-round pick. He came in as a former MVP and triple-double machine. But from the start, the fit was off. The Lakers went 33-49 that season, missing even the play-in. Westbrook averaged just under 19 points, but had career lows in usage rate and inefficiency. His offensive rating sat at 107, defensive at 112. Turnovers, poor shooting, and spacing problems plagued every lineup. In clutch time, he shot 37% and had a minus 33 plus minus. He clashed with media, got benched by Frank Vogel, then blamed coaching. The next season, new coach Darvin Ham moved him to the bench. His numbers dipped slightly, but turnovers improved. Still, the fit stayed clunky. He was traded in February 2023. Across 130 games, the Lakers went 54-76. No playoff wins. It was a costly, inefficient gamble. Ben Simmons, career collapse. Drafted first in 2016, Simmons missed his rookie year with a foot fracture. He debuted in 2017, posting 15 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists per game, winning Rookie of the Year. From 2018 to 2021, he made 3 All-Star teams and 2 All-Defensive squads. He averaged nearly 17 points in 2019 and led the league in steals in 2020. Advanced metrics were solid, but the red flags were there. No shooting, low free throw rate, and limited range. Then came the 2021 playoffs. He scored just under 12 points per game and shot 34% from the line. Against Atlanta, he attempted 3 fourth-quarter shots over 4 games and passed up an open dunk in Game 7. He requested a trade, sat out, and was fined over $19 million. After joining Brooklyn, injuries and decline hit hard. In 2 seasons there, he played 57 games. He's now a Clipper. Back surgeries and nerve issues derailed everything. He's still under contract, but his future, totally unclear. Kwame Brown, number 1 pick struggles. In 2001, Washington made Kwame Brown the first high school player ever taken with the top pick. Standing 6'11", 270 pounds, he had elite athletic tools and big expectations. But over 12 seasons, Brown averaged just 6.6 points and 5.5 rebounds across 607 games. His best year came in 2004, when he averaged nearly 11 points and over 7 boards. A 30-point, 19-rebound night in 2004 stood as his peak. He had a solid playoff stretch in 2006 with the Lakers, averaging nearly 13 points per game. Brown was part of major trades, shipped to the Lakers in the Butler deal, and later flipped to Memphis in the Pau trade. He moved teams often, including stints with the Pistons, Bobcats, Warriors, and Sixers. Injuries, raw development, and poor fits slowed everything. Despite the underwhelming numbers, Brown lasted over a decade in the league, a rare feat for any player. Clippers draft failure. From 2013 to 2023, the Clippers made 10 total draft picks. Only one, Terrence Mann, became a long-term rotation piece. None made an all-star team. None earned a major extension. Their total win shares from drafted players during this span, just 19.4, ranking bottom 5 league-wide. In 2014, they took C.J. Wilcox, who lasted 44 games. In 2015, Brandon Dawson logged 6 total minutes. 2016's pick was traded for Bryce Johnson, who stayed just a few months. In 2018, they hit on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, then traded him after 1 year. In 2019, they picked Mfiondu Kabengele over Jordan Poole. Picks like Oturu, Scrub, Keon Johnson, and Moussa Diabate all failed to crack rotations. Their 2023 picks barely played. The result? Zero pipeline, forced trades, aging roster, and no rookie scale value. Drafting became a decade-long liability. Andrew Bynum, Sixers disaster. In August 2012, the Sixers traded for Andrew Bynum in a 4-team deal, sending Iggy to Denver. Bynum was coming off a career year with nearly 19 points and 12 rebounds per game. The plan was simple: make him the franchise cornerstone. Instead, it unraveled instantly. He underwent orthokine therapy in Germany, but knee pain persisted. In October, a bone bruise in his right knee shut him down. Then came the infamous bowling incident, where he injured his left knee. Swelling, cartilage damage, and bilateral bone bruises followed. By March, Bynum had arthroscopic surgery on both knees. He never played a single game in a Sixers uniform. That season ended in silence, with Bynum walking away in free agency. Philadelphia got 0 on-court return and gave up their all-star. The trade became symbolic of the franchise's plunge into a rebuild. It helped spark the process, but in the short term, it was one of the most disappointing gambles in modern NBA history. Timberwolves' Joe Smith salary cap scandal. In 1999, Minnesota signed Joe Smith to a 1-year deal worth under $2 million, way below market value. The plan? A secret handshake deal promising him $86 million long-term after they built up bird rights. They did this 3 times, preserving cap space to sign other players. But in 2000, the league uncovered the scheme through documents found on Smith's agent's laptop. Commissioner David Stern ruled it a blatant case of salary cap circumvention. The punishment was brutal. The team lost 5 first-round picks, was fined $3.5 million, and saw both GM Kevin McHale and owner Glenn Taylor hit with penalties. 1 pick was later restored, but the damage was done. From 2001 to 2004, they had no first-rounders. Key years for building around Kevin Garnett. Smith never lived up to expectations, and Garnett was eventually traded. This remains the harshest cap-related penalty in league history, crippling a franchise for over a decade. Fultz's career, setbacks and comebacks. Drafted first overall in 2017, Fultz arrived with major hype after averaging over 23 points and nearly 6 assists at Washington. But his rookie season in Philadelphia lasted just 14 games. A shoulder injury called scapular imbalance wrecked his shooting. The next year brought only minor improvement before thoracic outlet syndrome shut him down. He was traded to Orlando in early 2019. There, things improved. In 2020, he played 72 games and averaged over 12 points and 5 assists. The next season started strong, but ended with a torn ACL after just 8 games. He returned at 22 for 18 games, then had a career best 2023, 14 points, nearly 6 assists, and solid shooting across 60 starts. In 2024, knee issues cut him down again, limiting him to 43 games. He signed with Sacramento in 2025, but played a minor role. Across 255 games, Fultz has averaged just over 10 points with steady efficiency, but his career arc remains shaped by early injuries and what-ifs. Isaiah Thomas Knicks front. Office collapse. Hired in December 2003, Isaiah Thomas took over as Knicks president, then made himself head coach in 2006. Over 4.5 seasons, the team went 118 and 212, never finished above 500, and missed the playoffs every year. He traded the 7th pick in 2005. Later, LaMarcus Aldridge for Eddie Curry, who battled injuries and conditioning. In 2006, he took Ronaldo Balkman over Rajon Rondo and Kyle Lowry. He traded Trevor Ariza for Steve Francis, who was washed and overpaid. He also dumped a first-round pick to take Jalen Rose's contract. Toronto used it to draft Rondo. His free agency signings were worse. Jerome James and Jared Jeffries combined for under 7 points a game and $30 million each. The payroll led the league from 2005 to 2008. but results cratered. He also lost an $11 million harassment lawsuit. Toxic locker rooms, bad contracts, and lost picks defined his run. The damage lingered for years. Brooklyn Nets, super team collapse. In July 2019, Kevin Durant and Kyrie signed with Brooklyn. By January 2021, they added James Harden, forming a trio expected to dominate the league, but they played just 16 games together, going 13-3. Injuries crushed continuity. Durant had an MCL sprain, Harden battled hamstring issues, and Kyrie missed extended time. Off the court, Kyrie's refusal to get vaccinated made him ineligible for home games. Coaching instability didn't help. Steve Nash, a first-time head coach, struggled to manage the roster. In the 2021 playoffs, they lost in 7 to Milwaukee. A year later, Boston swept them in the first round. Harden was traded in February 2022. Kyrie followed a year later. Durant was gone days after that. The trio never made it past the second round. All three stars acknowledged the failure. Brooklyn invested in one of the most talented rosters ever assembled, but got no rings, no cohesion, and a blown chance at greatness. Kawhi Leonard Spurs breakup. It started in March 2016 with a quad contusion that turned into chronic tendinopathy. Kawhi still played 74 games in 2017, averaging over 25 points and nearly 6 rebounds. But in the playoffs, he re-injured his ankle landing on Zaza's foot, and the Spurs were swept. In September 2017, the team announced he'd missed preseason. He returned in December, played 9 games, then shut it down in January. While Spurs doctors cleared him in February, Kawhi stayed out, rehabbing with his own medical team in New York. A players-only meeting in March didn't change anything. He never came back. In June, he requested a trade. By July, he and Danny Green were sent to Toronto for DeMar, Jakob Poeltl, and a pick. Kawhi won Finals MVP with the Raptors. The Spurs lost in the first round, then missed the playoffs for 2 straight years. The split ended San Antonio's dynasty and rewrote the league's balance of power. Derrick Rose injury-plagued career. Drafted first overall in 2008, Rose won Rookie of the Year and then at 22 became the youngest MVP in NBA history in 2011. He averaged 25 points and nearly 8 assists that season. But in April 2012, everything changed. He tore his left ACL in Game 1 of the playoffs, missed the entire next year, and never fully recovered his explosiveness. In November 2013, he tore the meniscus in his right knee. In February 2015, that same meniscus tore again. Then in April 2017, now with the Knicks, he tore the left meniscus. 4 knee surgeries in 9 years. Add in ankle sprains, back spasms, hamstring pulls, and an elbow ligament strain in 2018. His availability stayed limited. Across 16 seasons, he averaged 17 points and 5 assists. He dropped 50 with Minnesota in 2018 and helped the Knicks in 2021. He retired in 2024 at age 35, a career defined by both greatness and what could have been. 2011, NBA lockout breakdown. On July 1st, 2011, the NBA entered its 4th lockout after the previous collective bargaining agreement expired. The standoff lasted 161 days, cutting the season down to 66 games. The core issue? Money. Players previously got 57% of basketball-related income. Owners wanted 47%. The final deal gave players between 49 and 51.2%, depending on revenue. Owners also pushed for a hard salary cap, but settled for keeping the soft cap with harsher luxury tax penalties. Contract limits were trimmed. Max deals dropped to 5 years for returning players and 4 for new teams. Salary raises were scaled back. The lockout cost around $400 million, and the average player lost about $220,000. Jobs were cut, games were lost, and team operations froze. Key additions included the amnesty clause, the Derrick Rose rule, and tougher tax penalties. Several players went overseas, and the ripple effects hit local businesses and workers hard. It reshaped the league's financial landscape. Anthony Davis trade saga. On January 28, 2019, Anthony Davis requested a trade from the Pelicans, earning a $50,000 fine for making it public. The Lakers made aggressive offers at the February deadline: Lonzo Ball, Brandon Ingram, Kyle Kuzma, and picks. But New Orleans held firm, reportedly waiting for Boston to join the bidding in the offseason. Boston couldn't act mid-season due to the Rose rule, with Kyrie already on the roster. Then came May 14th. The Pelicans won the draft lottery with just a 6% chance, landing the top pick and the right to draft Zion Williamson. That shifted everything. On June 15th, New Orleans and Los Angeles reached a deal. Davis to the Lakers, In exchange for Ball, Ingram, Josh Hart, the number 4 pick, 2 future firsts, and a 2023 pick swap. Davis waived his $4 million trade kicker to help the Lakers build. The deal reshaped both franchises, launching the Lakers into title contention and sparking a full rebuild in New Orleans. Warriors, 2019 Finals injury collapse. On May 8, 2019, Kevin Durant injured his right calf in Game 5 against Houston. He missed the rest of that series and the entire conference finals. Then, in Game 5 of the finals, he returned, scored 11 points in 12 minutes, and ruptured his Achilles. He was done for the season and missed all of 2020. Klay Thompson strained his hamstring in Game 2, sat out Game 3, came back strong, then tore his ACL in Game 6 after dropping 30 points. He later tore his Achilles in rehab and missed 2 full seasons. Kevon Looney fractured his collarbone in Game 2, but kept playing through pain. DeMarcus Cousins tore his quad in round 1, returned for the finals, but lacked mobility. Iggy battled a calf injury, missing a game in the West Finals. The Warriors lost the series 4-2. Durant left for Brooklyn. Golden State finished the next season with the worst record in the league. The dynasty cracked under the weight of its own injuries. Portland Trail. Blazers jail Blazers era. In the late 90s and early 2000s, Portland built a stacked roster. On paper, under GM Bob Whitsitt, talent was king and chemistry barely made the list. Rasheed Wallace led the league in technical fouls. Damon Stoudemire kept getting cited for marijuana. Bonzi Wells openly dismissed the fans. Zach Randolph punched a teammate. Kento Woods got busted for dogfighting. Ruben Patterson was a registered sex offender. The team got the nickname Jailblazers, and not as a compliment. Despite all that, they nearly made the finals in 2000, blowing a 15-point lead in Game 7 against the Lakers. After that, it was mostly chaos. Early playoff exits, internal tension, and falling attendance. In 2003, Whitsitt resigned. The team dumped Wallace, Wells, and Patterson. Nate McMillan replaced Morris Cheeks to clean up the mess. Portland spent years recovering. The era became a warning about valuing talent over character. They could have contended. Instead, they unraveled. No team flamed out with more drama. Zion Williamson injury history. As of the end of the 2025 season, Zion has played in 214 games and missed 221, over half of his possible career appearances. His rookie season started with a torn right meniscus, keeping him out 44 games. In year 2, he played 61 games, but fractured his finger late in the season. In year 3, he broke his right foot in the offseason and didn't play a single game. 2023 saw a dominant stretch, 26 points per game in 29 appearances, cut short by a hamstring strain. In 2024, he finally stayed mostly healthy, playing 70 games, but tore a hamstring in the play-in after dropping 40 on the Lakers. In 2025, he missed 27 games with another hamstring issue. Returned in January, then was shut down in March with a back contusion. Despite a 5-year max deal, Zion hasn't played in a single playoff game. His injuries have stalled both his rise and the Pelicans' ceiling. Anthony Bennett's career. Anthony Bennett's rise and fall was quick, confusing, and tough to watch. After being taken first overall by Cleveland in 2013, expectations were sky high, but things unraveled almost instantly. He only averaged 4.2 points and 3 rebounds in 12 minutes during his rookie year. That's not exactly what teams hope for from the top pick. By his 33rd game, he barely managed to score in double digits for the first time. Conditioning and injuries didn't help. Then came Minnesota. He played a bit more, showed slight improvement, but still couldn't find consistency. Toronto didn't work out either. Just 19 games and less than 2 points a night before they waived him. Brooklyn gave him a final shot, but he was waived again mid-season. Across 4 years, 4 teams, 151 games, and an average of 4.4 points. After that, he bounced around Turkey, Israel, and the G League. He clearly kept chasing the game, but the NBA chapter had closed. It's a brutal reminder that even the top pick isn't guaranteed success. Sometimes talent and hype just don't line up. And for Bennett, they stayed miles apart. Shaq and Penny Hardaway's breakup. The Magic struck gold with Shaq in 1992, then doubled down by trading for Penny Hardaway a year later. Their chemistry was instant. In just their second season together, they led the team to 57 wins and reached the finals. But cracks started forming fast. In 1996, Shaq wanted a new deal, and the Magic lowballed him with $80 million. That didn't sit right. fans and media started questioning his worth, which only fueled the fire. When the Lakers dropped a $120 million offer, he was gone. Behind the scenes, it wasn't just about money. Shaq felt like the team was shifting toward Penny, and he didn't feel backed by the front office or his teammates. There wasn't shouting or fighting, just silence when it mattered most. Penny didn't even know Shaq was leaving until it was done. Shaq went on to win titles. Penny stayed, but never reached the same level again, mostly due to knee injuries. The Magic, they faded into irrelevance for over a decade. That duo could have changed the league for years, but instead, they unraveled way too soon. Victor Oladipo's injuries. Victor Oladipo's career has taken more hits than a broken drum kit. It started in January of 2019 when he ruptured his right quadriceps tendon with Indiana. Surgery came fast, but the recovery was slow. That one injury wiped out the rest of his season. Things never really stabilized after that. In April of 2021, right after he landed in Miami, he re-injured the same tendon during a game against Los Angeles. Another surgery, another shutdown. Then in April of 2023, he tore his left patellar tendon during a playoff game against Milwaukee. Different leg, same nightmare. Across 4 seasons, he managed to play only 96 regular season games, which is brutal for someone with all-star potential. Every time he showed glimpses of the old Oladipo, another injury hit the brakes. After all that, he was traded 3 times in less than a year, finally ending up waived by Memphis before even stepping on the court. At this point, it's not just about ability, it's about availability, and sadly, his body hasn't held up. It's been one of the most frustrating what-ifs in recent memory. President Magic Johnson's Lakers exit. Magic Johnson took over as president of basketball operations in February of 2017, stepping into a front office already full of noise. One of his first big moves came in June, trading D'Angelo Russell to Brooklyn. It wasn't just about Russell, it was about dumping Timofey Mozgov's contract and making room for future deals. Then, in July of 2018, Magic pulled off the headline move, signing LeBron James to a 4-year deal worth $154 million. That shook the league, but the next splash, trying to land Anthony Davis, didn't work. Talks dragged, and the deal never got done. Meanwhile, the Lakers missed the playoffs 2 years in a row, finishing 35-47, then 37-45. Magic's exit came out of nowhere. He quit before the final game of the season without telling Jeanie Buss or LeBron. He later said the stress, politics, and lack of control wore him down. He just wanted out. Behind all the glam, it was messy. His tenure brought bold moves, but not the results they hoped for. A wild ride that ended with a mic drop and no warning. Darko Milicic career. Darko being picked second in the 2003 draft is still one of the wildest decisions ever. Detroit passed on Carmelo, Bosh, and Wade to take a teenage big man from Serbia. Scouts saw a 7-footer with agility, a soft touch, and tons of upside. What they got was a role player who barely made a dent. In Detroit, he barely saw the floor. The team was stacked with veterans and chasing titles. Not exactly the best place to develop an 18-year-old. Over 10 years, he played for 6 teams and averaged just 6 points and 4 rebounds per game. He did win a title with Detroit, but let's not pretend he was part of the core. Later on, he admitted he wasn't locked in, even saying he was drunk at practice. After retiring in 2013, he tried kickboxing and lost his first fight by technical knockout. These days, he's running a massive apple orchard in Serbia. His story's not just about missed potential, it's about what happens when hype, poor fit, and zero accountability all come crashing down. Drafting on potential is a gamble, and Detroit came up empty. Grant Hill. Grant Hill had everything going for him. Crazy talent, smooth game, off-the-charts basketball IQ. He came into the league and looked like the next big thing. He was putting up big numbers, showing elite court vision, and could lock down on defense. But injuries absolutely wrecked his prime. That ankle just refused to heal right. And every time it looked like he was ready, boom, setback. He still had a long career, but it wasn't the one everyone expected. He went from future superstar to a guy fighting to stay on the court. If his body had held up, he could have gone down as one of the all-time greats. Instead, it's just what could have been. Celtics. Big 3 breakup. In 2007, Boston pulled off a masterclass by adding Ray Allen and Kevin Garnett to team up with Paul Pierce. That trio didn't waste time. They won 66 games and crushed the Lakers in the finals to grab the franchise's 17th championship. They stayed dangerous for a few more years, even reaching the finals again in 2010. But cracks started showing in 2012. Ray Allen wasn't loving his role, didn't trust the front office, and got tired of trade rumors. When free agency came, Boston offered more money and a no-trade clause. He still chose less money to join Miami. That stung. Garnett and Rondo took it personally. The chemistry was cooked. Then in 2013, the Celtics blew it all up. Pierce, Garnett, and others were shipped to Brooklyn for a mountain of picks. Boston pivoted fast. Those picks turned into Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Meanwhile, Brooklyn burned out almost instantly. Allen's exit kicked off the unraveling, but the rebuild Boston pulled off was wild. That whole era was short but loud, full of wins, drama, and one of the biggest heists in NBA trade history, Greg Oden's career. Greg Oden was supposed to be a franchise changer. After dominating high school in Indianapolis and leading Ohio State to the national title game, Portland picked him first overall in 2007, ahead of Kevin Durant. Then came the knees. Before he ever played a game, he had microfracture surgery and missed the entire rookie season. When he finally debuted, it lasted 13 minutes before a foot injury took him out. He still managed 61 games that year, averaging almost 9 points and 7 rebounds. But in December of 2009, he fractured his left kneecap, and that pretty much ended any real chance of a full career. Multiple knee surgeries followed, and he didn't play a single game from 2010 to 2012. Miami gave him a short run in 2013. 23 games, barely 3 points a night. In total, he played 105 games across 3 seasons. After a short overseas stop, he retired in 2016. Oden later went back to Ohio State and took on development roles, showing he still wanted to help the game. It's a tough reminder that not every number 1 pick gets the storybook ending. Phil Jackson's Knicks tenure. Phil Jackson's move to the Knicks front office in 2014 had fans thinking rings were coming back. Instead, they got 80 wins and 166 losses in 3 seasons. His first year ended with a franchise worst record of 17-65. It was all downhill from there. He shipped out Tyson Chandler, Raymond Felton, J.R. Smith, and Shumpert, bringing back role players and second-round picks. He hired Derek Fisher to coach, even though the guy had 0 experience. That triangle offense obsession, it confused everyone and tanked morale. He did draft Porzingis in 2015, which was a win until Jackson publicly floated trading him. His biggest free agent move, giving Joakim Noah $72 million, only for Noah to barely play. There were constant tensions with Carmelo Anthony, trade attempts that went nowhere, and players openly ignoring the triangle. Frank Ntilikina was his last pick, before the Knicks finally cut ties in 2017. Legendary coach? Absolutely. Front office wizard? Not even close. His time with the Knicks was a masterclass in how not to run a team. Rajon Rondo's Mavericks stint. When Dallas traded for Rajon Rondo in December of 2014, they were 19-8 and thought they were 1 piece away from contending. Rondo, a 4-time All-Star and NBA champ, was supposed to tighten the defense and elevate the offense. Instead, it went sideways fast. In 46 games, he averaged just over 9 points and 6 assists, but the fit was a mess. His ball-dominant style clashed with Rick Carlisle's fast-paced, spacing-heavy offense, and his shooting, still not a threat. Things boiled over in February when he and Carlisle got into a shouting match mid-game. That earned Rondo a suspension. Then came the playoffs. He barely lasted 10 minutes in Game 2 against Houston before getting benched. The team said he had a back injury, but nobody bought it. Dallas cut ties right after. He didn't even get a playoff share, and Dirk basically said, "You weren't there, so nope." Rondo moved on to Sacramento the next year and led the league in assists. But his Dallas chapter, a brutal reminder that not every big name fits every system, even if everything says it should. Isaiah Thomas's hip injury. Isaiah Thomas went from nearly unstoppable to fighting for roster spots, all because of one brutal injury. In March of 2017, he tore the labrum in his right hip during a game against Minnesota. The Celtics called it a knee issue at first, but the real damage came out later. Still, Thomas kept playing, dropping nearly 29 a night and dragging Boston to the conference final. But by Game 6 of the second round, the pain was too much. He shut it down midway through the Cleveland series. Later evaluations showed cartilage loss and early arthritis. He passed on surgery to protect his free agency value, a decision that backfired. That summer, he was traded to Cleveland for Kyrie. His hip held up the deal, and when he finally played in January, it wasn't the same. After 15 games, Cleveland moved him to the Lakers, and then came more surgery. He bounced to Denver, Washington, New Orleans, and Charlotte, all short stays. In 2020, he had hip resurfacing surgery and kept chasing another shot. At his peak, he was 5th in MVP voting. Now, he's the definition of a what could have been. D. Wade's Bulls stint. In July of 2016, Wade shocked everyone by signing with the Bulls on a 2-year, $47 million deal. He left Miami after failed negotiations, and suddenly he was back home in Chicago, teaming up with Jimmy Butler and Rajon Rondo. People called them the Three Alphas, which sounded cool until they hit the court. The fit was awkward from day one. All three needed the ball, and spacing was a mess. Wade still put up decent numbers, over 18 points, 4 boards, and nearly 4 assists in 60 games. But the Bulls limped to a 41-41 finish and got bounced by Boston in the first round. Mid-season, Wade called out the team's effort, and Rondo clapped back on social media, questioning his leadership. Chemistry? Not great. Then came the elbow injury in March, a sprain and a fracture that sidelined him for 11 games. By September, he and the team agreed on a buyout. Wade later admitted he wasn't the leader they needed. It was a short, rocky chapter in an otherwise legendary career. Solid stats, shaky impact, and a reminder that going home doesn't always mean it works. Kings draft mistakes. The Sacramento Kings have been drafting like they're blindfolded in a wind tunnel. Sure, they hit with Fox in 2017. That one finally worked. He became the face of the team and helped end their 17-year playoff drought. Tyrese Halliburton was another gem in 2020, but then they flipped him for Sabonis. That trade still has fans yelling into the void. Murray showed up in 2022 and casually broke the rookie record for threes. So yeah, some good calls, but let's talk about the pain. Marvin Bagley at number 2 in 2018, picked ahead of Luka and Trae Young. Injuries, inconsistency, and now he's with Detroit. Thomas Robinson in 2012 lasted 51 games before he was out. Ben McLemore, Nick Stauskas, Willie Cauley-Stein all came in with hype, all left with shoulder shrugs. Then there's Giorgio's Papagiannis in 2016, who somehow went 13th and didn't even finish 2 seasons. Davion Mitchell brings solid defense, but his offense still hasn't arrived. Devin Carter, too early to judge. Bottom line, the Kings have had bright spots, but the mistakes were loud and long-lasting. Chandler Parsons, Grizzlies contract. When Memphis handed Chandler Parsons a 4-year, $94.5 million max deal in July of 2016, they were hoping for a sharpshooter with size who could stretch the floor. What they got instead was one of the most infamous contracts in team history. Parsons came in with knee issues, already piling up from his Dallas days, and they only got worse. In his first season, he played just 34 games and averaged barely over 6 points. The next year, 36 games, a slight bump to almost 8 points. And by year 3, he only played 25 games total. Across 3 seasons, Parsons suited up 95 times. That's less than a full season's worth of games for a nearly $100 million investment. Fans weren't shy about how they felt, and the front office eventually pulled the plug. In July of 2019, he was traded to Atlanta for Solomon Hill and Miles Plumlee. He officially retired in 2022 after injuries from a car accident ended any comeback hopes. Parsons' stint in Memphis is still a cautionary tale. All promise, no payoff, and a whole lot of rehab. Most minutes played with 0 stats. No, it's not Tony Snell, although he's close. Joel Anthony owns the NBA record for the most minutes in a game without recording a single point, rebound, assist, steal, or block. He logged 28 minutes and 46 seconds for Miami on January 9, 2011 against Portland. Despite the empty box score, Miami still pulled off a 107-100 overtime win. Anthony took 0 shots, grabbed 0 rebounds, handed out 0 assists, and forced 0 steals or blocks. He did pick up 1 turnover and 4 fouls, which gave him a brutal game score of -2.4. His true shooting percentage sat at a flat 0 since he never attempted a shot. His whole night was about defense and setting screens, while the stars carried the load. Tony Snell came incredibly close to breaking this record in 2017, playing 28 minutes and 25 seconds without a single stat for Milwaukee against Utah. Unlike Anthony, Snell missed 2 shots, but still finished with absolutely nothing else across the board. No turnovers either. That makes his game technically cleaner. Snell's game score dropped to -1.8. Joel Anthony's record still stands, but both performances remain 2 of the wildest stat lines ever. Most points scored in a single day. On May 16th, 2021, the NBA set a wild record when 30 teams combined for 3,726 points. It all happened over 15 games, making it a full slate of action. That day averaged 248.4 points per game and 124.2 points per team. Even cooler, the 3-point shooting was completely off the charts with a total of 355 made threes. The pace across the league hit 99.3, slightly faster than the season average, which helped drive up the totals even more. Some players absolutely exploded, like Steph Curry, who dropped 46 points, and Shake Milton, who scored 39 off the bench. What made the record so crazy was how evenly spread the scoring was across the board. Only a couple of games were under 200 points total, with most teams sprinting up and down the court and ignoring defense. Compared to the old record holders, this one smashed everything before it, thanks to faster tempo, better shooting, in a league that kept pushing offense to new heights all season long. Only quadruple-double with steals. Alvin Robertson did something absolutely no one else has ever done when he racked up a quadruple-double that included steals. On February 18, 1986, he exploded for 20 points, 11 rebounds, 10 assists, and 10 steals in a 120-114 win against Phoenix. Robertson was flying around everywhere, causing havoc on defense, and doing it without missing a beat on offense. Since the NBA officially started tracking steals and blocks in 1974, only 4 players have ever recorded a quadruple-double. Nate Thurmond did it first with points, rebounds, assists, and blocks. Hakeem later joined the club by stuffing the stat sheet with blocks too. David Robinson followed after him, with another monstrous performance built around shot blocking. But Alvin Robertson stands out because he's the only one to ever record a quadruple-double with steals instead of blocks. Everyone else used size and shot blocking to hit the milestone, but Robertson did it with quickness, timing, and pure defensive instincts. No other player has come close to matching what Robertson did that night, and his name is still sitting alone in NBA history. By the way, if you guys want to subscribe, I'm gonna start posting every day. Thanks. Anyways, only player with multiple perfect triple-doubles. Iggy holds a record no one else has touched. He's the only NBA player with 2 perfect triple-doubles. That means exactly 10 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists in the same game. Not one stat more or less in those categories. It's happened just 10 times in league history, and Iggy owns a 5th of them. He pulled it off once with Philadelphia in 2005 and again with Denver in 2012. Both games came against the Pistons, and both ended with wins. The stat line might look simple, but it's way harder than it sounds. Most triple-doubles shoot past 10 in at least one stat, but this one takes balance and control. Iggy's style was built for it. Pass-first playmaking, smart rebounding, and scoring just enough without overdoing it. Other players who've done this include Josh Hart, Jokic, Penny Hardaway, and Elfrid Payton, but none of them repeated it. Iggy's 2 10-10-10 games are part of what made him such a versatile threat throughout his career. He didn't need flashy numbers to leave his mark, just steady production, smart decisions, and elite all-around impact every time out. Most minutes played without a field goal attempt. On March 31st, 2007, Ben Wallace played 48 minutes without attempting a single shot. It happened in an overtime battle between the Bulls and Cavaliers, and that record still stands NBA game without a field goal attempt. He didn't score from the field, but he still put up 2 points from the line, grabbed 12 rebounds, dished out 3 assists, blocked 2 shots, and swiped 1 steal. That's the kind of performance that defines Wallace's career. Total focus on defense, hustle, and team play without ever forcing his own shot. Even with 0 attempts, he was making his presence felt for all 48 minutes. Other players have come close. Wilt Chamberlain once played 46 minutes without taking a shot, and Joel Anthony logged 43. But no one has matched Wallace's full game without a single field goal attempt. Wallace won 4 Defensive Player of the Year awards and made 4 All-Star teams without being a scorer. And this game perfectly captured how he did it, by dominating with rebounds, toughness, and smart basketball instead of chasing stats. Tallest NBA player to never dunk in their career. Steve Novak stood 6'10" and never dunked a single time in his entire NBA career. That's right, 11 seasons, 9 different teams, and not one dunk. It sounds unbelievable, but Novak was all about the jumper. He averaged 4.7 points per game and knocked down an outrageous 43% of his threes. Novak wasn't trying to get to the rim or muscle his way inside. He floated around the arc, caught the ball, and let it fly with one of the smoothest shots in the league. Even when he was close to the basket, he'd pull up for a floater or a soft jumper instead of going for the slam. It just wasn't part of his game. He actually led the league in three-point percentage during his time with the Knicks, showing that he didn't need highlight plays to be valuable. While most players his height and are trying to live above the rim, Novak built his career staying planted on the ground and torching teams from long range. No dunks, no problem. When your shot's that deadly, who needs to leave the floor? Most games with exactly 1 three-pointer. Jason Kidd holds the NBA record for the most games with exactly 1 three-point make. He did it 452 times. LeBron is only 5 games behind though. Across 19 seasons, Kidd wasn't the guy bombing away from deep every night, but he'd quietly knock down one when needed. He played 1,391 regular season games and finished his career hitting just under 35% from deep. But what's wild is how consistent he was with that one shot. These games weren't flukes either. He averaged over 4 3-point attempts per game, so hitting exactly one meant he was either ice cold or just being selective. His most frequent pattern was pulling up for a lone three and focusing on doing everything else: assists, rebounds, defense. In fact, a full 1/3 of his made threes came from these one-hit games. No other player has come close to matching this strange but fascinating feat. Even in seasons where his efficiency was high, like with the Mavericks in 2010, he still had 20-plus games with just 1 3. Kids' one-shot nights show that volume isn't everything. Sometimes once is just enough. Most teams played 4 in one season. In the 2007 to 2008 season, Bobby Jones set a wild NBA record by suiting up for 5 different teams. No player in the league history has ever matched that. He played for Denver, Memphis, Houston, Miami, and San Antonio, all in the same season. Despite the constant movement, he still managed to appear in 47 games and made an impact everywhere he landed. With the Nuggets, he played 25 games, averaging 3.4 points in just under 9 minutes per night. Then in Memphis, he had his best game, 20 points, 13 boards, and 7 assists in one night. With the Rockets, he played only 4 games, then went to Miami and averaged 8 points over 6 games in nearly 24 minutes per game. He finished the season with 3 appearances in San Antonio, barely seeing the floor, but still checking in. Jones also bounced back and forth with the Sioux Falls Skyforce in the Development League that year, never giving up and staying ready. It was a whirlwind season, but Bobby Jones handled it like a pro. 5 teams, 1 year, and a record that's never been broken. Longest absence between NBA games. Anthony Parker holds the record for the longest break between NBA appearances, 2,477 days. That's over 6 years, 9 months, and 12 days between games. His last game before the gap came on January 20th, 2000 with the Magic. He scored 2 points in 8 minutes. Then he disappeared from the league, but he wasn't done. Parker headed overseas and completely reinvented himself. He starred with Maccabi Tel Aviv and won 3 European titles and 2 EuroLeague MVP awards. He even spent 1 season in Italy, averaging over 14 points per game. After dominating in Europe, he returned to the NBA with the Raptors on November 1st, 2006, and dropped 14 points in 34 minutes in his first game back. From fringe rotation guy to polished, two-way starter, Parker's return was one of the most impressive comebacks the league's ever seen. He played 3 more seasons in Toronto, then finished with the Cavaliers, ending his career with 432 NBA games played. No other player in NBA history has ever returned from a gap that long and still made a real impact like Parker did. Most points without a 2-point basket. Klay Thompson dropped 42 points without hitting a single 2-pointer. In a win over the Rockets, he went 12 for 17 from deep and 6 for 6 at the line, setting a new NBA record for the most points in a game without making a 2-point shot. He did take 2 mid-range shots, but both missed, so every single bucket came from beyond the arc or the stripe. This wasn't just a hot night, it was something no one else had done before. The 12 threes tied for the most in a game without any twos, and the 42 points were the highest scoring total ever in that category. Thompson was locked in, moving without the ball, finding space, and rising up with that lightning-quick release. He also pulled down 7 rebounds and added an assist, but this game was all about that shooting. Efficiency-wise, he ended with a ridiculous 41 efficiency rating, showing just how much damage you can do from long range alone. No drives, no layup, no dunks. Just pure shooting. Klay Thompson didn't need anything inside the arc to rewrite the record books and torch the Rockets from deep. Most points in a quarter without a field goal. On December 20th, 2015, Danilo Gallinari pulled off one of the strangest scoring feats in NBA history. He scored 11 points in a single quarter without making a single shot from the field. Playing for the Nuggets against the Pelicans, Gallinari went a perfect 11 for 11 from the free throw line in the first quarter, while missing both of his field goal attempts, including 1 3-pointer. It was a bizarre but effective stretch of basketball. Gallinari didn't make a bucket, yet still led his team in scoring for the quarter, drawing foul after foul. He calmly cashed in every chance at the stripe, showing just how dangerous he could be without even seeing a shot go through the hoop in live play. No other player in NBA history has scored more in a quarter without a field goal. The game ended in a 130-125 loss for Denver, but Gallinari's unique scoring outburst stood out in the box score. It's a reminder that free throws can still pile up points quickly if you know how to get to the line, and Gallinari clearly did that night. Most dunks in a season. Rudy Gobert didn't just break the dunk record, he shattered it into little basketball-shaped pieces. 306 dunks in one season? That's not just wild, it's practically gravitational bullying. The guy turned rim running into an actual career path. And what makes it even better, he did it with only one missed game the whole year. That's 81 games of non-stop vertical punishment. The previous mark, set by Dwight Howard, was 269. Gobert hit 270 in game 74. Then he kept dunking. By the end, he was throwing it down almost 4 times a game. 90% of his dunk attempts landed. That's not a percentage, that's a threat. He didn't bother with three-pointers or mid-range shots. 89% of his attempts were right near the hoop. The Jazz made it easy too, with a playbook built around vertical spacing and lobs from Mitchell and Rubio. Gobert had a ridiculous wingspan and knew how to use it. He finished that season averaging nearly 16 points, 13 rebounds, and over 2 blocks. He won Defensive Player of the Year, and he dunked a lot. Most games without a playoff appearance. Tom Van Arsdale played 929 regular season games and never touched the playoffs once. That's not just a stat, that's a full-blown basketball ghost story. 12 years, 5 different teams, and not one taste of the postseason. I mean, you've got to work pretty hard to miss that consistently. He wasn't some bench warmer either. The guy put up over 14,000 points, averaged more than 15 a game, and even made 3 All-Star teams. He played for the Pistons, the Royals, who became the Kings, the Sixers, the Hawks, and the Suns. That's basically a guided tour of playoff futility in the 70s. His shot was solid, with over 43% from the field and more than 76% at the line. He was reliable, durable, and clearly cursed by the basketball gods. How someone can score over 14,000 points and not even back into a playoff game once is beyond me. And the wildest part, he holds the record for the most points scored by anyone who never made the playoffs. That's not just obscure, it's tragic. Tom Van Arsdale gave the league everything except playoff tape. Most missed shots in a season. Wilt Chamberlain missed 1,562 shots in 1 year, and no one's ever come close. But here's the wild twist. It happened during the same season. He averaged over 50 points a game. He missed a ton, but he also made more shots that year than anyone else in history. He took over 3,000 shots that season with the Philadelphia Warriors. That's basically shooting whenever you felt like it. And when you're playing 48.5 minutes per game, apparently you always feel like it. He was on the floor more than the hardwood itself. The man even played through overtimes like they were halftime stretches. He still hit more than half his shots, finishing with 1,597 field goals made, which also happens to be a record. His rebounds, over 25 a night. So yeah, he missed a lot, but he made a ridiculous amount too. It's hard to imagine anyone touching this record. It's the kind of thing that happens when your team gives you the green light and forgets where the brakes are. Most points with 0 rebounds and assists. Allen Houston dropped 37 points without grabbing a single rebound or making 1 assist. That's not a line, that's a solo performance. On December 2nd, 2000, he lit up the Timberwolves while actively avoiding any contribution outside of scoring. He played 38 minutes, went 13 for 24 from the field, knocked down 3 threes, and hit 8 of 9 free throws. Every shot felt like it was falling, but no rebounds, no assists. It's like he was allergic to stats that weren't points. He even added a steal, just so the box score didn't look like a game of solitaire. His true shooting percentage hit 65.8, well above league average, and with a usage rate hovering near 35%, the Knicks ran the whole offense through him. This wasn't an accident, it was a green light marathon. The Knicks scored 103, and he had over a third of that. What makes it so wild is just how rare this is. Most guys stumble into a rebound or an assist just by accident, but not Houston. That night, he showed up to score, and literally nothing else. Most games with 0 points. Suganu Diop and Charles Jones each had 259 games without scoring a single point. That's not a coincidence. That's a calling. These guys didn't avoid the scoreboard. They ghosted it. But what they lacked in buckets, they made up for in blocks, boards, and bruises. Diop played 601 games and scored just 1,200 points. That's 2 points a game if you round up and lie a little. He was 7 feet tall, 300 pounds, and shot 42% from the field. That's like a vending machine with arms. But he blocked shots, boxed out, and fouled everything that moved. Jones, a whole different era, same 0-point hobby. He played 726 games across 15 seasons and still managed to avoid scoring in over a third of them. But he racked up over 1,100 blocks and grabbed 3,000 rebounds. He even won rings with the Sixers and Rockets, mostly by standing tall, swatting shots, and not taking any. Neither guy was paid to score. They were paid to make scorers miserable. And judging by the record, Mission accomplished. Most jerseys retired by multiple teams. Only a few players are so unforgettable that more than one team decides to hang up their jersey for good. Wilt Chamberlain, Shaq, and Pistol Pete Maravich each had that kind of impact, with jerseys retired by multiple franchises. Wilt's number 13 is gone from the Warriors, Sixers, and Lakers. With over 31,000 points and nearly 24,000 rebounds, Wilt turned stat sheets into history books. He won 2 titles and picked up 4 MVPs while averaging 30 points and 23 boards. That number didn't stand a chance. Shaq also got the triple treatment. The Lakers retired his 34, the Heat retired 32, and so did the Magic, 4 championships, nearly 29,000 points, and enough broken rims to qualify for demolition services. And Pete Maravich, his numbers retired by the Hawks, Jazz, and even the Pelicans, who inherited his legacy from New Orleans. That's 3 franchises locking up his number 7, just for how much he meant to the game. Youngest triple-double ever, Josh Giddey, locked in a triple-double at just 19 years and 84 days old. That's not just impressive, that's almost legally questionable. He did it on January 2nd, 2022, against the Mavericks, with 17 points, 13 rebounds, and 14 assists. He also stole the ball 4 times, just for fun. And it wasn't a fluke. He owns the top 4 youngest triple-doubles ever. He followed that up with triple-doubles at 19 years and 125, 127, and 129 days. No one else in league history has even sniffed that kind of streak under 20. Against Dallas, Giddey played 38 minutes and hit 7 of the 16 shots, including 3 threes. He didn't take a single free throw, which makes the stat line even cleaner. His 14 assists tied the teenage record and broke the Thunder's rookie record. And this was right after coming back from health protocols. He wasn't even the first option. Shea was out. Giddey ran the offense like a veteran. He's 6'8" with guard instincts and threw passes that most players wouldn't see, let alone try. That night, the rookie officially arrived. Most games without a technical foul. Mike Conley has played over 1,100 NBA games without picking up a single technical foul. That's not just rare, that's monastic. 17 seasons, 34,000 minutes, and not one moment of lip to the refs. It's like he's allergic to conflict. He's played for the Grizzlies, Jazz, and Timberwolves, and in all that time, never lost his cool. In 2014, he actually got hit with a technical once, but the league reviewed it and reversed the call. That's how clean his record is. Even the NBA said, nah, that can't be right. While some guys collect technicals like souvenirs, Conley's out here winning the Sportsmanship Award and the Teammate of the Year like it's his side hustle. He plays point guard, the position that yells the most, and somehow never gets whistled for attitude. Think about that. No screaming, no ejections, no fines, nothing. Just calm leadership, consistent play, and a record that'll probably outlive us all. He's basically the NBA's version of a Jedi, if Jedis could knock down clutch threes and lead quietly for 17 years straight without ever snap. Most stocks in a season. Hakeem's 282 blocks and 213 steals during the 1988-89 season gave him 495 stocks, the most ever in a single season. Nobody else has even crossed the 200 mark in both categories during one season. He did it while playing all 82 games and averaging nearly 37 minutes each night. What's wild is, he wasn't just swatting shots. He was swiping the ball like a guard. He also dropped nearly 25 points and pulled down over 13 boards a game. Career-wise, he stacked up 3,830 blocks and 2,162 steals. That's 5,992 stocks total. And yeah, that's still number 1 all time. Hakeem wasn't just a big man in the paint. His timing, footwork, and instincts on defense were just different. Total domination. Most points in a season opener. Wilt Chamberlain kicked off the 1962 season by dropping 56 points and grabbing 29 rebounds against the Detroit Pistons. That's not starting strong. That's starting like a wrecking ball to the league's collective ego. The San Francisco Warriors won that night 140-113. But really, it was just Wilt putting on a solo show with some background actors. He played all 48 minutes because of course he did. He hit 23 of 35 shots, casually connecting on 65% of his attempts while tossing in 10 of 17 free throws. The Pistons had absolutely no answers. They could have stacked themselves 3 players tall and still not slowed him down. This insane performance still holds the record for most points ever scored in a season opener. No one's sniffed it since, and Wilt was just getting warmed up. He averaged 44.8 points and 24.3 rebounds that season. That's not basketball, that's mythology. It's hard to imagine a player today even being allowed to stay on the court long enough to pull something like this off. Wilt just lived in a different universe, and he made the NBA his personal playground from night one. Lowest points willed by a team in the shot clock era. On April 10th, 1999, the Chicago Bulls scored just 49 points against the Miami Heat. 49. They shot 18 for 77, good for a catastrophic 23%. Watching that game must have felt like someone glued the lid on the basket. Miami won 82-49, and it somehow felt even worse than the score. Tim Hardaway dropped 22 points, while Alonzo Mourning added 19 and 10 rebounds. Meanwhile, Chicago's big star was Cornell David, who managed 13 points off the bench, which in that game basically made him Wilt Chamberlain. The Bulls missed everything: layups, jumpers, their will to live. They had more turnovers than field goals, with 19 cough-ups compared to 18 makes. This wasn't some playoff death match either. It was just regular season pain, post-Jordan style. The Heat's defense was brutal, but the Bulls helped by looking like they learned basketball from reading about it in a waiting room. It still stands as the lowest single-team score in the shot clock era. If misery needed a highlight reel, this game would play on an endless loop. Most games with 20 rebounds and no points. Dennis Rodman basically treated scoring like it was contagious. He had 7 games where he grabbed at least 20 rebounds without scoring a single point. 7. Most players would trip over themselves to even sniff 20 rebounds once. And here's Rodman doing it without even pretending to care about putting the ball in the hoop. He pulled this off across 2 teams, the Spurs and the Bulls. In November 1993, he snagged 25 boards against the Suns without scoring. 2 days later, he did it again, hauling in 24 against the Kings. He kept this chaos going, racking up 28 rebounds versus the Hornets, 20 against the Jazz, another 20 against the Kings, and yet another 20 against the Hornets. Just to stay interesting, he wrapped it up in 1997 with 21 rebounds against the Suns as a Bull. In some games, he took no shots at all, literally 0. In others, he tossed up 1 or 2, just enough to humor the stat sheet. And somehow, he always walked off the court, having swung the whole game with sheer rebounding and defense. No one has ever embraced a role harder. No one probably ever will. Only Finals MVP on a losing team. Jerry West somehow pulled off one of the wildest feats in NBA history, winning Finals MVP even though his Lakers lost to the Celtics. Back in 1969, the Lakers had a powerhouse squad with West, Wilt Chamberlain, and Elgin Baylor. But Boston still crushed their dreams in a brutal 7-game series. West went absolutely ballistic, averaging almost 38 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists per game. He played about 46 minutes each night, which sounds fake, but it happened. In Game 7, the guy racked up a monster triple-double with 42 points, 13 boards, and 12 assists. Even though the Lakers lost by just 2 points, West was a one-man wrecking crew. The media gave him 7 out of 9 MVP votes, because frankly, no one on Boston could match that kind of firepower. Bill Russell locked down the defense as usual, but offensively, it was West's show. His shooting numbers were ridiculous too, hitting almost 50% from the field and more than 80% from the free throw line. No player since has snagged Finals MVP without winning the title, making West's record a lonely badge of bittersweet greatness. Most career charges drawn. Kyle Lowry owns the record for the most charges drawn since the NBA started keeping track in the 2000 to 2001 season. He's at 282 charges. He passed Erson, who finished with 251 charges, and kept on trucking until he hit 282. That is a whole lot of falling down with style. Lowry's best season was 2017 to 2018, when he drew 42 charges for the Toronto Raptors. He also managed 36 charges back in 2013 to 2014, 34 in the weird bubble season of 2019 to 2020, and another 36 just recently in 2022 to 2023. The man basically sees an opponent coming and thinks, yes, it's time to collapse dramatically. His timing and positioning are pure art, and it's not just for show either. Those charges kill fast breaks, steal momentum, and totally fire up his team when the offense is about to roll. Lowry's never been the flashiest player, but taking charges is like his secret superhero move. He's built a legacy on hustle and bruises, not highlights, which honestly makes it even more impressive. Fewest fast break points in a game. The January 19th, 2004 showdown between the Pistons and Spurs might be the closest thing to watching two brick walls trying to outstare each other. Detroit won it 85-77, but nobody left that building raving about the offense. The most infamous detail? A claim that the game only featured 4 total fast break points. That number isn't officially confirmed, but based on everything that happened or didn't, it checks out. Both teams played defense like it was their religion. The Pistons were anchored by Ben Wallace, while the Spurs had Tim Duncan swatting anything within 10 feet of the rim. This was a classic grindfest. The pace hovered somewhere around 85 to 90 possessions, slower than the season average. Both teams made around 40% of their shots and combined for over 60 turnovers, though that number might be inflated. Still, the chaos didn't lead to transition buckets. It just led to more half-court slogging. The Spurs hit only 5 of 11 free throws. The Pistons, shockingly, managed to drain nearly half their threes. That might have been the closest thing to a highlight. This game wasn't fun. It was a masterclass in patience and pain tolerance. Basketball's answer to a staring contest. Most missed field goals in a playoff game. Joe Folks holds a record that absolutely no one is trying to break. 38 missed field goals in a single playoff game. This happened all the way back in Game 4 of the 1948 BAA semifinals, when his Philadelphia Warriors got flattened by the St. Louis Bombers. The final score was 84-46. And yes, Folks still scored 21 points. That means he basically carried the offense while also personally dragging it into the abyss. He went 8 for 46 from the field, which is a field goal percentage of 17.4. Brutal. He also threw in 5 free throws, 8 rebounds, and played 46 minutes, which just feels like cruel and unusual punishment for everyone involved. This was early pro basketball, so the game was different, more chaotic, less polished, and definitely more forgiving when it came to shot selection. Folks was known for pioneering the jump shot, but on that night, the rim was having none of it. His shooting style was ahead of its time, but efficiency clearly was not. Still, it shows how different eras measured greatness. Today, that stat line would get someone benched into retirement. Back then, it just made history. Most combined rebounds and assists in a game. Wilt Chamberlain pulled off something absurd on November 24th, 1960. He grabbed 55 rebounds and tossed in 4 assists against the Celtics, putting him at 59 combined. Nobody's topped it since. And at this rate, nobody's going to. This was not some throwaway blowout either. It was a slugfest between the Philadelphia Warriors and the Boston Celtics. And even though the Warriors lost by 3, Chamberlain looked like he was auditioning to play all 5 positions. He scored 34 points, played all 48 minutes, and took 43 shots. Basically, he was busy. The rebounding stat alone is ridiculous. He shattered Bill Russell's short-lived record of 51, doing it right in front of him. That's like breaking someone's high score while they're watching you do it. Wilt was out there swallowing rebounds like they owed him money. And yeah, the shooting was inefficient. 15 for 43 from the field and 4 for 10 at the line. But when you're rebounding everything in sight, it kind of balances out. This game was a perfect example of Wilt's brand of chaos. He didn't just dominate, he distorted the game around him. 59 combined rebounds and assists is a record built out of pure force. Most turnovers without scoring. On January 10th, 1981, John Lucas pulled off a stat line so bizarre, it's still sitting all alone in the NBA record books. Playing for the Houston Rockets against the Detroit Pistons, Lucas managed to rack up 9 turnovers without scoring a single point. He played 30 minutes, went 0 for 4 from the field, didn't even attempt a free throw, and yet still found time to lose the ball 9 times. That's a full possession of chaos every 3 minutes. The Rockets lost that game by just 3, 117-114. And let's just say Lucas's giveaway spree did not help the cause. To his credit, he did drop 6 assists and grabbed 4 rebounds, so it wasn't a total ghost performance. But that turnover column is louder than anything else on the box score. This is one of those weird records that pops up when a guy just has the worst timing possible with the ball. Lucas was no scrub either. Over his career, he averaged over 10 points and 7 assists a game. But on that night, everything went sideways. No points, no free throws, and a whole lot of my bad. Still unmatched, still strange. Most career 5x5 games. The 5x5 stat line might as well be named after Hakeem at this point. Out of the 23 total 5x5 games in NBA history, Hakeem owned 6 of them all by himself. That is more than a quarter of every 5x5 ever recorded. And the rest of the league looks like it barely got the memo. Only 2 other players have even had more than one. Andrei Kirilenko pulled off 3, and Victor Wembanyama has squeezed in 2 so far. Everyone else, 1 or none. But Hakeem did not just stack a few nice games and call it a day. He went nuclear. He's the only player ever to record a triple-double inside of a 5x5, and he did it multiple times, like it was just another Tuesday. He even flirted with an outrageous 5x5 quadruple-double once, because apparently regular historical achievements were just too boring for him. Getting a 5x5 means at least 5 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 steals, and 5 blocks all in one game. For most players, managing 5 steals without getting benched for hacking is an achievement. For Hakeem, it was just another night of being absolutely ridiculous on both sides of the ball. Dennis Rodman, the guy didn't just break the rules. He went on a full-blown tour of destruction across the league. He piled up over 200 technical fouls, landing 5th all-time, and somehow squeezed in 17 of them over just 13 playoff games in 1997. 4 ejections in that span? That's not basketball, that's chaos with a jersey. And he didn't stop at yelling. He straight up headbutted a referee, took off his jersey, and trashed a cooler, which got him 6 games off and a $20,000 fine. That alone would have sent most players packing. Not Rodman. He once kicked a cameraman after tripping, earning 11 games off and a $200,000 settlement. The man had a whole incident just for flipping off a ref. His mouth? Nonstop. His flagrant foul on John Stockton got him suspended in the playoffs. And then there's Hacker Rodman. Teams fouled him on purpose, betting on his awful free throw shooting. One night, he hit 9 out of 12. Oops, but all of it. Every ejection, every rant, every kick wasn't just reckless. It was deliberate. Rodman didn't flirt with the line. He lived across it, making the league respond to him over and over again. Dwight Howard. The numbers don't lie, and his record's full of rule-breaking moments that kept piling up. He led the league with 18 technical fouls in 2 separate seasons, triggering 1-game suspensions both times. He's also got a habit of standing around at the free throw line, so much that he got whistled for 10-second violations multiple times and even got suspended for it. Then there was the arm contact with a ref in 2016. Cost him a game, no debate there. He elbowed Samuel D'Alembert during the playoffs and got benched again. Collected enough flagrant foul points in 2015 to earn yet another suspension. And those hostile gestures, his arm flailed into Nurkic, and that earned him a technical, because of course it did. He's racked up goaltends, offensive fouls, 3-second violations, and even stepped out of bounds more than anyone else. Plus, he holds the record for most free throw attempts in a single game, 39, twice. And 17 ejections? That's the 3rd most in league history. The league responded each time with penalties and suspensions, because Howard didn't just bend the rules, he kept breaking them like it was routine. Rajon Rondo. He didn't just collect technicals, he made them part of his game plan. Back in 2012, he flipped the ball at a ref, got ejected, and served 2 games off. That same year, he ended up in a fight against the Nets, jumped into the stands, and picked up another 2-game suspension. Then came the Mexico City mess in 2015. He got ejected, then chased down a ref while hurling slurs. 1-game suspension, plus a serious stain on his career. And the brawl with Chris Paul in 2018, he spat on him, threw punches, and the league handed him 3 games to think about it, but he still didn't learn. In 2019, he stuck his leg into Dennis Schroeder's groin, mouthed off at an official, got tossed, and paid $35,000 for that combo. Add that to over $200,000 in fines from previous seasons, and you've got a pattern. Rondo wasn't impulsive, he was consistent. Ball tossing, fighting, name calling, it all showed up again and again. The league cracked down with fines and suspensions, but Rondo kept showing he had no interest in following rules, especially when he thought the refs were wrong. By the way, if you guys want to subscribe, I'm going to be posting every day. Thanks. Anyways, Mario Chalmers. His list of rule breaking starts before his rookie year even kicked off. Back in 2008, he and a teammate ignored a fire alarm during rookie camp and got caught with women in the room and the smell of marijuana. That cost him $20,000. Fast forward to 2013. He struck Blake Griffin in the throat with a forearm and got fined $15,000. A week later, he elbowed Dirk Nowitzki in the face, earning a flagrant 2, an ejection, and a 1-game suspension that cost him over $36,000. In 2014, he picked up a flopping warning against the Hawks. Things didn't calm down. In 2015, he racked up multiple technical fouls, including 1 game where he literally asked for a second tech and got tossed. Then in 2016, he elbowed Sasha Vujacic in the neck during a scramble, picked up another flagrant 2, and got ejected. Chalmers had a knack for careless fouls, techs, and even trying to work the officials with exaggerated reactions. The pattern's clear. Whether it was preseason conduct, flagrant foul, or interactions with refs, he racked up fines, suspensions, and ejections like they were part of his stat line. Josh Jackson. The list kicks off fast. Back in 2017, during a game against the Clippers, he turned toward a fan, made a hand gesture, and followed it with profanity. That charming moment cost him $35,000. It wasn't a one-time slip. In a matchup between the Suns and Raptors, he shoved Chris hard enough to earn a flagrant one and got himself ejected. Not subtle. And it didn't start in the NBA. At Kansas, in March 2017, he got suspended for one game after an inattentive driving incident, mainly because he didn't tell his coach about it. Smart move, but the bigger red flag came earlier, in December 2016, when he allegedly threatened a player from the Kansas women's team, saying he'd beat her. That led to a court summons. So yeah, on the court there's the fouls, the fines, the ejections. Off the court, legal trouble, internal suspensions, and a pattern of hostility that clearly followed him from college to the league. The guy's resume isn't just buckets and stats. It's full of shoves, threats, and missed chances to avoid unnecessary conflict. The league fined him, Kansas benched him, and the pattern still stuck. DeMarcus Cousins. Since his rookie year in 2010, the guy has led the league in technicals and ejections like it's a personal challenge. 77 technicals, 10 ejections, and 6 suspensions. 5 from the league, 1 from his own team. He got suspended in both 2016 and 2017 after hitting that magic number of 16 technicals. That 2017 season also included a $25,000 fine for flipping off fans after a win. In 2014, he threw a punch at Patrick Beverley, shouted down officials, and got suspended and fined $20,000. And who could forget the reversed ejection in 2016 for spitting his mouthpiece during a 55-point game? The list keeps going. He got fined for cursing out a fan in 2017, suspended by his own team after raging at Coach George Karl, and most recently, June 2025, got ejected in Puerto Rico after lunging at fans, throwing gestures, maybe even punches, before police stepped in. Now the league, there's reviewing it, but his season's basically done. Cousins didn't just break rules, he stacked them like a cheese. Fines, fights, fan clashes, and suspensions were just part of the DeMarcus Cousins experience. Ty Lawson. Unlike most players in this series, Lawson's rule breaking didn't happen on the court. It happened behind the wheel. In December 2015, the NBA suspended him 2 games without pay after he pleaded guilty to driving while impaired and a lane violation that stemmed from a January arrest in Denver. That wasn't his only trip to court. Just a few weeks later, in January 2016, he picked up another 3-game suspension, this time for a separate DUI arrest in California from the previous summer. Back in August 2013, he was hit with criminal charges in Colorado for harassment and mischief. But that incident didn't lead to league punishment. Then in March 2017, legal trouble followed him again. Probation violations connected to the earlier DUI cases. While his legal track record turned into a mess, Lawson somehow never caught a single technical, ejection, or flagrant foul across his NBA career. Every fine, every suspension, every hit to his playing time came from courtroom, not basketball courts. His off-court decisions, not his play style, are what got him sidelined. Tony Allen, known for locking down the league's best scorers, but he didn't always play by the book. Back in November 2013, he straight up kicked Chris Paul in the face. That earned him a flagrant 2, an ejection, and a 1-game suspension without pay. The man's foot got more airtime than some players' jump shot. And a few months earlier, in the Western Conference Finals, he got fined $5,000 for flopping against San Antonio. The league didn't buy the act. Then there's October 2013, when he got into it with his own teammate, Nick Calathes, during practice. The Grizzlies suspended him for 1 game for that little encounter. Team rules violation. So yeah, Tony Allen brought the intensity, but sometimes it exploded in the wrong direction. Between the kick, the flop, and the locker room scuffle, he showed that even elite defenders can cross the line. His style was tough, sometimes too tough, and the league and his own team had to step in more than once to keep it in check. Kevin Porter Jr. His career's been stacked, with more off-court problems than stat sheets. Back in November 2019, he got suspended 1 game after making contact with a ref while playing for Cleveland. That was his first official league punishment. Then, in April 2021, he picked up a $50,000 fine for breaking COVID protocol while with Houston. Fast forward to January 1st, 2022, he got into it with assistant coach John Lucas during halftime, threw something in the locker room, and straight up left the arena before the game was over. The team hit him with another 1-game suspension. Legal issues? He had a car crash in November 2020, where police found a gun and marijuana. The charges didn't stick, but the incident made headlines. Then the biggest one came in September 2023. He was arrested for assaulting his girlfriend. In January 2024, he pled guilty to assault and harassment. Part of his plea deal includes a 26-week intervention program the NBA's investigating, and he's already been barred from team activities. None of these were minor slip-ups. They were serious enough to stop his season cold and put his future in doubt. And it's now the offseason, and while you're waiting on free agency and trades, now's the perfect time to focus on your health. That's where Factor comes in. Factor is helping me stay on track with ready-to-eat meals that take just 2 minutes. No prep, no cleanup. I've been loving the garlic herb chicken and the chili lime pork chop. Super flavorful, super easy. Instead of wasting time cooking or grabbing fast food, I can stay focused on hoops and content. Factor delivers fresh, not frozen, meals straight to your door. And they actually taste amazing. They've got over 45 options every week, so you'll never get bored. Whether you're bulking, cutting, or just trying to eat better, you can choose from Calorie Smart, Protein Plus, Keto, or even vegan meals. And it's not just dinners. They've got breakfasts, lunches, snacks, and desserts too. Everything you need to power through your day without wasting time. Get started at factormeals.com/modernjam50 off and use code modernjam50 off to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. That's code modernjam50 off at factormeals.com/modernjam50 off for 50% off plus free shipping. Thank you to Factor for the sponsor. West. The list starts wild. Back in September 2009, he was pulled over while riding a 3-wheeled motorcycle carrying a pistol, a revolver, and a shotgun stuffed into a guitar case. He pled guilty, and the NBA suspended him 10 games to start the 2010 season. Fast forward to January 2011. He got into a locker room fight with teammate Von Weifer. The team handled that internally, but it wasn't exactly low-key. Then in April 2012, he poked Gordon Hayward in the ear during a game. Yes, a full-on wet willy, and got slapped with a $25,000 fine for conduct detrimental to the game. That same year, the Mavericks suspended him twice during the preseason for violating team rules before waiving him altogether. Off the court, things unraveled fast. He's had arrests for firearm possession, resisting arrest, trespassing, and more than one mental health episode caught on video. In June 2024, he was revived with Narcan after fleeing police. Despite talent and flashes of brilliance, his career was dragged down by off-court chaos and a series of decisions that led to fines, suspensions, and now, unfortunately, more headlines than highlights. Joakim Noah. His name doesn't pop up often in suspension log, but when it does, it's not subtle. On February 3rd, 2014, he got ejected from a Bulls-Kings game after picking up a second technical foul. Why? He absolutely unloaded on the officials, dropping a verbal storm of profanity. The NBA hit him with a $15,000 fine for verbally abusing the refs. Then in March 2017, things got more serious. While playing for the Knicks, Noah tested positive for a banned supplement, an anti-drug policy violation. The result? A 20-game suspension. That penalty spanned the end of the 2016 season and rolled over into the start of the next one. That's it. No physical altercations, no flagrant fouls, no drama-filled ejections beyond that one meltdown in Sacramento. Just one fiery sideline moment and one major off-court misstep with the league's drug policy. Compared to some of the other rule benders out there, Noah's list is short. But when he messed up, the league made sure it counted. Hassan Whiteside. His highlight reels come with an asterisk, usually in the form of a suspension. Back on March 9th, 2015, he elbowed Kelly Olynyk in the head and got tossed. The league followed up with a 1-game suspension. That same month, he tangled with Alex Len. After dunking on him multiple times, Whiteside tackled him. Yes, tackled, and both were ejected. He also got fined $15,000 for that stunt. Fast forward to February 9th, 2016, and he did it again. This time, he elbowed Boban in the head during a rebound. Another flagrant 2, another ejection, another 1-game suspension. At that point, he'd already racked up around $40,000 in fines. His Heat teammates and coaches were vocal about the problem. Too many outbursts, not enough control. None of this was a fluke. The pattern was clear. Aggressive contact, retaliatory fouls, and repeated disregard for league conduct. Whiteside didn't just commit fouls. He committed the kind that get you sent home early and dock pay. The NBA and Miami had to respond each time because he kept pushing it past the line. Marcus Smart. The man plays with intensity, and sometimes that spills straight into the league's fine department. Back on March 21st, 2015, he got suspended 1 game for striking Matt Bonner in the groin. A few months later, in April 2016, the league fined him $5,000 for flopping against Atlanta. And then the gestures. Oh boy. In March 2016, he flipped off fans during a game against New York. That cost him $15,000. A year later, he did it again in a playoff game against Chicago and got hit with a $25,000 Bobby Portis. It all started back in October 2017 when he punched teammate Nikola Mirotic during a Bulls practice, breaking his face and earning an 8-game internal suspension. Mirotic missed weeks, Portis missed games, and the team dealt with the fallout. Fast forward to April 2024, and during a playoff game against Indiana, Portis slapped Andrew Nembhard after the whistle. He got tossed immediately. That would have been a headline by itself, if not for what came next. In February 2025, he tested positive for tramadol, a banned opioid. The league handed him a 25-game suspension, and he forfeited nearly $2.9 million. He claimed it was a mistake, that he thought it was Toradol. Whether true or not, the league didn't care. Toss in regular fines for technicals, including at least $2,000 in one playoff series alone, and you've got a pattern. Portis has repeatedly crossed lines, fighting a teammate, losing control in critical playoff moments, and now violating the drug policy. He's not just physical on the court, he's been disciplinary bait for years. Between suspensions, fines, and one serious policy breach, his track record's loud and very expensive. Andre Miller, on December 5th, 2010, during a game against the Clippers, he delivered a dangerous blindsided hit to Blake Griffin, driving him into the basket stanchion with no play on the ball. It wasn't a tangle or a heat-of-the-moment foul. It was calculated, excessive, and completely outside the flow of the game. The NBA reviewed the incident and classified it as a flagrant foul 2, the highest level of in-game violence, short of an outright fight. Miller was suspended 1 game without pay. The contact sent a message, not just to Griffin, but to anyone watching, that retaliation could come without warning. The force and intent made it a clear example of behavior the league punishes hard. There was no ambiguity in the tape, it was targeted and dangerous, and the league responded accordingly. No excuses, no justifications. That play crossed the line into unacceptable territory, and Miller paid the price with a suspension and league-wide scrutiny for the deliberate and violent act. Stephon Marbury, in late 2007, while still with the Knicks, he skipped a road game without permission and got hit with a fine equal to 1 full game check, around $182,000. That same month, the Knicks told him to stay away from all team activities entirely. Not a suspension, but a clear sign the organization had enough. Years later in China's CBA, things didn't exactly mellow out. In the 2015 season, he was ejected for aggressively harassing an opposing player. Technical foul, then tossed. In another CBA game, he tried to punch an opponent and chaos broke out. Fans started throwing things, and Marbury got booted again. Back in the US, he didn't keep things clean off the court either. He served 10 days in jail for a DUI after driving at excessive speeds with a blood alcohol level over twice the legal limit. And in federal court, he admitted to misconduct involving a team intern after a strip club outing. No criminal penalty, but legally recorded. Whether it was with the Knicks, overseas, or off the court entirely, Marbury repeatedly crossed lines, racking up fines, ejection, legal consequences, and team-imposed restrictions along the way. Reggie Evans, the moment that stamped his name into league history, May 1st, 2006. In a playoff game against the Clippers, he grabbed Chris Kaman in the groin. Yes, grabbed, and the league called it a flagrant foul 2. He was fined $10,000 for that unnecessary and excessive act. Then came March 30th, 2012. Evans, while with the Clippers, made an obscene gesture during a game and got tagged with a $25,000 fine. 2 months later, in Game 6 of the playoffs, he earned a technical foul and ejection for high-fiving a teammate during live play. No shouting, no taunting, just a high five the refs didn't like. He also became the first player ever fined under the NBA's flopping rule in November 2012. That one cost him $5,000 after a warning, and there's video of him getting ejected for throwing his headband in frustration around that same time. The exact game's fuzzy, but the tech and walk-off weren't. Whether it was bizarre fouls, fines for flopping, or a rogue headband toss, Evans found ways to cross lines that the league couldn't ignore. Draymond Green. By March 2024, he had over 200 technical fouls and 21 ejections, ranking second all-time. Just in the 2025 playoffs alone, he's already stacked 5 technicals and 2 flagrant fouls. The league warned he's just 1 tech, or flagrant, from another automatic suspension. In Game 2 against Minnesota, he elbowed Naz Reid, got hit with a tech, and then went off, cussing out the refs and accusing them of having no integrity. That rant cost him $50,000. But this wasn't new. In November 2023, he put Rudy Gobert in a chokehold and got suspended 5 games. A month later, he struck Jusuf Nurkic in the face and got an indefinite suspension, 12 games total. In the 2023 playoffs, he stomped on Domantas Sabonis and missed a game. And in October 2022, he punched teammate Jordan Poole at practice. Team fined him. Between texts, taunts, suspensions, and fights, the pattern's relentless. The leagues punished him over and over again, with escalating suspensions and fines reaching up to $50,000 per incident. Green doesn't toe the line. He crushes it, and the league keeps cashing the bill. Rasheed Wallace. He set the single-season record with 41 technical fouls in the 2001 season, forcing the NBA to later adjust its rules. He racked up 317 technicals in his career and holds the all-time record with 29 ejections. In January 2003, he was suspended 7 games, one of the longest non-drug-related bans in NBA history, after threatening referee Tim Donaghy off the court. Earlier in April 2001, he got suspended 1 game for throwing a towel at teammate Sabonis. 2 days later, he was fined $10,000 for dodging media obligations. That same year, he was fined $15,000 for trying to enter the stands. And the league later fined him and the team over $30,000 more for repeated media violations. In March and April 2007, he picked up his 16th and 18th technical fouls of the season, triggering 2 separate one-game suspensions. Over time, Wallace got fined over $280,000 for things like criticizing refs, throwing towels into the crowd, elbowing opponents, and repeated outbursts. The league responded constantly with fines, suspensions, and rule changes because Wallace refused to dial back his confrontational style. Vernon Maxwell. This guy didn't just push boundaries. He sprinted through them with no intention of slowing down. Back in February of 1995, during a game between Houston and Portland, he actually ran into the stands and punched a fan. Not a shove, a full-on punch. He said it was because the guy heckled him about his daughter, which, yeah, crossed the line, but the league hit him back hard. He got ejected, slapped with a 10-game suspension without pay, and fined $20,000. That was the biggest fine the league had ever handed out at the time. Then in March of 1997, while with San Antonio, Maxwell got himself suspended again, this time by his own team, for making inappropriate gestures toward fans. And that wasn't a one-time thing. His whole career was sprinkled with technicals and ejections. He had this wild, confrontational defense style that never dialed down. Refs, fans, teammates, everyone felt that heat. He didn't care. Meta World Peace. This guy rewrote the handbook on rule breaking in the NBA. Across 16 seasons, he piled up over 300 technical fouls, making him one of the league's most penalized players ever. And it wasn't just the whistles. He got ejected so often, it started to feel like part of his pregame ritual. But nothing tops what happened in November of 2004. That night in Detroit turned into pure chaos when he charged into the crowd and started swinging at a fan. The league responded with the longest suspension in NBA history, 86 games. Not long after that, in 2007, he picked up a 7-game suspension after a domestic violence charge, following a no-contest plea. Then in 2012, he elbowed James Harden right in the head during a dunk celebration. It was brutal enough to knock Harden out with concussion-like symptoms and earned him another 7 games off without pay. His pattern was clear: battles with refs, fans, opponents, even himself. The league kept handing down punishments, and he kept showing up like nothing happened. Allen Iverson. The man didn't just bend rules. He folded, stapled, and threw them in a casino trash can. In January of 2007, he was ejected for picking up 2 technicals and fined $25,000 after verbally torching referee Steve Javey. That wasn't a first either. He even got tossed from an exhibition game once for arguing. Then there's the time he got hit with a technical just for taunting the crowd. And of course, there's the infamous practice rant from 2002. Yeah, the one that pretty much forced the league to rethink how players deal with the media. But his rule breaking wasn't limited to hardwood. In 1993, he was convicted of felony maiming during a bowling alley brawl, then pardoned later. In 1997, he got nailed for DUI and carrying a weapon. He was banned from a casino in 2004 after urinating in a trash can. In the next year, he refused to give back $10,000 in chips. From court violations to casino chaos, Iverson stayed in the headlines for the wildest reasons, and it wasn't always about basketball. Latrell Sprewell. This one's legendary for all the wrong reasons. In December of 1997, at a Warriors practice, he choked Coach PJ Carlesimo for several seconds, left, then came back and punched him. The league suspended him for the rest of the season, which came out to 82 games, but that got knocked down to 68 after arbitration. He still lost over $6 million and had his contract voided, though later reinstated with about $16 million recovered. While suspended, he crashed his car going 90 miles per hour and injured 2 people. That earned him a reckless driving charge, house arrest for 3 months, and a 10-game NBA suspension. But this behavior didn't just pop up in '97. In 1993, he fought Byron Houston at practice. And in 1995, he threatened Jerome Kersey with a 2x4 and a gun. The league didn't punish those earlier ones, but they're part of his history. The choking incident was his biggest hit to career and cash, and still stands as one of the longest suspensions ever handed out in league history. Nick Van Exel. The guy didn't just rack up technicals, he straight up shoved a referee. In April of 1996, after getting hit with a second technical in a game against Denver, he lost. He followed Ron Garretson to the scorer's table and gave him a forearm shove. That earned him a quick ejection, a 7-game suspension, and a massive fine, around $187,000. That season alone, he'd already picked up 10 technical fouls, so this wasn't exactly out of nowhere. The league had been watching. Fast forward to 2001, and he was fined $10,000 for criticizing the refs again. Then in 2003, while with Dallas, he dropped some more verbal abuse and got fined another $20,000. It was a pattern, fiery attitude on the court, constant friction with officials, and no hesitation crossing the line. That shove in '96 was the peak of it all, but the tension had been bubbling long before that moment. Kevin Garnett, one of the most intense players ever, and that intensity got him in trouble more than once. In January of 2015, while playing for Brooklyn, he straight up headbutted Dwight Howard during a game. He picked up 2 technicals and got tossed, then hit with a 1-game suspension. But that wasn't new for Garnett. Back in November of 2008, he smacked Andrew Bogut in the face and got himself suspended again. Then there's the pattern. He racked up 172 technical fouls over his career, putting him in the top 10 all time. The guy practically lived on the edge of getting ejected. One of his most well-known meltdowns came during a fight with Quentin Richardson, where he got 2 techs, one for taunting and another for throwing an elbow. His suspensions were all tied to physical contact, never for off-court behavior or policy stuff. Just raw emotion, flaring up mid-game, over and over. He never really dialed it back either, just kept bringing that same energy until the whistle blew. Matt Barnes. This guy turned fines into a hobby. In November of 2013, he got ejected after shoving Serge Ibaka, dragged his feet leaving the court, then fired off a profanity-filled tweet. The league hit him with a $25,000 fine. A year later, he kicked a water bottle into the crowd and cussed out fans. Another $25,000. Then in January of 2015, more foul language, more fans. And surprise, another $25,000. He really stepped it up in the playoffs by yelling something at James Harden's mom and got slammed with a $50,000 fine. Off the court, things weren't calmer. He confronted Derek Fisher in 2015 and got suspended 2 games, losing $64,000. A few months later, he made a violence is sometimes the answer remark and paid $35,000 for it. Then in March of 2016, he got tossed and tried to go after John Henson in the locker room. 1-game suspension, threats, profanity, locker room charges. Barnes was like a walking technical foul waiting to happen. Isaiah Ryder. This guy had talent, but his resume reads like a suspension checklist. In early 1997, he pleaded no contest to marijuana possession and owning an illegal modified cell phone. The NBA hit him with a 2-game suspension, and Portland fined him $1,000 for skipping practice after that. Then in March of 1999, he got a 1-game suspension after leaving the bench and stepping into the stands during a game against Golden State. Fast forward to March of 2001, and he was suspended 5 games for violating the league's anti-drug program while with the Lakers. But the off-court drama was just as strong. During the 1999 to 2000 season, the Hawks suspended him multiple times for being late. The final straw came in March of 2000 when he showed up 10 minutes late before a game in Boston. He refused the team's 3-game suspension and got released outright. Between the drugs, phones, late arrivals, and fan incidents, Ryder's career became more about conflict than consistency. The league responded with suspensions, the teams got fed up, and Ryder never stopped testing the limits. Kenyon Martin. If there was a fine or suspension out there, he probably flirted with it. Back in January of 2002, while playing for the Nets, he punched Tracy McGrady and picked up a flagrant foul. The league suspended him for 2 games. Just a couple months later in March, he elbowed Sharif Abdur-Rahim in the head and earned himself another 2-game suspension. Then came April of 2008. He racked up his 5th flagrant foul point of the season after striking Boris Diaw in the face, triggering an automatic 1-game suspension. That flagrant point system, he pushed it to the limit. Off the ball, his mouth got him in trouble too. In November of 2008, he got ejected in Cleveland and followed it up with a verbal barrage toward the ref. He refused to leave the court quickly and got fined $20,000. And in January of 2010, he did it again, got ejected, and picked up a $35,000 fine. Punches, elbows, ref confrontations. Martin built a reputation as a hard-nosed enforcer. But the league wasn't handing out compliments. They handed out penalties. Tyreek Evans. He didn't have a long list of incidents, but when he messed up, he went big. Back in August of 2010, he pled no contest to reckless driving after flying down a California freeway at speeds between 120 and 130 miles per hour. The NBA hit him with a one-game suspension to start the season, and the court made him complete community service and attend a teen driving program. But the real bombshell came in May of 2019. The league dropped the hammer and dismissed him entirely for violating the anti-drug policy. That wasn't a slap on the wrist. It was a multi-year ban under the policy's second stage, reserved for serious violations involving drugs of abuse. He was completely disqualified from league activity. After sitting out for the full required term, he was officially reinstated on February 14th, 2022. No other ejections, no public outbursts, just two big disciplinary events. One from a car, the other from a banned substance list, and both hit hard enough to leave a mark. Gilbert Arenas. If you're building a list of the most chaotic NBA moments, his name is carved into it. On December 24th, 2009, he brought multiple unloaded guns into the Wizards' locker room, violating team policy, league rules, and DC law all in one move. Things escalated when he and teammate Javaris Crittenton drew guns on each other during a gambling argument. A few days later, Arenas decided to pantomime shooting his teammates during pregame introduction. That brilliant move got him suspended indefinitely without pay by the league on January 6th. The situation kept unraveling, and eventually, the NBA banned him for the rest of the season, 50 games total. Legally, he pleaded guilty to carrying an unlicensed gun and was sentenced to 30 days in a halfway house, along with probation. This incident became one of the harshest internal misconduct cases in NBA history. His suspension was massive, his team imploded mid-season, and his reputation took a nosedive he never recovered from. Guns, jokes, and a total career meltdown. Steven Jackson. This guy's suspension list reads like an angry greatest hits album. It all started with the Malice at the Palace in November of 2004. He didn't just leave the bench. He went full action movie into the stands. The league suspended him for 30 games without pay, and the fallout included probation, fines, and community service. Then in July of 2007, he pleaded guilty to firing a gun outside a strip club. The NBA handed him a 7-game suspension. Fast forward to March of 2009, and he picked up his 16th technical foul of the season, triggering an automatic 1-game ban. That same year, in September, he publicly demanded a trade and got fined $25,000 for it. Then came the tech storm, 13 technicals, during the 2009-10 season, with fines and lost salary totaling around $180,000. Jackson wasn't just emotional, he was expensive. Whether it was fighting, firing weapons, or fighting refs with his mouth, the league never had to guess what kind of day he was having. They just had to get the suspension form ready. Blatch. This guy couldn't seem to stay out of his own way. In November of 2013, he got fined $15,000 for making an obscene gesture during a game against Miami. But before that, in January of 2010, he was fined $10,000 by the Wizards for taking part in Gilbert Arenas' now infamous finger gun routine. Back in August of 2007, Blatch was arrested for solicitation of prostitution after approaching an undercover cop. He dodged charges by completing a court-mandated seminar. Less than a year later, in June of 2008, he got nailed again, this time for reckless driving and driving on a suspended license in Virginia. In January of 2013, he was questioned in a sexual assault case at a hotel in Philadelphia, but no charges were filed, and it didn't stop in the NBA. In July of 2018, while playing internationally, Blatcher was hit with a 3-game suspension for his role in a massive on-court brawl against Australia. Legal issues, league fines, and an international suspension. Blatcher's career had more flags than a penalty montage. James Bouknight. In December of 2023, he picked up a technical foul during a Hornets game and got hit with a $2,000 fine. That's his only official NBA discipline to date. But rewind to March of 2021, and things got weird at a UConn game. He wasn't even playing, he was a spectator, and still managed to get ejected for stepping onto the court and chirping at players. Not illegal, just dumb. Then in October of 2022, he hit a more serious note. Bouknight was found passed out in a parking deck behind the wheel with a gun in the car. He was arrested for driving while intoxicated, released on bond, and sentenced to 1 year of probation. No NBA suspension came from that incident, but it definitely raised eyebrows. Overall, just a fine, an ejection as a fan, and a DWI arrest. Not the worst list, but not great either. Ben Gordon. During his playing career, he mostly kept it clean. He had technical fouls and at least one ejection, but the league never suspended or fined him for anything serious. That all changed after retiring. In June of 2017, he got arrested for pulling a fire alarm in his apartment complex. 4 months later, he was taken in for a psychiatric evaluation after an altercation with a woman in New York. Then in November, he allegedly punched his apartment manager, pulled a knife, and stole a security deposit, got arrested, and released on $50,000 bail. Things didn't calm down. In October of 2022, he was arrested at LaGuardia Airport after allegedly hitting his son, who already had a protection order in place. By December, he was detained again after reportedly trying to stab people with sewing needles. And in April of 2023, he was arrested for threatening juice shop employees with a knife. Gordon's post-NBA life spiraled into a string of legal trouble and dangerous behavior, underscored by his public disclosure of mental health struggles. The league may not have disciplined him, but the courts sure have. Kevin Durant. He spent 9 years with the same franchise, going from Seattle to Oklahoma City, and during that time, he wasn't just another player. He was the guy. He racked up scoring titles, took home an MVP, and even led them to the NBA Finals. They made 4 Western Conference Finals appearances, and he averaged nearly 28 points per game through 641 games. That's not just tenure, that's full-on investment. Fans embraced him. He called the city home. Then, after being 1 win away from the finals in 2016, he left. Not just left, he went to Golden State. Yes, that Golden State. The same team that had just knocked Oklahoma City out after coming back from being down 3-1. The same team that won 73 games that season. The best regular season team ever, and already loaded with 2 MVPs and 4 All-Stars. It wasn't like they needed help. His decision dropped on July 4th because nothing says fireworks like detonating the soul of a franchise. 2 years, $54 million, with a player option. And just like that, Oklahoma City was cooked. The Warriors, they let go of Harrison Barnes and Andrew Bogut just to fit him in. Oh, and by the way, the players had been recruiting him all year. Even Jerry West jumped in with a heartfelt pitch about losing in the finals. It worked. Fans weren't just upset, they were scorched. Jerseys were burned. Boos echoed through the arena when he came back. And Westbrook, he didn't even know about it until it happened. That's cold. Then Westbrook signed an extension just weeks later. Loyalty on full display, even if it felt like a solo act by then. And once Durant got to Golden State, the results were brutal. They went 67-15, led the league in offense, and won the title. Durant averaged 25 points on nearly 54% shooting and won Finals MVP. Meanwhile, Oklahoma City fell off. They won 8 fewer games and crashed out in the first round. Westbrook had to do everything, averaging a triple-double just to keep the team breathing. Fans saw it as taking the easy road. He joined the most stacked team ever, while Oklahoma City had been so close to winning. And no, it wasn't like LeBron in 2010. Miami wasn't a proven dynasty. Golden State already was. Durant said it was about fit, about growing as a player, about finding a style that suited him. But the result was a super team wrecking the league and a fan base left holding emotional baggage. Even now, years later, the backlash hasn't fully faded. LeBron James, he spent 7 years carrying Cleveland, a team that hadn't won anything since forever and still managed to drag them to 5 straight playoff runs. He got them to the finals in 2007 at just 22. He won back-to-back MVPs in 2009 and 2010. By the time he left, he had every franchise record that mattered, averaging nearly 28 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists across 548 games. He was born in Akron, less than an hour from Cleveland. People didn't just watch him play, they believed he was going to break the curse. Then, after the Cavs finished with the best record in the league in 2010 and still failed to make the finals, he was done. He didn't call, didn't text, didn't send a raven. He went on live television in front of almost 10 million people and said he was taking his talents to South Beach. It wasn't just a move, it was a broadcast event, a dramatic exit wrapped in a primetime show. And it broke Cleveland. They didn't just lose their star, they lost their identity. The Cavs went from 61 wins to 19. They lost 26 games in a row. No cap space, no plan, just chaos. Their best scorers were J.J. Hickson and Mo Williams. It was like watching a car fall apart after the engine walked out. Meanwhile, Miami instantly became a powerhouse. Wade and Bosh joined forces with James. And just like that, The Big Three was born. They made the finals in all 4 seasons. James was there, and they won 2 of them. James won finals MVP in both, dropping 28 and 25 points per game in those title runs. Miami's offense was electric. They went on a 27-game win streak in 2013 and led the league in net rating. But this wasn't like Kevin Durant joining a 73-win juggernaut. The Heat were good, but not unstoppable before James got there. What burned fans was the way he left. He said nothing to the front office. Dan Gilbert wrote a rage-filled letter calling it a cowardly betrayal, and fans lit his jersey on fire in the street. And yeah, James admitted later he messed up the way it all went down. In 2014, he wrote that Sports Illustrated letter saying he'd come back and finish what he started. He did. He won the city's first title in 52 years. But for a lot of people, that first exit still lingers. The decision wasn't just a choice. It was a spectacle that turned a hero into a villain. By the way, if you guys want to subscribe, I'm going to be posting every day. Thanks. Anyways, Ray Allen. He spent 5 years with the Celtics, knocking down threes, helping win a title, and forming one of the most respected big threes in NBA history. They revived a franchise that hadn't sniffed a championship since 1986. Allen wasn't just a shooter. He was clutch, reliable, and essential. He hit nearly 41% from deep with Boston, helped take them to 2 finals, and set the all-time record for threes made while wearing green. Then in 2012, after losing to Miami in the Eastern Conference Finals, he left. Not just left, he joined Miami. The same Miami team that just beat them. The same Miami team that had LeBron, Wade, and Bosh. Allen rejected more money from Boston, a 2-year, $12 million deal, to take less and head to the Heat, $9.5 million over 3 years. The Celtics were shocked. He didn't just walk away, he ran to the enemy. That's how it felt, and the fans weren't subtle about it either. His return to TD Garden came with chants of traitor and signs calling him Judas Shuttlesworth. This wasn't just about money or playing time. Sure, Allen had issues with his role. He was benched in the playoffs for Avery Bradley and didn't like the Celtics dangling him in trade talks. He also didn't get along with Rajon Rondo. Still, leaving for the team that ended your season 2 years in a row, that cut deep. Garnett stopped talking to him. Pierce admitted it hurt. Rondo called it a shock. The bond they'd built winning a title in 2008 got shattered in one move. Boston collapsed without him. They finished just above 500 and got bounced in the first round. Their shooting tanked. They went from one of the league's best three-point teams to bottom 10. That offseason, Garnett and Pierce were traded, and just like that, the Big Three era was over. Allen's departure was the first domino. Meanwhile, in Miami, he was the perfect fit. He shot over 40% from deep, spaced the floor, and made defenses sweat. And then came the shot. Game 6 of the 2013 Finals. Down 3, 5 seconds left. Bang, he tied it up. Miami won in overtime and took the title in a Game 7. That single moment is burned into Celtics fans' brains. Not in celebration, but in agony. Allen later said it was the right decision. He felt disrespected, unwanted. He found a team that needed what he offered. But for Boston, it wasn't just a player leaving. It was one of their heroes suiting up for the enemy. And that's the kind of thing fans don't just forget. Karl Malone. He spent 18 seasons with the Jazz, dominating the league with John Stockton in the most reliable pick and roll ever. He won 2 MVPs, made 2 finals appearances, and piled up over 36,000 points. Utah made the playoffs every single year he was there. He wasn't just the face of the team, he was the team. Then in 2003, at 40 years old, he left. And not just left, he joined the Lakers. Yeah, the Lakers, a team the Jazz faced 7 times in the playoffs during his time in Utah. The same Lakers that knocked them out in 2001. Malone took a massive pay cut, going from over $19 million to just over $1.5 million. Utah had offered him something similar, but he saw the writing on the wall. Stockton had retired. The Jazz were about to rebuild, and Malone wasn't interested in being part of that slow march. He joined forces with Kobe Bryant, Shaq, and Gary Payton to form what looked like a super team. It wasn't just a go chase a ring situation. It was go do it with the team Jazz fans probably hate most. When he came back to Salt Lake City, the boos were loud. The signs said it all. Mailman delivered to LA. Jazz fans felt blindsided. 18 years of loyalty, and then he's in purple and gold without so much as a thank you. He didn't retire alongside Stockton. He didn't try to guide the young guys through the rebuild. He bounced. And yeah, he said it was about winning a title, not coasting. He played 42 games, averaged 13 points and almost 9 boards, and helped the Lakers get to the finals, but they got stomped by Detroit. No ring, no Hollywood ending. Meanwhile, Utah missed the playoffs for the first time since 1983. They had Andrei Kirilenko and Matt Harpring trying to fill the void, and surprise, they couldn't. The offense dipped. and the team barely stayed above 500. The Malone-Stockton era was over, and this wasn't the farewell anyone wanted. Malone later said he didn't regret the move, said it was about winning, about one last shot. But even years later, fans are still split. Some forgave him, especially after he came back for events and statue unveilings. Others still see it as a betrayal. He didn't just leave, he left for the enemy. And even if he says Utah is home, a part of that loyalty cracked the moment he signed with Los Angeles. And it's now the offseason, and while you're waiting on free agency and trades, now's the perfect time to focus on your health. That's where Factor comes in. Factor is helping me stay on track with ready-to-eat meals that take just 2 minutes. No prep, no cleanup. I've been loving the garlic herb chicken and the chili lime pork chop. Super flavorful, super easy. Instead of wasting time cooking or grabbing fast food, I can stay focused on hoops and content. Factor delivers fresh, not frozen, meals straight to your door. And they actually taste amazing. They've got over 45 options every week, so you'll never get bored. Whether you're bulking, cutting, or just trying to eat better, you can choose from Calorie Smart, Protein Plus, Keto, or even vegan meals. And it's not just dinners. They've got breakfasts, lunches, snacks, and desserts too. Everything you need to power through your day without wasting time. Get started at factormeals.com/modernjam50 off and use code modernjam50 off to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. That's code modern, jam50 off at factormeals.com/modern, jam50 off for 50% off plus free shipping. Thank you to Factor for the sponsor. DeAndre Jordan. The summer of 2015 had the Mavericks thinking they finally pulled it off. They landed a dominant center to anchor their defense, control the glass, and help extend Dirk Nowitzki's window. Jordan gave them his word, literally. He verbally agreed to a 4-year deal worth $80 million. The Mavericks had cleared space, let go of players, and shaped their entire offseason around him. That's not just interest, that's commitment, or at least that's what they thought. For a few days, it was all smiles in Dallas. Fans were excited, the front office celebrated, and teammates like Chandler Parsons were already imagining the alley-oops. Then everything changed. Out of nowhere, the Clippers swooped in with the full force of a reality show intervention. Chris Paul, Blake Griffin, Doc Rivers, they all showed up at Jordan's house in Houston and wouldn't leave, not until he reversed his decision. And that's exactly what he did. Just hours before contracts could officially be signed, Jordan re-upped with Los Angeles for $88 million. No warning, no calls returned, just silence, followed by a mocking tweet with a chair emoji. The Mavericks, they were left scrambling. Dallas had no backup plan. They lost Monte Ellis. They traded Tyson Chandler, and now they were empty-handed. The guy they banked everything on just bailed. Jordan had blocked team owner Mark Cuban's calls, ignored texts, and basically ghosted the franchise. Fans lit up social media, furious. Some burned his jersey. Some just laughed in disbelief. It wasn't about the numbers. It was about the way he flipped. One day, he's the future of Dallas basketball. The next, he's hiding in a house surrounded by Clippers teammates like it's an NBA hostage movie. When he finally returned to Dallas months later for a game, the boos were deafening. Signs in the crowd read things like DeAndre lead and no loyalty. He dropped 9 points and 11 boards in a Clippers win, but it didn't matter. He was the villain of the night. Mavericks fans weren't mad he chose the Clippers. They were mad he told Dallas he was all in, then vanished like a magician in a cheap suit. The Mavericks didn't recover right away. They went 42-40 the next season and got bounced in the first round. Jordan, meanwhile, kept throwing down lobs in Los Angeles and led the league in field goal percentage again. The Clippers held on to their Lob City core, while Dallas slipped deeper into mediocrity until Luka Doncic eventually dragged them back into relevance. Years later, Jordan would join Dallas for real, but by then, the damage was done. He apologized again, said he handled it poorly, but it all felt too little too late. The betrayal wasn't about changing his mind, it was about how he did it. A handshake still means something in this league, or at least it used to. Shaq, his exit from Orlando in 1996, wasn't just a free agency move, it was a thunderclap that shattered one of the league's most promising young franchises. He was only 4 years into his career, just 24 years old, and already averaging over 27 points and 12 rebounds a game. The Magic were no longer some shiny expansion team. They were contenders. And then he left. Not just left, he bolted to Los Angeles for the brightest lights and the biggest check in NBA history at the time. $121 million, 7 years. Zero hesitation. This wasn't some aging vet chasing a ring. This was the franchise. Shaq was Orlando's identity. He had taken a new team to the finals in just its 6th season. That had never happened before. He made the Magic must-watch basketball. But what did Orlando offer him when his contract was up? A 4-year, $54 million deal. A low ball, so weak, it probably came with the free Magic Kingdom souvenir cup. Fans were stunned. Local papers ran poll. 78% of Magic fans said they felt betrayed. And how did Shaq respond? I don't want to stay where I'm not wanted. The betrayal wasn't just about the money, it was about what could have been. Shaq and Penny were electric. That 25-year-old duo was supposed to own the East for the next decade. They'd already swept Michael Jordan's Bulls once. And yeah, they got swept back by the Bulls in '96. But Chicago won 72 games that year. Nobody was beating that team. Still, the Magic won 60 games that season, second best in the league. This wasn't a team in decline. They were right there. But the Lakers were calling. Jerry West was building something. He'd already traded for Kobe Bryant on draft night. He wanted to add Shaq and start the next dynasty. And he sold Shaq on more than just basketball. Movies, music, marketing. LA had it all, and Shaq had already dipped his toes in entertainment. He wasn't just trying to be a champion, he was trying to be an icon. The fallout in Orlando was instant. They dropped to 45 wins. Penny tried to carry the load, but it wasn't the same. No one could fill that gap. The Magic missed the playoffs. And even when they rebuilt with Tracy McGrady and later Dwight Howard, they never got back to what they were in the Shaq years. That core was supposed to grow into a dynasty. Instead, it was over in 4 years. Meanwhile, the Lakers thrived. Shaq and Kobe went on to win 3 straight titles. He was Finals MVP all 3 times. He averaged nearly 30 points and 14 rebounds during that run. He became the most dominant force of his generation, but he did it in purple and gold, not in pinstripes. And for Magic fans, that made it worse. They watched him become exactly who they hoped he would be, just somewhere else. Shaq said he had no regrets. In his book, he called Orlando's offer disrespectful and said LA was a no-brainer. He said he didn't feel valued in Orlando, not just by management, but by fans and media. They questioned his leadership, his free throw shooting, his desire. And when the Lakers offered him everything, money, market, control, he took it. Over time, some of the bitterness faded. He came back for community events. The Magic retired his number in 2024. But even now, many fans can't help but wonder, what if he had stayed? What if they had offered the maximum? What if that team, that duo, had grown together? Instead, it became one of the biggest what could have been stories in NBA history, and one of the league's most brutal betrayals. Kawhi Leonard. When people talk about NBA betrayals, this one cuts different. Not because it was flashy or televised, but because it came from a player who never even raised his voice. The guy who barely speaks walked right out of the most stable franchise in basketball and didn't look back. He was supposed to be the heir to Duncan. Instead, he became the first Spur to demand an exit and actually get it. He started in 2011, shipped to San Antonio from Indiana on draft night. By 2014, he was Finals MVP at 22, locking up LeBron James and averaging nearly 18 points on 61% shooting. He wasn't loud, but his defense was brutal and efficient. He won Defensive Player of the Year twice, made All-NBA, and in 2017, he was top 3 in MVP voting. He averaged 25 points a game and carried the Spurs to 61 wins. It was like watching a quiet assassin take over the dynasty without ever making a sound. And then came Zaza. In the 2017 Western Conference Finals, Leonard landed on Zaza Pachulia's foot in Game 1. The Spurs were up by 23 when he got hurt. They lost that game and got swept. Leonard didn't play again in that series, and after that, everything unraveled. By 2018, he had a quad injury, quadriceps tendinopathy. The Spurs cleared him to play in December. He didn't agree. He played 9 games. 9. Tony Parker publicly said his own quad injury was 100 times worse. Manu questioned him. The team held a players-only meeting to confront him. Leonard didn't budge. He trusted his own doctors and didn't trust the Spurs anymore. Then came the trade demand. Kawhi wanted out. Specifically, he wanted Los Angeles. The Spurs said no thanks to sending him to a rival and dealt him to Toronto. Fans lost it. Jersey burnings. Booing. He had gone from the quiet franchise star to the guy who ghosted the team and walked out without an explanation. San Antonio wasn't just losing a player, they were losing their culture. He went to Toronto, played 60 games under strict load management, and then casually led them to their first title in history. He hit a Game 7 buzzer beater over Joel Embiid. He outplayed Giannis. Then he took down the Warriors in the finals and walked away again, back to Los Angeles, this time as a Clipper. The Spurs, meanwhile, haven't been the same. They kept things together with LaMarcus Aldridge for a bit, but the dynasty, that ended the moment Kawhi left. No more finals, no more playoff streak, just a long, slow rebuild. Popovich kept it classy, the fans didn't. When Kawhi returned to San Antonio, they booed him like he was the villain in a Marvel movie. And Kawhi, he didn't say much. He never does. He said he did what was best for him. That's it. The franchise that groomed him, the teammates who vouched for him, none of it seemed to matter in the end. This wasn't about money. It wasn't about market glitz. It was about control. He didn't trust their doctors. He didn't like being doubted. And when the most drama-free franchise in the league got caught up in all that noise, it broke something. The fact that he immediately won another title just poured salt on the wound. Spurs fans had believed he was going to carry the torch. Instead, he blew it out and lit his own path. Vince Carter. The moment he landed in Toronto back in 1998, everything changed for that team. He became the face of a franchise that desperately needed an identity. And for a while, he gave them exactly that. His dunks weren't just highlight reel material, they were cultural events. He led them to their first playoff wins, sold out arenas, and gave fans hope that this team could be more than a footnote. But all that goodwill, it crumbled fast. By the 2003 to 2004 season, things had already started slipping. The Raptors missed the playoffs, and Carter's shooting dropped to a career low. The injuries weren't helping either. Then came the 2004 to 2005 start, and it got worse. Carter looked like a shell of himself. His scoring fell off. The team was 7-15. And rumors swirled about him skipping practices and coasting during games. Then came that TNT interview where he flat out said he hadn't always tried. Just imagine how fans felt hearing that. So on December 17th, 2004, the Raptors finally pulled the trigger. They shipped Carter off to the New Jersey Nets for what turned out to be a pretty underwhelming return. Alonzo Mourning never even suited up. The rest of the pieces, role players and draft picks that led to absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Carter exploded in New Jersey, dropping 27.5 points per game and dragging that team to the playoffs. The contrast was brutal. Toronto got stuck in rebuild mode. Chris Bosh was promising, but not ready to carry a team. The offense sputtered, the losses piled up, and the franchise felt like it had taken a massive step backward. And fans weren't just disappointed, they were furious. When Carter returned to Toronto in April 2005, nearly 20,000 fans booed him nonstop. They held up signs calling him a quitter and a traitor. Some even threw stuff on the court. The anger wasn't just about the trade, it was about feeling abandoned. Carter's clashes with coaches, his frustration with management, the cryptic interviews, it all added up to one thing. People believed he gave up, and that stung in a city that treated him like royalty. He said later that he wanted a fresh start and didn't feel supported. And years down the line, he tried to make amends. His jersey even got retired by the team. But for a lot of fans, the betrayal left a scar that never fully faded. Carlos Boozer. In 2004, the Cavaliers thought they were building something special. They had a 19-year-old LeBron James coming off a monster rookie season and a young power forward in Carlos Boozer, who looked like the perfect sidekick. Boozer had just averaged over 15 points and 11 rebounds per game, playing 75 games and putting up double-doubles like it was his day job. Cleveland's rebuild was ahead of schedule, and fans were buying in. Then came free agency. Boozer was a restricted free agent, but Cleveland made a gamble. Instead of locking him into a small, team-friendly option worth under $700,000, they decided to decline it, trusting Boozer's word that he'd re-sign for a 6-year, $41 million deal. It was a handshake agreement, one of those gentlemen's deals that is supposed to mean something. Cleveland let him loose based on nothing but trust, thinking he'd stay loyal. He didn't. Just days later, Utah swooped in with the 6-year, $70 million offer, and Boozer took it. Cleveland couldn't match it anymore because they'd released his rights to try and do the right thing. That right thing turned out to be a costly mistake. Boozer bolted for the Jazz, and Cavaliers fans lost their minds. They felt played, betrayed, double-crossed by a guy they thought was part of the future. Fans torched jerseys. Local bars had chants. Cleveland became the butt of every never trust a handshake joke in the league. On the court, it hit hard. Cleveland missed the playoffs again in 2004 to 2005. LeBron put up over 27 points, nearly 8 rebounds, and over 7 assists, but the help wasn't there. Drew Gooden filled in, but his numbers didn't match Boozer's presence. Rebounding dropped. Interior scoring took a hit. The Cavs hovered in mediocrity while Boozer, despite missing games, averaged over 20 points and nearly 9 rebounds for Utah. This wasn't a trade. It wasn't an aging vet chasing a ring. It was a young guy, just 2 years in, who backed out of a deal and cashed in somewhere else. The fact that Cleveland management essentially handed him the keys made it worse. They expected loyalty and got left hanging. Years later, Boozer said it was just business. He talked about financial security and fit. And yeah, $70 million is tough to turn down. But fans didn't forget. Even when he came back as a member of the Jazz, the boos were loud. Signs popped up calling him a sellout. It wasn't just about losing a player. It was about being lied to. The what if still lingers. What if Boozer had stayed? What if LeBron had that steady inside presence from day one? Maybe the Cavaliers wouldn't have had to wait until 2007 for a finals trip. Maybe LeBron's first stint in Cleveland plays out differently. Instead, Boozer left a hole that wasn't filled for years, in a fan base that never fully forgave him. James Harden, for 8 seasons, he was Houston's guy. They built the offense around him, gave him the ball, the freedom, the roster pieces, everything. He delivered too. An MVP, 3 scoring titles, playoff runs, offensive explosions no one else was touching. From the moment he landed in 2012, Harden turned the Rockets into a contender and himself into a walking bucket. But by early 2021, the relationship wasn't just strained, it was done. Loudly, awkwardly, and very publicly. It all spiraled after the 2020 playoff exit. Houston lost to the Lakers in the second round, and everything unraveled. Coach Mike D'Antoni and GM Daryl Morey left. Russell Westbrook got traded. Harden, still under contract, decided he was out too, not quietly. He skipped training camp, showed up late, violated league protocols by partying maskless, and basically let everyone know he was already mentally packed for Brooklyn. His comment, after a blowout loss, "We're just not good enough," was the final shove. The trade came fast after that. On January 13th, 2021, the Rockets sent Harden to Brooklyn in a 4-team deal. Houston got picks and some players, but nothing that replaced their superstar. Harden joined Kevin Durant and Kyrie in Brooklyn, and just like that, Houston's title hopes vaporized. The fallout was brutal. Fans were furious. The guy they backed through playoff meltdowns, through controversial style choices, through everything, just bounced. Not just left, but trashed the team on the way out. Burned jerseys, boos, traitor signs. It wasn't just disappointment, it felt personal. On the court, it was a cliff dive. Houston finished 17-55 that season, dead last. Offensive rating tanked. The roster, now led by John Wall and Christian Wood, couldn't carry the weight. The Rockets went from a Western power to a lottery regular. Meanwhile, Harden was putting up nearly 25 points, over 10 assists, and almost 9 rebounds for Brooklyn, slotting in like he'd been there forever. What made it worse was how visible it all was. Stars leave, sure, but Harden made it a spectacle. The public trade demand, the passive-aggressive pressers, the on-court effort that screamed, "Get me out." Fans don't forget that, especially not a city that gave him the keys for nearly a decade. His return to Houston in a Nets jersey didn't help either. He dropped 29 points and 14 assists in a win, with boos raining down and signs calling him everything short of a villain. Even now, fans argue about him. Some say he earned the right to chase a title. Others say he quit when it got hard. And the Rockets? Still rebuilding. They've got Jalen Green, a pile of draft picks, and a whole lot of what-ifs. One of those what-ifs will always be what could have happened if Harden stayed and rode it out. But he didn't. He wanted a super team, a new city, a new start. And for Houston, that decision cut deep. Kyrie, when he stood on that court in front of 20,000 Celtics fans and said he was planning to re-sign, you could feel the building shake. Boston believed him. This was the guy, a proven champion, flashy but lethal, stepping in to be the leader after Isaiah Thomas's exit. He said all the right things about legacy, about building something, about staying long-term. And then months later, he ghosted them like a bad first date. That promise in October 2018, it wasn't behind closed doors. It wasn't a rumor. It was Kyrie, mic in hand, telling fans he was in. A public declaration that became the foundation for a season full of title talk. He averaged nearly 24 points and 7 assists, shot nearly 50% from the field, and made the All-NBA second team. On paper, he was doing exactly what they needed. But behind the scenes, it was unraveling. Chemistry problems festered. His leadership style clashed with a younger roster trying to find its own voice. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown weren't just developing pieces. They were ready to lead. Kyrie wasn't exactly interested in playing big brother. His post-game comments shifted from optimistic to cryptic. By All-Star Weekend in February, he was already walking back his pledge, saying he'd do what was best for him. That didn't sound like someone committed to Boston. Then came the playoff. They swept Indiana, but Milwaukee dismantled them in 5. Kyrie shot 35% in the series, turned the ball over, and looked disinterested. After Game 5, he gave a flat, "It just didn't work out" response. And that was basically it. By July, he was in Brooklyn with Kevin Durant, signing a deal worth over $136 million. The Celtics never got a real explanation. He didn't sit down with the front office. He didn't give fans any closure. He just left. The guy who promised to stay had teamed up with another star in a rival city, and Boston was left to clean up the mess. Fans were furious. They booed his name, torched jerseys, and plastered "Kyrie lied" across signs every time he came back. It wasn't just the move, it was how it happened. It was the silence, the feeling of being strung along. And the worst part, he was good. In Brooklyn, he averaged over 27 points per game when healthy. In the 2021 playoffs, he dropped nearly 27 a night. Before injuries struck, he was still a star, just not Boston's. The Celtics adjusted. They built around Tatum and Brown. They brought in Kemba Walker, then shifted again. They eventually won in 2024, but it took years. And the fan base never forgot that the original plan had Kyrie at the center. They weren't just rooting for a star, they were counting on him. And he bailed. Anthony Davis. For 7 seasons, he was supposed to be the guy, the face of a franchise that rarely gets one, the #1 pick, the generational talent, the brow that New Orleans built everything around. They gave him the keys, the marketing, the billboards, and for a while, it looked like the gamble might pay off. Multiple All-Star appearances, All-NBA teams, playoff dominance when they got there. But by the middle of the 2018-19 season, Davis wasn't sticking around to see how it ended. He was already gone in his head. When he hit the league in 2012, New Orleans embraced him like a savior. He lived up to the hype early, averaging nearly 24 points and 10 rebounds per game over 7 seasons, blocking everything, dominating both ends. He made the All-Star team 6 times, led the league in blocks multiple seasons, and even had playoff success in 2018 with a sweep of Portland. But the roster around him never stayed consistent. Drew Holiday was solid, and DeMarcus Cousins brought hope for one glorious half season. But injuries and front office misfires kept resetting the plan. So in January of 2019, Davis made it official, through his agent, of course. He wanted out, publicly, mid-season, while still under contract. The trade demand wasn't quiet or respectful. It was loud, calculated, and built entirely around forcing a move to the Lakers. The NBA fined him $50,000 for going public, but the damage wasn't measured in fines. It was measured in boos, in sign, in fans feeling like they'd been tossed aside. New Orleans tried to play him sparingly after that. Load management, mysterious minor injuries, anything to keep him on ice until they could find a deal. He played some games, but the body language was checked out. The fans knew it, the team knew it, everyone did. It wasn't just that he wanted to leave, it was how he left. The trade finally came in June. Davis went to Los Angeles for a package of young players and pick. Lonzo Ball, Brandon Ingram, Josh Hart, all solid pieces, and draft capital that became part of the Pelicans' rebuild. The Lakers instantly turned into contenders. Davis teamed up with LeBron James, won a ring in 2020, and made it look easy. Meanwhile, the Pelicans were back to square one. Zion Williamson looked promising. Ingram turned into an all-star, but the team still hasn't made it past the first round. Fans felt abandoned. Davis was supposed to be different. He didn't just walk, he walked during the season, with time left on his contract, while wearing a "That's all folks" shirt before his final game. You can't make that. He came back to New Orleans later and dropped 41 in a win. The boos were loud, the pain was louder. He said later it was about chasing a title, that he wanted to win and didn't believe the Pelicans could get him there. Maybe he was right, but that doesn't change how it felt. For a franchise that rarely gets a player like that, it felt like he walked out on a promise. New Orleans built around him, they dreamed with him, and he left before the job was done. LeBron James. In the 2007 season, he dragged Cleveland through every round. He averaged over 27 points during the regular season, doubling Larry Hughes, who only managed 14.9. He also led the team in rebounds and assists, playing over 40 minutes a night. In the playoffs, that jumped to almost 45. No one else averaged more than 12 points. Ilgauskas gave decent rebounding. Hughes shot poorly when it counted, and Gooden just held steady. Snow acted more like a coach than a player. Gibson had one hot game in the East Finals, but wasn't consistent. Despite that, LeBron took them to their first ever finals. There, he still averaged over 22 points, 7 rebounds, and nearly 7 assists, but turned it over a lot and shot under 36%. That 2007 squad was the definition of a one-man team. Allen Iverson. In the 2001 season, he did everything but mop the court. He averaged over 31 points, led the league in steals, and played more than 40 minutes a night. Philly won 56 games and reached the finals for the first time since 1983. In Game 1, Iverson dropped 48 and gave the Lakers their only playoff loss. No one else came close to his output. McKee added about 11 points and 5 assists off the bench. Dikembe helped defensively, averaging nearly 12 points, 12 boards, and blocking shots like a wall. Snow ran the offense with around 7 assists, but his scoring barely cracked double digits. Hill grabbed rebounds and chipped in a few points. No teammate averaged even half of Iverson's scoring. He led in every big moment, every close game, every stat line that mattered. That year, he carried everything. DeMarcus Cousins. In the 2016 season, he bulldozed his way through defenders every night. He averaged nearly 27 points and over 11 rebounds, with more assists, steals, and blocks than anyone had a right to expect from a big man. He played the most on the team and still dropped 48 and 56 points in back-to-back games that January. Nobody else came close. Rudy Gay chipped in with around 17 a night, and Collison added 14, but neither could carry. Rondo passed a lot, but didn't move the needle. Caspi and Bellinelli added some threes, but were inconsistent. Willie Cauley was still learning the ropes. Sacramento missed the playoffs, finishing 33 and 49. And without Cousins, they looked totally lost. That roster just hovered around him. Cousins was the only consistent force, the only real threat. That year, he did it solo. By the way, if you guys want to subscribe, I'm going to be posting every day. Thanks. Anyways, Russell Westbrook. In the 2017 season, he turned every game into his personal marathon. After Durant bounced, the team was his alone. He averaged over 31 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists, finishing with 42 triple-doubles, more than anyone in the league history. When he notched one, they went 33 and 9. The whole system ran through him. Adams held down the paint and gave about 11 points, and Oladipo added 16. But he was young. Nobody truly shared the spotlight. Cantor and Robertson played roles, but none touched Westbrook's usage. He played with fury, and when the playoffs came, he averaged 37 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists, but they still lost in 5 to Houston. That roster just couldn't keep up. Westbrook handled over 40% of their possessions. Every shot, pass, and late game play went through him. That year, Oklahoma City ran entirely on Russ. Kemba Walker. In the 2019 season, he carried Charlotte like a backpack full of bricks. He played all 82 games, averaged over 25 points, nearly 6 assists, and hit career highs across the board. He earned All-NBA honors, shattered team records, and still couldn't get them into the playoffs. Jeremy Lamb gave 15 points per game, and everyone else barely made a dent. Batum faded, Zeller rebounded a bit, and Bismack mostly just existed. Kemba opened the season with 41 and closed with 43, but the Hornets lost 6 of his 7 40-point games. His usage was sky high, and the win shares told the story. He ranked 34th, while the next best teammate didn't even crack the top 70. They went 39 and 43. He left for Boston after, and honestly, that year proved it. He was the whole operation. One man, one team. Joe Johnson. In the 2007 season, he was Atlanta's entire offense in a Hawks jersey. He averaged 25 points, over 4 assists, and shot a career-best 47%. No one else was close. Josh Smith added athleticism with around 16 points, and Marvin Williams gave about 13, but both were still developing. The team didn't have a reliable big, and Horford wouldn't arrive until the next season. Johnson made his first All-Star game that year, despite playing only 57 games. Due to a calf injury. That tells you how essential he was. He created his own shot, ran the late game sets, and took every key possession. When the game slowed down, the ball went to him every time. That roster just circled around him, and his scoring did the heavy lifting all season. It was all Joe. Power. From 2001 to 2004, he carried Memphis on those lanky Spanish shoulders. As a rookie, he averaged over 17 points, nearly 9 rebounds, and 2 blocks, playing all 82 games. That got him Rookie of the Year. The next seasons, more of the same. He scored about 19 a game in 2003, then led again with almost 18 the year after. Nobody else on those rosters brought consistent scoring. Battier and Jason Williams pitched in, but it was Powell who handled the heavy lifting. He became the team's top scorer, rebounder, and shot blocker, all while barely missing games. When Memphis finally made the playoffs in 2004, it was on the back of his effort. He set franchise records and made them look like a real team. Everything good they did back then started and ended with Powell. He was the foundation. Michael Jordan. In the 1988 season, he did everything except run the concession stand. He averaged 35 points, over 5 assists, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, and nearly 2 blocks while playing all 82 games in over 40 minutes a night. He won Most Valuable Player and Defensive Player of the Year. Nobody else has ever done that in the same season. His teammates Oakley pulled down rebounds, but the scoring was light. Pippen and Grant were rookies, still figuring out how to breathe on an NBA court. Paxson and Corzine were steady, not spectacular. The Bulls won 50 games, but in the playoffs, Jordan carried the load again, dropping 55, 50, 44, and dragging them through the first round before falling to Detroit. Every possession, every big shot, every highlight started with him. In that year, he wasn't just their best player, he was the whole show. Kevin Love. In the 2014 season, he filled every column on the stat sheet, while the Timberwolves filled empty seats. He averaged over 26 points and 12 rebounds, plus over 4 assists per game. No one else came close. He became the first player ever with 2,000 points, 900 boards, and 100 threes in a season. Pekovic gave them about 17 and 8, and Kevin Martin added 19, but both were streaky and not exactly elite. Brewer chipped in with 12, and Rubio handed out assists like candy but couldn't score. Love played 77 games, led the team in minutes, and still didn't get them to the playoff. Minnesota finished 40 and 42. No all-stars around him, no real co-star, just Kevin Love dragging them up and down the court. That year, the Timberwolves were basically Love and whoever wasn't in foul trouble. Danny Granger. In the 2009 season, he turned Indiana into his own solo highlight reel. He averaged over 25 points across 67 games, the highest of his career, and earned Most Improved Player and an All-Star spot. No teammate came close to his scoring. TJ Ford led in assists, but couldn't stay healthy. Troy Murphy grabbed rebounds and stretched the floor, but wasn't a reliable scoring threat. The rest, Jarrett Jack, Jeff Foster, Marquise Daniels, Brandon Rush, were fine, just not impactful. Granger scored over 30 a bunch of times, even dropped 42 once. He finished the season averaging over 31 in the last 11 games, but it wasn't enough. The Pacers went 36 and 46 and missed the playoff. Nobody else averaged more than half his points. That year, he wasn't just their best player, he was practically their only one. Anthony Davis. In the 2018 season, once Cousins tore his Achilles, Davis turned into the entire franchise. He led the league in blocks, averaged over 28 points, 11 rebounds, and nearly 3 blocks per game. He set team records in scoring, blocks, and became the all-time leader in points and rebounds. The Pelicans' whole strategy flipped, spread the floor, and let Davis handle everything. Drew Holiday helped with solid defense and scoring, but he wasn't carrying games. Rondo dished out assists and added energy, and Mirotic gave some spacing. Moore and Diallo chipped in around the edges. But Davis was the centerpiece, scoring, rebounding, defending, and dominating. He capped it off with 47 in a playoff sweep against Portland. No other Pelican came close in impact. After Cousins went down, the team was Davis. Every game, every possession, every win. He wasn't just leading, he was the team. And it's now the offseason, and while you're waiting on free agency and trades, now's the perfect time to focus on your health. That's where Factor comes in. Factor is helping me stay on track with ready-to-eat meals that take just 2 minutes. No prep, no cleanup. I've been loving the garlic herb chicken and the chili lime pork chop. Super flavorful, super easy. Instead of wasting time cooking or grabbing fast food, I can stay focused on hoops and content. Factor delivers fresh, not frozen, meals straight to your door. And they actually taste amazing. They've got over 45 options every week, so you'll never get bored. Whether you're bulking, cutting, or just trying to eat better, you can choose from Calorie Smart, Protein Plus, Keto, or even vegan meals. And it's not just dinners. They've got breakfasts, lunches, snacks, and desserts too. Everything you need to power through your day without wasting time. Get started at factormeals.com/modernjam50 off and use code modernjam50 off to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. That's code MODERN, jam50 off at factormeals.com/modern, jam50 off for 50% off plus free shipping. Thank you to Factor for the sponsor. Kobe Bryant. In the 2006 season, he averaged over 35 points, played 41 minutes a night, and basically ran the whole show. He dropped 81 points in one game, more than 2/3 of the team's total. He scored 40 or more 27 times and racked up over 2,800 points. The Lakers had a top 3 offense with him on the floor, and when he sat, it tanked by nearly 20 points. Lamar Odom did a bit of everything, but wasn't a scorer. Bynum and Kwame Brown added size but not much firepower. Smush Parker and Luke Walton floated around. In the playoffs, they went up 3-1 on Phoenix, then collapsed. Kobe took only 3 shots in the second half of Game 7. That whole year was one long Kobe performance with minimal help. It was pure one-man team territory. Al Jefferson. In the 2008 season, he was Minnesota's only consistent weapon. He averaged over 21 points and 11 rebounds across all 82 games. That's a double-double machine on a 22-win team. He shot 50%, dominated the paint, and even earned Player of the Week in January by averaging 33 points and 15 boards. His supporting cast, Rashad McCants scored almost 15, but he was streaky. Ryan Gomes added 12, Foy hovered near double digits, and Telfair tried to play point guard, sort of. Brewer, Smith, Ratliff, and Walker filled minutes, but none were consistent scorers or rebounders. Post-Garnett, this was Jefferson's show. He carried the offense, led in minutes, and logged more rebounds than anyone. Every night, it was clear. Without him, the Wolves weren't just bad, they were invisible. That year, Jefferson didn't just play big, he was the whole team. Tyreke Evans. In the 2010 season, he hit the league running, putting up over 20 points, 5 rebounds, and nearly 6 assists a night as a rookie. Only 3 players had ever done that before. He played over 37 minutes a game and led the team in steals and usage. Kevin Martin scored in the teens, but didn't match Tyreek's all-around impact. Ouedraogo and Hawes were fine role players, but not star. Caspi, Thompson, and Landry chipped in occasionally. Evans won Rookie of the Year, made the All-Rookie First Team, and twice took home Rookie of the Month honors. He carried them to a wild 35-point comeback against Chicago, doing it all on both ends. Sacramento went 25 and 57, and when Evans wasn't clicking, the whole team sank. That rookie season wasn't just historic, it was Tyreke doing everything while everyone else just filled space. Chris Paul. In the 2008 season, he took the Hornets, somewhere they'd never been. 56 wins and a division title. He averaged over 21 points, led the league in assists and steals, and played 80 games at over 11 assists a night. No other guard was close. He set franchise records in assists, double-doubles, and playoff dimes. In the postseason, he put up 24 and 12 against Dallas, making history with back-to-back 30-point double-digit assist games. But nobody controlled the court like Paul. He ran the offense, locked up on defense, and carried their identity. When he scored 20 or more, they went 31 and 11. That year, the Hornets weren't just good, they were Paul, start to finish. Damian Lillard. In the 2020 season, he did everything except sell tickets. He averaged 30 points, 8 assists, and over 4 rebounds while logging nearly 38 minutes a game. He dropped 61 points twice. During a 6-game run in late January, he averaged nearly 50. Lillard dragged them to 35 wins and an 8th seed, powering their play-in survival in the bubble. He initiated every attack, broke every trap, and bailed them out of close games. Critics said he looked like a solo act in a drama nobody else auditioned for. The Blazers had players, but Lillard was the system, the offense, the closer, the hope. That season, Portland was Dame and whoever showed up. Drew Holiday. In the 2013 season, he did everything short of coaching. He averaged nearly 18 points, 8 assists, and over 1.5 steals across 78 games. At just 22, he became the youngest All-Star in Sixers history and led the team in points, assists, and steals. When he shot under 40%, they went 4 and 12. That's how much they depended on him. Evan Turner gave them around 14 points, but didn't create much. Thad Young chipped in 13, and Hawes rebounded, but none came close to Drew's workload. The rest, Nick Young, Lavoy Allen, Jason Richardson, were just filling space. Philly missed the playoffs at 34 and 48. Holiday was the offense, the defense, the heartbeat. Without him, there was no structure. That year, he wasn't just the point guard, he was the entire point of the team. Devin Booker. In the 2019 season, he was Phoenix's entire blueprint. He averaged over 26 points and nearly 7 assists a night. With a usage rate north of 32%, he dropped 59 in a game and followed it with back-to-back 50s, something no other Sun had ever done. Ayton gave them 16 and 10 as a rookie, but nobody matched Booker's consistency or playmaking. TJ Warren and Josh Jackson contributed here and there, but they weren't difference makers. The team scored at a near elite rate when Booker was on the floor and looked lost when he sat. He wasn't just scoring, he created for everyone, ran the offense, and kept them in games they had no business being in. The Suns won just 19 games, but Booker set records and carried them through all of it. That year, he was the whole show. Tracy McGrady. In the 2003 season, he averaged over 32 points, nearly 7 rebounds, and 5.5 assists, while playing nearly 40 minutes a night. He led the league in scoring and broke franchise records for total points, field goal attempts, free throws, and minutes. No teammate came close. Mike Miller gave them 16 points in limited games. Grant Hill played fewer than 30 times. Drew Gooden was a rookie, and while promising, he wasn't carrying anything. Pat Garrity and Darrell Armstrong chipped in around 10, but that was it. McGrady was the offense. In the playoffs, he still averaged over 31, but the Magic blew a 3-1 lead to Detroit because nobody could help close it. He was first in scoring, first in touches, and first in shouldering frustration. That season, McGrady didn't just lead, he had to drag the whole team. Kevin Garnett, Minnesota leaned on him like a broken crutch for years. He didn't just play every role, they needed him to be the role. During that 2003 to 2004 season, he averaged over 24 points and nearly 14 boards, and led in basically every other category too. Even when they added guys like Sprewell and Cassell, Garnett still carried most of the load. His fingerprints were on every possession. 20% or more of the team's points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks. That's not carrying, that's full-on babysitting. He was locking up opponents, dropping dimes, cleaning the glass, and getting buckets. The Timberwolves hit their peak with him, but it was like watching one guy push a freight train uphill. Every playoff exit just meant more stat lines he had to fill by himself. They didn't run with him, they ran because of him. The roster shuffled. Players came and went, but Garnett never let the engine stall. When it comes to one-man teams, he wasn't just a solo act, he was the whole concert. Zach LaVine. That 2021 season was just him with a basketball and a rotating cast of extras. He dropped over 27 a night, shot above 50% from the field and over 40 from deep, and was basically the Bulls' GPS. Every possession screamed, "Zach, do something." He was an all-star for the first time, and not a single teammate was close to matching that kind of production. Laurie? Spotty. Kobe White? Erratic. Vooch showed up late, but the impact wasn't instant. The team's wins and losses swung with LaVine's rhythm. If he was hot, they had a chance. If not, forget it. He led the Bulls in usage, scoring, and was their main creator. His defense? Not great, but they needed his offense too much to care. That 31-41 record wasn't because he came up short. It was because nobody else stepped up. Gilbert Arenas. In 2005 to 2006, he basically strapped the Wizards to his back and took them for a wild ride. He put up nearly 30 points, over 6 assists, and 2 steals a game while logging over 42 minutes a night. Nobody played more minutes than him. Not a soul. He made the All-NBA third team, got an All-Star nod after a snub, and still dropped monster games like they were casual. He once scored 60, then dropped 47 not long after. Jameson and Butler? Solid, sure, but not remotely in the same galaxy production-wise. Arenas led in usage, scoring, and had to create so much offense it was exhausting just watching. In the playoffs, he turned it up even more, but the team still went out in 5. Without him, they had no punch. With him, they had a fighting chance every night. Julius Randle. That 2021 run was him dragging the Knicks to relevance, like he lost a bet. He averaged over 24 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists, while logging nearly 38 minutes a night. Nobody on that roster was close to him in impact. He made the All-Star team, won Most Improved Player, and got all NBA honors. All deserved. The Knicks somehow landed the 4th seed behind his output, which is wild, considering the rest of the lineup. Quickly, and Barrett had flashes, sure, but nothing consistent. Burks and Payton, role guys, not co-stars. Randle handled scoring, distributing, and carried a giant usage load. He touched nearly every offensive possession. Without him, they fall apart. With him, they clawed into the playoffs. They lost in 5 to Atlanta, but let's be real. Without Randle, they're not even sniffing the postseason. That was his team, start to finish. Bradley Beal. In 2021, he wasn't just leading the Wizards, he was the Wizards. Over 31 points a game, nearly 5 boards, and more than 4 assists, while playing nearly 36 minutes each night. That's not a role, that's a life sentence. He opened the season by scoring at least 25 in 17 straight games, something no one had done in Washington since the 70s. He scored 60 once, made the All-NBA third team, and got another All-Star selection. Beal led a team that started 17th and 32 into the playoffs. That run was pure willpower. He didn't just take the last shot, he took every meaningful one. This was his team, front to back, Sharif Abdur-Rahim. In the late 90s, he was Vancouver's one-man hope against a backdrop of disappointment. Right from his rookie season, he was the top scorer, averaging nearly 19 points and grabbing almost 7 boards. That quickly jumped to 22, and then 23 per game, all while playing nearly every minute and carrying the offense. The team, barely functional. Reeves gave some support, but his health and consistency were dicey. Sam Mack and Blue Edwards chipped in, but not enough to lighten Sharif's load. Even when Mike Bibby arrived, Sharif still outshone him easily The Grizzlies were locked in losing seasons, 14, 19, and 22 wins, but Sharif kept producing. He led in every stat that mattered. He was more than the best player. He was the only one delivering star-level play. The team revolved around him because nobody else was even close. He was the Grizzlies. David Robinson. In 1994, he didn't just carry the Spurs, he was doing the job of 3 starters and still made it look casual. Nearly 30 points a game, over 10 rebounds, nearly 5 assists, more than 3 blocks, and nearly 2 steals. That's not a stat line. That's a survival guide. He led the league in scoring, made All-NBA second team and All-Defense first team. And oh yeah, dropped 71 points in the last game, one of the few to ever hit that number. He even pulled off a quadruple-double. Rodman helped on the glass but averaged fewer than 5 points. Everyone else was just trying not to mess up. Anderson, Ellis, and Del Negro were solid, but none pushed Robinson's impact. He played over 40 minutes a night and dragged them to 55 wins. That wasn't teamwork, that was Robinson punching in for everyone. On Davis. In 2004, the Hornets weren't so much a team as they were a supporting cast, waiting for Davis to do everything. He put up almost 23 points, over 7 assists, and led the league in steals, all while playing 40 minutes a night. That's not helping your team win. That's dragging them across the finish line. He was named to the All-NBA third team and made his second All-Star appearance, but his role went way beyond accolades. David Wesley chipped in, but Davis ran every play, defended the perimeter, and had to bail them out late in games constantly. The team finished 41-41 and still made the playoffs. That was all Davis. Andre Miller. In 2002, Cleveland basically handed him the car keys and said, good luck. He led the league in assists with nearly 11 a night, played all 82 games, and put up over 16 points a game while logging 38 minutes. He broke the team's single-season assist record and even dropped 22 dimes in one game. His scoring wasn't just occasional either. He once torched the Spurs for 37. Lamont Murray scored a hair more, but wasn't creating anything. Person, Davis, and Ilgauskas had their roles, but they were complementary at best. No one else came close to directing the offense or generating looks. When Miller played heavy minutes, especially against good teams, they actually won more often than not. That 29-53 record hides how much worse it could have been without him. Miller didn't just run the offense, he was the offense. Antawn Jamison. In 2004, he came off the bench and still managed to lead a flat Wizards team in almost every meaningful way. He averaged nearly 20 points, close to 8 rebounds, and over 2 assists, all without starting a single game. He won 6th Man of the Year, but his impact was far beyond a typical bench role. He played over 38 minutes a night. That's not relief, that's full-time labor. The Wizards were a 25-win team with no star power. Jamison was the offense. Larry Hughes and Jared Jeffries were decent, but their output didn't come close. Haywood held down the paint, but Jamison was the one doing the heavy lifting every night. The team had no structure without him on the floor. He came off the bench and still carried them like a starter who didn't trust his backups. He was the team. Michael Redd. From 2004 to 2006, he was Milwaukee's offense in human form. He averaged over 23 points in one season, then jumped to over 25 the next while logging nearly 40 minutes a game. Nobody else came close to that output. He dropped 52 once and went nuclear with 57 in another game. That's not hot shooting. That's the entire fire department. The rest of the roster, Mason gave them some scoring, Mo Williams passed the ball, and guys like Gadzuric and Zaza did some dirty work, but none were in Red's orbit. Rookie Bogut wasn't ready to carry anything yet. In the playoffs, Red still led with over 27 per game, including a 40-point outing, yet the team got bounced quickly. That's what happens when your entire offense depends on one guy's jumper falling. Red didn't just lead the Bucks, he was the Bucks. Jerry Stackhouse. In 2001, he carried Detroit's offense like it was a mattress strapped to a compact car. He averaged almost 30 points a game, played over 40 minutes a night, and led the league in total points. Nearly every possession ended with him shooting or getting fouled. He took more shots than a college kid at spring break. The next highest scorer on the team was Corliss Williamson, who played only 27 games. Everyone else, Joe Smith, Chucky Atkins, Ben Wallace, was solid in their lanes, but none took pressure off Stackhouse. Wallace dominated the boards and played elite defense, but offered nothing offensively. The Pistons finished 32-50, and it's honestly a miracle they got that far. Stackhouse was their offensive identity. No co-star, no support system, just one guy firing off jumpers while the rest of the team stood back and watched. CJ McCollum. In 2022, once Damian Lillard was out, Portland became the CJ show, whether they liked it or not. He played over 35 minutes a night and averaged more than 20 points and 4 assists, trying to keep a sinking ship from capsizing. In games without Lillard, he bumped his numbers even higher, scoring nearly 28 a game and running the offense by default. Simons had flashes, but he wasn't ready to carry that kind of load. Powell and Covington gave effort, sure, but they weren't matching McCollum's nightly output. Josh Hart and Bledsoe joined mid-season and added to the rotation. But CJ was the engine. Portland finished with just 27 wins, their worst in nearly a decade. Every time they needed a bucket or a plan, it fell on McCollum. He didn't just lead the team, he was the team. Brook Lopez. In 2013, he turned Brooklyn's offense into a private art exhibit, mostly one-man pieces. He averaged nearly 20 points, grabbed almost 7 boards, and blocked over 2 shots a night while shooting over 50% from the field. He led the team in scoring and was their most efficient player by far. He carried the offense through post-ups and pick and rolls, and when it got close late, the ball always found him. In the playoffs, he elevated to over 22 points and 3 blocks per game, still leading the team in impact. Wallace, Blatch, and Watson filled space, but Lopez was the focal point. Brooklyn won 49 games and made the playoffs for the first time since moving, and none of that happens without Lopez. He didn't just anchor them, he was them. Ty Lawson. In 2014, he wasn't just Denver's point guard, he was the whole operating system. With Gallinari out, Lawson had to run the offense, score, defend, and probably drive the team bus. He averaged over 15 points and nearly 10 assists, setting a franchise record while playing 36 minutes a game. Nobody else on the team came close to matching that production. Fournier, Foy, and Brooks, occasional help, but Lawson was the pulse. The Nuggets missed the playoffs, but it wasn't because Lawson didn't show up, it was because no one else could keep up. He led in points, assists, steals, and usage. If the team scored, chances are he had something to do with it. He didn't just lead Denver's offense, he was the offense, every single night. Gerald Wallace. In 2010, he didn't just play for the Bobcats, he was the Bobcat. He averaged over 18 points, 10 rebounds, 2 steals, and more than a block a game while logging 41 minutes. That's not playing, that's operating as the team's power source. He led Charlotte in points, rebounds, steals, blocks, and minutes. Nobody else even sniffed those numbers. Felton and Jackson were helpful, sure, but Wallace did it all, scoring, defending, rebounding, and playing nearly the whole game every night. He became their first ever All-Star and earned all-defense first-team honors. That season marked the team's first winning record at 44-38, and Wallace was the reason. His two-way play gave Charlotte any hope of competing. Without him, they're back in the lottery by Christmas. Wallace didn't share the load. He was the load. Every single possession. Voot. In 2019, he didn't just lead the Magic. He was the Magic. He averaged 21 points, 11 rebounds, and over 4 assists, while shooting 36% from deep. That's a full stat buffet from the center spot. He made his first All-Star team and carried Orlando to its first playoff berth in 7 years. The offense was literally built around him. Inside-out scoring, mid-range touches, pick and pops, post play, passing out of double teams, he did it all. Gordon and Fournier were decent side dishes, but neither matched his scoring or impact. Isaac and Bamba added defense or shooting in spurts, but Vooch was the consistent thread every night. He led the team in nearly every major category and kept the Magic competitive enough to finish 42-40 and win the division. They got bounced in 5 games, but without him, they aren't sniffing the postseason. He ran that team. Ben Gordon. In 2007, he played every game and led the Bulls in scoring, averaging over 21 points while also dishing out nearly 4 assists in just 33 minutes a night. Nobody else hit the 20-point mark. Dang was close. Henrik helped out, but Gordon was the only guy consistently putting pressure on defenses. He dropped a career-high 48 points in a win over Milwaukee and then followed that with a dominant playoff performance, leading the sweep of the defending champs from Miami. The offense flowed through him. End of story. Wallace and P.J. Brown gave them rebounding and interior grit, but the scoring came from Gordon's hand. Every big shot, every late push, every offensive spark went through him. He was the closer, the scorer, the momentum builder. The Bulls had a solid team, but make no mistake, Gordon ran the offense and carried the big moments. Chris came in 2010. With Blake Griffin out for the season, Chris became the reluctant centerpiece of a broken puzzle. He averaged over 20 points and 9 boards a night while logging 36 minutes. The offense fed him constantly, post-ups, elbow touches, pick and rolls. He didn't just lead the team in scoring and rebounding, he was the only reason they weren't totally irrelevant. Baron Davis and Eric Gordon had moments, but nothing consistent. Camby chipped in some rebounding, but didn't threaten the scoreboard. Chris, on the other hand, was dropping 25 to 30 with regularity. He made his first All-Star team, not because the Clippers were good, but because he was doing everything. The team finished 29-53, but he kept them competitive in stretches. Every night, he was the load-bearing beam on a crumbling structure. No Griffin, no backup plan, just Chris. All game, all season. Josh Smith. In 2011, he was Atlanta's Swiss Army knife with anger issues, doing everything at once, every game. He averaged over 16 points, grabbed nearly 9 boards, dished assists, and blocked almost 2 shots per night. He played 34 minutes a game, often more when things got dicey. Smith didn't just show up, he filled the stat sheet like he had something to prove. His shooting improved too, stretching the floor just enough to make defenses think twice. When the team needed stops, dunks, or momentum swings, it was him. Atlanta won 44 games and reached the second round, but no one gave them that punch on both ends like Smith did. He wasn't just active, he was the activity. LeBron versus Jordan. The numbers tell the whole story. Jordan played 1,072 regular season games and averaged 30.1 points with a shooting percentage just under 50. LeBron's played 1,492 games and averages 27.1 points while shooting over 50%. Jordan leads in player efficiency rating, true shooting percentage during his prime, and win shares per 48 minutes. But LeBron's got more total win shares and more value over replacement because he's played way more games. In the playoffs, Jordan holds the edge in points per game and efficiency, but LeBron's appeared in over 100 more games. He's first all-time in playoff points and playoff win shares. Jordan's 6 championships and 6 finals MVPs are unmatched, but LeBron's 10 finals appearances and 4 wins include being the only player ever to win finals MVP with 3 different teams. Jordan won 10 scoring titles, while LeBron's never won one. But LeBron's led the league in assists and has more rebounds and assists per game. Jordan's defensive resume is stronger, but LeBron's longevity and versatility are unmatched. Kevin Durant cheated his way to championships. Durant signed with Golden State in July of 2016 after 9 seasons with the Thunder. The Warriors had just finished a 73-9 regular season, but lost the finals to Cleveland in 7 games. Durant joined a team that already had Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Iggy. In his first season with Golden State, he averaged 25.1 points across 62 games. In the finals, he dominated with 35.2 points, 8.2 rebounds, and 5.4 assists per game and won finals MVP. The next year, he played 68 games and averaged 26.4 points. In the finals, he put up 28.8 points, 10.8 rebounds, and 7.5 assists, and won his second straight finals MVP. Durant was the top scorer in both championship runs and played crucial defense. His role was not minor or passive. He was the centerpiece of 2 title teams. He made a decision in free agency and then delivered when it mattered most on both ends. Clippers curse. The Clippers have existed for over 50 seasons and have never reached the NBA Finals. From 70 to 2011, they had just 7 winning seasons and 4 playoff appearances after moving to Los Angeles. Despite improving during the Lob City years, and again with Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, they've still never advanced past the Western Conference Finals. They've lost every single time they had a chance to clinch a finals appearance, going 0 for 8. Between 2012 and 2017, they blew a series lead in 5 straight postseasons. Injuries have constantly hit at the worst moments. Bill Walton in the 80s, Blake Griffin and Chris Paul in 2016, and Kawhi Leonard in both 2021 and 2023. They even blew a 3-1 lead in the bubble against Denver. Ownership under Donald Sterling was a mess, filled with controversy, lawsuits, and losing. Even with Steve Ballmer's investments and strong rosters, the results have been the same. The franchise win percentage remains under 42%. Until they make the finals, the curse talk isn't going anywhere. By the way, if you guys want to subscribe, I'm going to be posting every day. Thanks. Anyways, Wilt Chamberlain played against plumbers. That claim just doesn't hold up. Wilt played from 60 to 73, facing Hall of Famers like Bill Russell, Nate Thurmond, Willis Reed, Jerry Lucas, and Walt Bellum. In 19 of his 29 postseason series, he matched up against the Hall of Fame center. The average center was about 6 feet 10 inches tall, right in line with modern standards. And these guys weren't weak. They were athletic, skilled, and physical. The league wasn't filled with part-time workers. It was made up of full-time professionals. Wilt's dominance didn't come from easy matchups. It came from being one of the most unique athletes in history. He stood 7 feet 1 inch, weighed about 275 pounds, had a 48-inch vertical leap, and could bench press up to 500 pounds. He averaged 45.8 minutes per game for his career. The NBA literally changed rules because of him, widening the lane, banning passes over the backboard, and tightening goaltending. If anything, The league had to adjust to keep up with him. His era was real, competitive, and filled with legit talent. Mamba mentality. Kobe Bryant defined it as the drive to be better every day. He adopted the Black Mamba nickname in the early 2000s to symbolize control, focus, and relentlessness. This mindset became his brand, rooted in extreme discipline, mental toughness, and a no-excuses attitude. Kobe was known for waking up at 4 a.m. to train, watching endless game film, and pushing teammates beyond their limits. Over his 20-year career with the Lakers, he played over 1,300 games and scored 25 points per game. He won 5 championships, made 11 All-NBA first teams, 9 All-Defensive first teams, and 4 All-Star Game MVPs. The Mamba mentality shined when he played through torn ligaments, fractured fingers, and even hit 2 free throws after tearing his Achilles. He dropped 81 points in one game, scored 60 in his final appearance, and delivered big in clutch playoff moments like the 2010 finals. After retiring, he mentored rising stars, won an Oscar, and published a best-selling book. His mindset has been embraced across sports and business. Mamba mentality wasn't just a phrase. It was how Kobe lived, trained, and competed every single day. James Harden is a playoff dropper narrative. Across 172 playoff games, Harden has averaged 22.6 points, 6.5 assists, and 5.5 rebounds per game. During his Houston tenure, he scored around 28 points per game in the playoffs, with a true shooting percentage of roughly 57, compared to 29 points and 61% in the regular season. While that decline exists, it aligns with typical drops for high-usage stars facing elite defenses. Harden's playoff resume includes several elite performances. In 2015, he dropped 45 points on the Warriors. In 2018, he averaged nearly 29 points in the Western Conference Finals. In 2023, he hit a game winner and scored 45 in Game 1 against Boston. Still, there have been notable letdowns, including a 10-point outing against the Spurs in 2017 and a 12-turnover night versus Golden State in 2015. Advanced metrics confirm a dip. His playoff player efficiency rating is about 23.5, and win shares per 48 minutes fall from 0.24 to 0.16. The narrative ignores nuance. Harden's postseason story is mixed, not definitive. Westbrook stat pads. The claim that Russell Westbrook pads his stats has followed him since his MVP year, when he averaged a triple-double across the season. Critics say he hunted rebounds and assists more than he played to win, with teammates like Steven Adams reportedly boxing out just so he could snag boards. From 2016 through 2021, 68% of his rebounds were uncontested. That's more than most guards, but not wildly out of range. Still, it adds fuel. He averaged 10.5 rebounds per game in that stretch, and while it's impressive for a guard, the quality of those rebounds has always been questioned. Then you've got assists. His time of possession hovered around 7.8 minutes per game in 2016, and only 22% of his assists led to layups or dunks. That's a little lower than the league average, suggesting a lot of simple swing passes. Add in a usage rate over 32% and a true shooting percentage that never cracked 54, and the numbers get messy. So while his triple-double totals are absurd, the efficiency and impact have always been debated. No one's denying the effort, but effort and effectiveness aren't always the same thing. Jokic is the most skilled big. The claim that Nikola Jokic is the most skilled big in NBA history gets serious backing when you look past the hype and straight into the numbers. He averaged over 10 assists a game in the 2024 season, second in the entire league. That's a center running the offense better than most point guards. His assist percentage hit 44.6, which basically means nearly half of the Nuggets' buckets when he's on the floor come from his hand. And with 139 triple-doubles, only 2 players in league history have more. Now let's talk efficiency. Jokic shot 57.6% from the field and over 41% from beyond the arc. That's terrifying for defenses. Add a true shooting percentage over 66, and the dude is scoring with surgical precision. His footwork, silky. He uses pivots, drop steps, and fakes like a chess master. Add the league's highest career player efficiency rating, and it's not even close. He's also got 3 MVPs, a championship, and a finals MVP. So when people compare him to legends like Kareem or Hakeem, it's not just about style, it's the results that do the loudest talking. And you can make this your best season yet with nutritious 2-minute meals from Factor. Personally, I've been using Factor for the past few weeks, and honestly, it's changed everything. No more stressing over what to cook or cleaning up after. Just heat, eat, and go. Especially while watching the playoffs, it makes everything so easy. The shredded chicken taco bowl? Fire. The garlic herb salmon? Better than anything I've ever made at home. Instead of being stuck in the kitchen, I've been spending more time outside and hitting the gym. And Factor fits right into that routine. And like I said, with the playoffs on too, you don't gotta stress about missing the game. With 45 weekly options, I can switch it up constantly. Whether I'm aiming for high protein or just keeping it light, they've got it all. Calorie Smart, Protein Plus, Keto, even veggie meals. Plus, they've got snacks and desserts that don't ruin your goals. I've been loving their smoothies and those peanut butter energy bites. I'm hooked. So why not savor more this summer? Let Factor take care of the meals so you can enjoy more of everything else. Get started at factormeals.com/modernjam50off and use code modernjam50off to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. That's code modernjam50off at factormeals.com/modernjam50off for 50% off plus free shipping. Thank you, Playoff Jimmy. The idea behind Playoff Jimmy is that Jimmy Butler turns into a different beast once the playoffs start. And yeah, there's data to back it. His scoring jumps from 18.3 in the regular season to 21.3 in the postseason. He takes more shots, grabs more rebounds, and gets to the free throw line way more. That foul drawing? It's ridiculous. His playoff free throw attempt rate sits at 0.609. That's elite territory. He's got 15 playoff games with 30 or more points and 3 triple-doubles, including that outrageous 56-point night against Milwaukee in 2023. That was the highest playoff total in Miami Heat history. When it's time to close, he shows up. He's got 32 25-point playoff games since 2020, tied with LeBron James for the most in that span. And even with a banged-up pelvis in 2025, he still dropped 27 points in Game 4 against Houston. His efficiency doesn't dip under pressure either, staying at 46% from the field. Even if he doesn't have a ring, the consistent lift in his playoff performance gives Playoff Jimmy serious weight. Knicks are dysfunctional. The Knicks being labeled dysfunctional isn't some internet joke. It's a track record. It starts with James Dolan, who took over in 1999 and immediately launched the franchise into chaos. From rehiring Isaiah Thomas after a harassment scandal to banning lawyers from Madison Square Garden with facial recognition tech, Dolan has managed to make the spotlight more about him than the team. The lawsuits? Oh yeah. In 2007, the Knicks were forced to pay over $11 million in a sexual harassment case. That's not a footnote. It's a defining moment. Now look at the coaching carousel. Between 2001 and 2020, they ran through head coaches like a bad comedy bit. Larry Brown, Mike D'Antoni, Derek Fisher. It was a new guy every season. That kind of turnover wrecks any chance at consistency. The front office was just as messy, bouncing between execs like they were speed dating. On the court, barely any playoff success since 2000. That includes a game where they lost 104-59. Total collapse. Even with a few solid seasons under Leon Rose and Tom Thibodeau, the dysfunction's shadow still looms large. Kyrie is a locker room cancer. That narrative really took off in Boston, where Kyrie publicly called out young teammates, missed time with injuries, and then bailed in free agency after promising he'd stay. It got worse in Brooklyn. Between the vaccine saga, promoting an anti-Semitic film, and missing over 50 games in one season, team chemistry fell apart. James Harden forced a trade. Kevin Durant aired frustrations, and the Nets fizzled. Despite all that talent, his availability tanked. He's missed over 370 games, about a third of his career. But here's the weird part. His on-court numbers stay elite. Nearly 24 points per game, 47% from the field, almost 39 from deep. In the playoffs, he's been reliable when he plays. That's what makes this narrative tricky. With Cleveland, he hit the championship winning shot. With Dallas, he's been clutch, leading them to the finals in 2024 and averaging over 20 points this postseason. No drama there. Luka and Kidd have both called him a leader. So yeah, things got messy in Boston and Brooklyn. But in the right situation, Kyrie's been more stabilizer than storm. Chris Paul can't win a ring. That's been the knock on him forever, right? 20 seasons, 6 teams, and still no title. He's had 15 playoff runs, 149 playoff games, and somehow just one trip to the final. That came in 2021. And even then, the Suns blew a 2-0 lead to the Bucks. He averaged over 21 points and 8 assists that series. But it didn't matter when Giannis went nuclear. Now to the part that really drags this narrative, injuries. In 2015, he hurt his hamstring, missed 2 games in the second round, and the Clippers lost in 7. In 2018, he pulled his hamstring again in Game 5 of the West Finals. Rockets were up 3-2 on the Warriors. He missed the last 2 games, and they lost the series. In 2023, same story. Pulled a groin in the Denver series and couldn't finish. That's been the pattern. The crazy thing is, his playoff stats are rock solid. 20 points, over 8 assists, almost 50% from the field. In close-out games, he actually plays better. So yeah, he's ringless. But not because he's been bad when it counted, just cursed, relentlessly. Ben Simmons is mentally checked out. His fall from all-star to bench role has people still wondering if he's even into basketball anymore. The talk really took off after that famous pass in 2021 when he gave up a dunk late in a close playoff game. After that, he didn't play the whole next season, saying he wasn't mentally ready. Then came the Nets stretch, where he showed flashes but barely played, missed over 300 games total since entering the league, and rarely looked aggressive. By the time he got to the Clippers in 2025, he was basically a specialist, playing just a few minutes a night and putting up almost no points. Still, coaches praised his defense, and some stats actually back that up. He guarded big names and made an impact without needing the ball, but the scoring fall off is brutal, going from nearly 17 points a game in his peak to 1 point in the playoffs now. Whether it's mental health, injuries, or just losing confidence, he's clearly not the same player. Some fans say he quit, others think he just changed. Either way, it's a long way down from where he started. Heat culture. It's been the backbone of the Miami Heat since Pat Riley showed up in 1995 with a clipboard and a vengeance. He laid down the law, discipline, toughness, zero excuses. That's the standard. It's how they turned overlooked guys like Haslam and Duncan Robinson into real contributors instead of just names in training camp. The team's whole thing has been about grinding harder than anyone else, even when they're not the most talented squad out there. And for a while, it worked. They made it to the finals in 2020 and again in 2023 by outworking flashier rosters. But lately, things are looking rough. Getting bounced out of the playoffs, 2 years straight hurts, but losing by 55 to Cleveland, that's a soul checker. Still, the Heat doubled down on their brand, even throwing Heat culture on their City Edition uniforms. They're literally wearing the philosophy now. And sure, it's a little dramatic, but it's who they are. With Spoelstra and the front office still in place, they're not tossing that culture aside. They just need results to match the merch, or it starts to feel like nostalgia instead of identity. Giannis has no bag. That phrase gets tossed around like confetti after every Bucks playoff loss. Critics say he's all brute force, no finesse, just a blur to the rim with no jumper, no handle, no footwork worth talking about. The guy's been an MVP twice, a finals MVP once, but somehow still gets clowned like he's a role player. Look, he's not hitting step-back threes or pulling out spin-to-easy crossovers. Most of his buckets come from the paint or transition, and his free throws, yeah, those are still an adventure. He shoots less than 30% from deep, and his mid-range game's more of a cameo than a main act. But let's be real, he's averaging over 30 a night and doing it on insane efficiency. He's added post moves, cleaned up his footwork, and turned into a better passer. In 2021, he dropped 50 in a finals closeout and hit 17 of 19 free throws. That's not some fluke. It's hard to argue with dominance. Sure, he doesn't play like a guard, but maybe that's the point. He's unique. Call it no bag, call it limited, but the numbers say it works, just not the way people like to see it. Anthony Davis is always hurt. That's the label anyway. It's followed him from New Orleans to Los Angeles and now to Dallas, like a cursed nickname. The truth? He's missed 244 games across 13 seasons, which sounds awful, until you notice that in 2024, he played 76 games, his highest total in 6 years. He even managed 51 games this season, and that includes an abdominal strain. So while the jokes are loud, the facts are shifting. His past included everything from torn labrums to MCL sprains to ankle rolls, which definitely didn't help his rep. In some seasons, like 2021, he only made it through 36 games. But lately, he's been on the court more, and when he's out there, he's producing, for the most part at least. This season, he's put up nearly 25 points, grabbing over 11 boards and adding 3.5 assists. His career numbers are solid too, over 24 points and 2 blocks per game. He helped win a title in 2020. So yeah, the injury history is real, but the always hurt stuff, that's more of a meme than a full picture. Lately, he's been showing up. Dirk Nowitzki's 2011 playoff run was one of the best ever. The guy turned into a machine. He led Dallas through 21 playoff games, averaging over 27 points and 8 rebounds, with nearly 50% shooting from the field and an absolutely ridiculous 94% from the line. He wasn't just efficient, he was icy. In the finals, he dropped over 10 points per fourth quarter while hitting every single free throw he took. That's 24 for 24 when it mattered most. He didn't have another all-star next to him, no super team, just Dirk and a squad that bought in. They took down the defending champs, a young Thunder team loaded with talent, and that Heat team with LeBron, Wade, and Bosch in full villain mode. He scored 58 points in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals, and in the finals, he played through a 101-degree fever and still hit the game winner. That run wasn't about flash. It was pure grit, skill, and refusal to lose. No load management, no drama, just a 7-footer with a jumper ripping souls out of title favorites. That playoff stretch, it didn't just win a ring, it stamped a legacy forever. Tim Duncan is underrated. That's not even a hot take, it's just the unfortunate truth. The guy won 5 championships, snagged 2 MVPs, 3 finals MVPs, and made 15 All-Star teams, but somehow still doesn't get the same love as flashier players with fewer rings. He made the All-NBA and All-Defense teams for 13 straight years. That's not consistency, it's domination in a dad sweater. He racked up over 26,000 points, 15,000 rebounds, and 3,000 blocks while talking less than your average bench warmer. In the playoffs, he gave you 21 points and 11 boards over 251 games. The man basically lived in May and June. He led the Spurs to the playoffs for 19 straight seasons and didn't need highlight reels or ego trips to do it. He outlasted Shaq, Kobe, and Garnett and kept winning deep into his 30s. But because he wasn't posting cryptic tweets or yelling after dunks, people overlooked him. He didn't sell drama, he just won. That quiet demeanor, it fooled a lot of people into thinking he was just solid. But Tim Duncan wasn't solid. He was a nightmare in bank shot form. Underrated? Absolutely. And wildly so. The Kings wasted DeMarcus Cousins' prime, no question. The guy put up over 21 points and nearly 11 boards a game during 7 seasons in Sacramento, and they still couldn't sniff the playoffs once. In 2016, he was averaging over 27 points and nearly 5 assists before they shipped him off. And what did the Kings do with that kind of production? Nothing. Not one winning season. Their best year was 33-49. That's the peak. The front office couldn't stop spinning in circles. 5 different head coaches in 7 years, and none of them stuck around long enough to build anything. Draft picks were a mess, trades were questionable, and every time it looked like they might figure something out, they pressed the reset button. Cousins had some talented teammates, Isaiah Thomas, Rudy Gay, Tyreek Evans, but nobody ever fit together long enough to compete. The team had no direction. When they finally traded him in 2017, they got some decent pieces, but it still felt like giving up. Cousins gave them all NBA production and got chaos in return. Sacramento had a star, and instead of building around him, they just let his prime years go to waste. Damian Lillard was too loyal. 11 seasons in Portland and only 1 trip past the second round? That's dedication bordering on delusion. He averaged over 25 points and nearly 7 assists per game, became the franchise's all-time leading scorer, and still spent most postseasons watching someone else lift the trophy. The Blazers made the playoffs 8 times, but they only won 4 series total. Their best run ended in a sweep in the Western Conference Finals. Every year, it was the same story. Patchy roster moves, a revolving door of role players, and just enough talent to sneak into the playoffs, but not enough to matter. Lillard stayed through all of it, loyal to a team that couldn't match his ambition. They shuffled coaches, missed on trades, and leaned on him to carry everything. And he did, year after year. But in 2023, even he had enough. He finally asked out and landed with Milwaukee, a team that actually has a shot. Staying that long in a situation like that, that's not just loyalty, it's basketball martyrdom. Lillard gave Portland everything. In return, they gave him highlight reels and a lot of what-ifs. Lee GM. That nickname didn't come from nowhere. It came from years of watching him operate like a front office with a jump shot. Ever since his Miami move in 2010, people noticed he wasn't just choosing teams, he was shaping them. That Heat team, player built. Cleveland's trade for Kevin Love, LeBron pushed for it. He even got half the roster flipped mid-season in 2018. Then came Los Angeles. He gets there, and soon after, the Lakers gut the roster for Anthony Davis, which ends in a title. Sounds great, but it's not all gold. The veterans he tends to favor often come with bad contracts and limited upside, leaving little room for development. Coaching changes? Not rare, and it's hard to believe his voice isn't a factor. Front office? Still there, but the guy everyone's watching is wearing number 23. The results are mixed. Some genius-level moves, others that aged like milk. And while he claims he's just giving input, nobody's mistaking him for a passive participant. When the team wins, he gets the praise. When they don't, suddenly LeBron takes the heat. Either way, his fingerprints are all over every roster he's touched. Grant Hill would have been one of the best ever, if not for injury. That's not fantasy. It's supported by everything he did before his ankle betrayed him. In his first 6 seasons with Detroit, he averaged over 21 points, nearly 8 rebounds, and more than 6 assists. He wasn't just good, he was elite. making 5 All-Star teams and 5 All-NBA squads, including a first-team nod. In 1999 to 2000, he dropped 25 a night and looked like the league's next all-around superstar. Then came the ankle. Surgeries, setbacks, infections. He played just 47 games over the next 4 years. He missed the entire 2003 season. That prime? Gone. But he didn't quit. He reinvented himself in Phoenix, becoming a reliable defender and veteran presence. In 2009, he played all 82 games and averaged 12 points. Not flashy, but solid. Over 18 seasons, he still racked up over 17,000 points and more than 6,000 boards. He won gold in Atlanta in 1996 and landed in the Hall of Fame in 2018. Hill didn't get the career he deserved, but the one he built anyway still earned respect. Carmelo Anthony was blackballed. That's the claim, and the timeline doesn't exactly help the league's case. After averaging over 22 points per game across 15 seasons, making 10 All-Star teams, and racking up over 28,000 points, Melo was cut loose by the Rockets after just 10 games in 2018. Then, nothing. For over a year, one of the game's best scorers was just gone. No injury, no scandal, no decline, steep enough to justify exile. Teams passed, and the league whispered about fit issues and role acceptance like Melo was radioactive. Meanwhile, guys with half his resume were picking up 10-day contracts. It took until late 2019 for Portland to give him a shot, and surprise, he could still play. He gave them 15 points and 6 boards a night, quietly proving every doubter wrong. Some say it was about defense. Others say it was his resistance to being a role player, but the man adjusted, he adapted, and still, he sat. Royce White called it out. Fans saw it. Even now, there's no clean explanation. Blackballed? Maybe. Forgotten? Not a chance. Melo deserved better. And for a while, the league acted like it didn't care. Shaq didn't train hard, but still dominated. That's the tension behind the whole work ethic debate. Kobe Bryant made it plain. If Shaq had taken conditioning seriously, they'd have 12 rings. That wasn't just locker room talk. It was a real frustration. Shaq delayed surgery before the 2002 season, missed games, and explained it by saying he'd heal on company time. Not exactly the mantra of a gym rat, but here's the thing. He still won 4 titles, an MVP, 3 finals MVPs, made 15 All-Star teams, and got his own statue. So maybe his philosophy wasn't lazy, just different. He straight up admitted he didn't grind in practice. Why? Because the guys he played against couldn't stop him anyway. And let's be honest, they couldn't. When he was locked in, Shaq was an unstoppable force, a mountain with footwork. His critics say he left greatness on the table. He says his resume speaks loud enough. Maybe it's both. He didn't follow the usual blueprint, but the man still wrecked the league. And while Bryant chased perfection, Shaq chased efficiency with a side of dominance. They both got rings. One just jogged to them. Jalen Brunson is living proof that heart beats hype. Drafted 33rd overall in the 2018 NBA draft, he entered the league with 2 NCAA championships, a National Player of the Year award, and absolutely none of the viral mixtape buzz that gets lesser players shoe deals. He began his pro career in Dallas as a backup, quietly grinding. By the 2022 playoffs, he'd made so much noise he couldn't be ignored. When he joined the New York Knicks in the summer of 2022, some analysts scoffed. Too much money, they said, not a franchise guy. Then he averaged 24 points and 6.2 assists per game in his first season. In year 2, 28.7 points, 6.7 assists, and a 5th place finish in MVP voting. In the 2024 playoffs, Brunson poured in 32.4 points and 7.5 assists per game. In the 2025 postseason, he put up 31.5 points and 8.2 assists in the first round against Detroit, including a game-winning 3 in Game 6. Despite a late-season ankle injury that sidelined him for 15 games, he returned to lead New York and was named Clutch Player of the Year and All-NBA second team. He didn't just silence the doubters. He outworked, outplayed, and outlasted them. Rudy Gobert is an overrated defender. The idea that Gobert's defense is overhyped keeps bouncing around like a loose ball, and players in the league aren't exactly shy about saying it. In a poll run by The Athletic, over 13% of players called him the most overrated in the league. One even said, Gobert doesn't scare anyone as a defender, especially not guards. That's a harsh read, But when you look at the postseason, it's not just talk. His defense rating dropped from 104.4 in the regular season to 110.2 in the playoffs. Teams he anchors also fall off hard once the playoffs start, ranking worse than over half the league. But here's the twist. Gobert still led the league in defensive rating during the season and posted over 5 defensive win shares. That's not small time. Minnesota's defense also hit number 1 in the league this year after being 10th. He even tied the all-time record with 4 Defensive Player of the Year awards. Yeah, he's not always great out in space, but he still put up a plus-minus of 111 in the playoffs. So, overrated? That depends on what you're watching. Thon Maker was supposed to be the next Giannis narrative. The hype around Thon Maker being the second coming of Giannis caught fire the second he hit the draft board. He had the height, the wingspan, the agility, all the tools that scream future star, nearly 7 feet tall with long arms and the ability to move like a wing. Of course, people ran wild with it. Add in the Milwaukee connection, and folks were already ordering matching jerseys. But once the game started, things cooled off fast. Over 260 games, he averaged under 5 points and barely 3 boards a night. That's not the stat line of the next face of the league. His shot, not bad, but not great either. 43% from the field and 32% from deep, just didn't cut it. Even in the playoffs, where legends rise, he averaged just over 5 points. He had flashes, but never stretched them into anything long-term. Part of it came down to strength. He couldn't bang with NBA bigs. The skills never really leveled up either, and coming from a less traditional path, he lacked the reps. Thon Maker had the frame, but not the foundation to become the next Gian. Manu is the greatest sixth man ever. When Manu stepped onto the court, he didn't just play. He changed the entire idea of what a sixth man could be. He came off the bench and still managed to snag 4 championships, 2 All-Star selections, and even a spot in the Hall of Fame. That's not bench warmer energy. In 2 different seasons, he made the All-NBA third team, which is pretty wild for someone not starting full-time. He won Sixth Man of the Year in the 2008 season, averaging almost 20 points with 5 boards and 4 assists. And it wasn't just flashy numbers. He backed it up in the playoffs too, averaging 14 points and 4 assists over 200 postseason games. His overall winning percentage, 72.1. That's the best in league history for anyone who's played at least 1,000 games. Jamal Crawford even said he was the only sixth man people feared. Manu could have started on most teams, but he chose to lead from the bench. That mindset helped define the Spurs and turned him into a blueprint for unselfish greatness. Manu didn't just embrace the sixth-man role, he turned it into something iconic. Steph Curry versus Magic. Johnson is the greatest point guard debate. When it comes to resumes, both guys bring ridiculous hardware. Magic's got 5 championships, Curry's got 4. Magic's got 3 MVPs, Curry's got 2, but one of those was the first unanimous MVP ever. Magic owns 3 Finals MVPs, while Curry just grabbed his first. Looking at numbers, Curry scores more, 24.7 per game to Magic's 19.5. But Magic more than makes up for it in assists and rebounds. He averaged over 11 dimes and more than 7 boards every night. Curry's not touching that. But let's talk about shooting. Curry's 3-point percentage is over 42, and that's across a career where everyone is chasing him around screens. Magic, just over 30. Curry's free throw shooting is elite, well over 90%, while Magic was solid, but not that automatic. Magic dominated the 80s with size and vision, but Curry literally changed how the game's played today. The 3-point explosion? That's on him. Even though Curry says he's the best point guard ever, Michael Jordan still says it's Magic. Honestly, it's a classic battle of scoring evolution versus all-around dominance. It really depends what you care about more. 1994 Finals. Interruption. The Knicks were up 2-1. Madison Square Garden was packed, and Game 5 was underway. But somewhere in Los Angeles, everything flipped. A warrant had just gone out for O.J. Simpson. And just before 7 in the evening on the West Coast, NBC did something no one saw coming. They cut away from the live final. Suddenly, everyone watching saw a white Ford Bronco rolling down the freeway with Simpson in the back, a gun to his head, and his friend Al Cowlings behind the wheel. It wasn't a break in the action, it was a broadcast ambush. Instead of choosing sides, NBC gave viewers both at once. Split screen, game footage, shrank into a little box while the Bronco chase took center stage. New York held tight to the game feed, but Los Angeles, they went full Bronco. It was chaos. Broadcasters didn't know what to say. Marv Albert called it the strangest moment he'd ever been part of, and Bob Costas sounded stunned as he tried to keep up. By the end, nearly 95 million Americans were watching that chase, more than were watching the game. Simpson finally surrendered after about 90 minutes. The Knicks still won, 91-84, but no one cared. What should have been a celebration turned into a side note, buried under live coverage that changed TV forever. 2006 Wade free throw controversy. The Heat were down 2 games, then came roaring back, flipping the series on its head, but Game 5 lit the fuse. Wade went to the line 25 times. That's not a stat, that's a statement. The Mavericks, as a team, also shot 25. The game ended 101-100 in overtime, thanks to 2 Wade free throws with less than 2 seconds left. The foul call on Dirk Nowitzki, people lost. The contact looked soft, but the whistle still came. Things really boiled over when Josh Howard called a timeout between Wade's free throws. That locked Dallas into a half-court inbound. It looked like a mess, but the NBA backed it. Then came the backcourt controversy. Cuban said Wade caught it illegally. NBA said no, he was airborne, landed inbounds. That one got reviewed and closed. But the foul disparity, harder to ignore. 38 fouls on Dallas, 26 on Miami. Fans weren't buying it. Cuban went full scorched earth, screamed it was rigged, went at the commissioner, and got hit with a $250,000 fine. Dirk punted the ball into the stands and got slapped with a $5,000 penalty. Cuban even brought in a former FBI guy to investigate before backing down. Wade dropped 43 points, hit all those free throws, and said he earned every one. Game 6, more of the same. Miami shot 37, Dallas 23. Wade alone got 21. Heat closed it out, but the stink of that Game 5 never left, whether it was biased reffing or just raw aggression. Wade's free throw parade remains one of the most disputed finals moments ever. 1976, fabulous fifth. The series was tied and Game 5 was set in Boston Garden, but what unfolded was chaos, wrapped in a rulebook meltdown. With 1 second left in regulation, Havlicek hit a shot that put Boston ahead. Problem? The crowd stormed the court. The clock had hit 0, but it shouldn't have. The timekeeper didn't stop it right away. Referee Richie Powers put 1 second back, and Phoenix used it. Gar Hurd buried a jumper to tie, forcing the first overtime. Then came the timeout disaster. Paul Silas signaled for one, but Boston didn't have any left. That should have been a technical foul on Boston, with Phoenix getting a shot to win it. Powers didn't call it. Suns fans still haven't let that go, and honestly, I get it. That no call shifted everything. In the second overtime, Havlicek scored again as the clock was reset mid-play. Another call that sparked protests. And then came the third overtime. Glenn McDonald stepped up big for Boston, scoring key baskets even though he had fouled out earlier. Westphal tried to answer with a spinning jumper, but fatigue set in. The Celtics survived, winning 128-126. It lasted over 3 hours, and officials were just trying to survive the crowd, the calls, and the broken flow. Richie Powers called it the hardest game he'd ever handled. Boston rode the wave and finished the job in Game 6, but Phoenix left Boston haunted by that missed timeout and the exhaustion of triple overtime. This game wasn't just long, it was legendary. With officiating gaps so wide, they eventually helped rewrite parts of the league rulebook. By the way, if you guys want to subscribe, I'm going to be posting every day. Thanks. Anyways, 1955, Finals Conspiracy. Syracuse took the title by 1 point, 92-91 in Game 7. But that win, it's still swimming in suspicion. Fort Wayne led by 17 in the second quarter and somehow let it slip. The Nationals didn't storm back with flashy plays. They crawled back as the Pistons unraveled. The collapse wasn't just odd, it was surgical. With 18 seconds left, George Yardley committed a palming violation. Then, with 3 seconds left, Andy Phillip coughed up the ball under pressure. That turnover gave Syracuse exactly what they needed to seal the win. The cherry on top, a foul by Frankie Bryan on Syracuse's Jim King, which handed them the final free throw. Game over. Yardley later dropped a quote that's never gone away. He said there were always unwholesome implications about that game. That's not nothing. He even thought Phillip's turnover was on purpose. And Phillip wasn't some rookie panicking. He was a veteran point guard. That one pass still raises eyebrows. There was no investigation, no punishment, nothing. The league moved on like it didn't just watch a game that looked straight out of a crime novel. Fort Wayne wasn't even playing at home. They were in Indianapolis, far from their own fans, and maybe far from scrutiny. Jack Molinas, a known gambler, already banned for fixing games, wasn't involved this time, but his ghost hovered over the whole thing. There's no proof, no smoking gun, but those final moments, that early blown lead, and Yardley's later comments, they've kept this final steeped in mystery. If it wasn't fixed, it was one of the strangest collapses ever. 2016, Draymond Green suspension. Golden State had Cleveland on the ropes, up 3-1 with Game 4 in the bag. Then things spiraled. Late in the fourth, LeBron James stepped over Draymond Green after a foul. Green responded with a swipe that made contact with LeBron's groin. No whistle came during the game, but the league wasn't done. After review, the NBA gave Green a flagrant 1, his 4th flagrant point of the postseason, triggering an automatic 1-game suspension. That made Green the first player suspended in the finals since 2006. He watched Game 5 from a box at Oracle while Cleveland went off. The Warriors felt it instantly. No Green meant no energy, no glue guy. LeBron and Kyrie both scored 41. Cleveland won 112-97, cutting the lead to 3-2. Green's absence shifted the tone. He even admitted later, "If I play in Game 5, we win." Game 6 saw him back, but the Cavaliers had all the momentum. They won again, 115-101. That game ended with Steph Curry getting ejected for throwing his mouthpiece. Game 7 was tight and ugly. Cleveland took it 93-89, capping off the first finals comeback from 3-1. The suspension stirred bigger questions about how flagrant fouls stack up. Green had already racked up 3 earlier, including that groin kick to Steven Adams. This one tipped the scale. No investigation, no drama, just cold league policy. And it changed history. Green owned it later. "I cost us a championship." A single swing flipped the finals and rewrote Cleveland's story. 1993 finals. Grant, no foul. With under 4 seconds left, John Paxson knocked down a three-pointer to flip the lead. The Suns were stunned. Chicago now led 99-98, and Phoenix had one last chance. The ball went to Kevin Johnson. He drove inside, got airborne, and met Horace Grant at the rim. Grant went straight up, blocked the shot, and the clock expired. Bulls win, or so it seemed. The controversy comes from what happened mid-air. On replays, Grant clearly made contact with Johnson. Not some invisible graze, actual contact, but the whistle never came. Officials let it play out. No foul, no free throws, no extra seconds, just celebration and confusion. Suns fans have called it robbery ever since. The NBA didn't issue a post-game statement. There was no replay rule in place, no coach's challenge. The moment ended on the floor. Grant's block stood, Paxson's shot became legend, and the Bulls sealed their 3rd straight title. For Phoenix, it was brutal. They had no path to argue the call. Nothing official was ever filed, and the league moved on like it was clean. But fans watching saw the hit. Whether it deserved a whistle or not, the contact was real. The clock ran out, the score stayed put, and the Suns walked off empty. That final sequence lives in highlight reels for Paxson's shot. But right behind it, a missed foul debate that never died. Grant got the stop, and history got a clean finish, at least on the scoreboard. But the what-ifs still echo. Chicago got their second three-peat started, and Phoenix was left wondering what could have happened at the line. 2014 Finals. AC malfunction. Game 1 in San Antonio opened with all eyes on the rematch, but by the 3rd quarter, the real drama wasn't on the scoreboard. The air conditioning inside the AT&T Center completely failed. Engineers couldn't reset the system, and temps soared past 90 degrees. The crowd booed, players drenched themselves in ice towels, and fans fanned themselves like it was summer camp. LeBron James tried to push through, but with just under 4 minutes left, his legs locked up from cramps. He had already dropped 25 points in 33 minutes, but had to be carried off the court. That's when the Spurs turned up the heat. They finished on a 16-3 run, pulled away, and won 110-95. Post-game, LeBron was caught on mic saying, "They're trying to smoke us out." Popovich joked about the electric bill. Kareem dismissed the complaints, calling it part of the game. The NBA said they fixed the issue for Game 2, but the damage was done. Critics debated whether the conditions crossed the safety line. Medical staff flagged it as dangerous. But no foul play was found. No conspiracy, just a breakdown. The Spurs kept momentum, took the series in 5, and LeBron's limp off the floor became meme history. The loss stung for Miami. They had a shot at a three-peat, but the opener melted their chances early. The AC wasn't the only reason they lost, but it gave the Spurs a jolt. That Game 1 set the tone. The Heat never recovered. One system failed, then another. 1970 Finals. Reed returned. The Knicks had just dropped Game 6, and Willis Reed had missed it entirely with a torn thigh muscle. Everyone figured he was out, but just before tip-off in Game 7, he hobbled onto the court during warm-ups, sparking a roar from the Garden crowd. It looked like something out of a movie, but here's the reality. Reed scored just the first 2 baskets. That was it. 4 points, 3 rebounds, in 27 minutes total. Still, his presence mattered. He matched up with Wilt Chamberlain and held him to just 2 of 9 from the field. Reed didn't finish the half, leaving with the Knicks up 61-37. From there, New York cruised. They won 113-99 and claimed their first championship. But the mythology of Reed's moment grew bigger than the stat sheet. The way it's usually told, you'd think he played the whole game with one leg and carried the team on his back. Instead, it was Walt Frazier, who had 36 points and 19 assists. But Reed's walk onto the court became a symbol. The media turned it into a sports fable. The narrative kept rolling, even if his role was mostly symbolic after those opening minutes. That entrance inspired decades of similar stories. Injured athletes limping in and becoming the emotional pulse. Reed played through pain, yes, but he wasn't the deciding factor. He was the tone setter. The moment mattered. The myth may be inflated, but it stuck. That slow limp out of the tunnel didn't win the game, but it helped define what grit looks like in sports history. Shout out. Willis Reed, though, a legend. 2010 Finals. Free throw disparity. Game 7 in Los Angeles. A 4-point battle between legacy and revenge. The Lakers won 83-79, but the numbers told a different story. In the fourth quarter alone, the Lakers shot 21 free throws. Boston, not even close. That final stretch felt more like a parade to the line than a closing quarter. Across the whole series, the Lakers attempted 200 free throws to Boston's 149. That's a 51-shot gap in a series that went the distance. Critics didn't need conspiracy theories. They just looked at the box score. Bleacher Report pointed out Boston shot 88% from the line, while LA hit only 67%. But the volume wasn't close. You can make all your free throws, but if the other team's getting 51 more chances, math wins. Boston fans shouted foul. Yahoo Sports argued the Celtics were hacking too much, but others weren't buying it. Forums lit up saying the officiating didn't just sway Game 7, it changed it. Perkins was out, which hurt, but the foul count stung worse. Analysts said the Lakers were better at playing into the whistle, drawing contact, knowing when to sell it. It worked. No official statements came down, just the final result. Kobe got his 5th ring, the Lakers got revenge for 2008, and the Celtics walked off, wondering how 21 fourth-quarter free throws didn't trigger more questions. The numbers were real. The impact was obvious. The final outcome, it may not have been just about the score, but about who spent more time at the line when it mattered most. 2020, Bubble Finals, legitimacy debate. With the season suspended in March and resumed inside a Disney World bubble, the NBA delivered a finals, unlike any before. There were no fans, no travel, no home court edge, just basketball. Every team had the same conditions, and that's exactly where the controversy starts. Skeptics pointed out that without travel or crowd pressure, playoff intensity was watered down. The Lakers, a top seed, lost their usual advantage. Miami made an unexpected finals run, and some critics said the neutral setup helped lower seeds. Frank Vogel even admitted that road games were easier. Some players like Patrick Beverley dismissed the win entirely, calling it a bubble title or bubblegum ring. The numbers didn't silence them. Both teams underperformed in the next season. That Fed claims it was an anomaly. With no follow-up success, critics felt the bubble didn't reflect real-world competition, but supporters pushed back hard. Bam, who lost in that series, said it was the hardest title to win. The reason? Mental fatigue, isolation, constant testing, and the pressure of playing without distractions. The bubble had 0 COVID cases. It ran on discipline and structure. LeBron James dominated with 28 points, 14 rebounds, and 10 assists in the closeout game. He averaged nearly a triple-double over the series. That wasn't about crowd noise or travel. It was pure performance. The finals lacked the usual chaos, but it also stripped away the noise. No refs swayed by fans, no jet lag, just basketball. Whether that makes it less legitimate or more depends on what you think makes a champion. The league calls it a title. The numbers back it. The debate still going strong. 1998 Finals. Push-off controversy. Game 6 in Salt Lake City. Bulls up 3-2. The score 87-86. And with 5 seconds left, Michael Jordan rose for what would become his final shot as a Chicago Bull, right after slipping past Byron Russell with a slight hand to the hip. That motion has haunted highlight reels and fan debates for decades. It started with a swipe. Jordan picked Karl Malone clean and ran the floor. No timeout, no setup, just one-on-one with Russell. As he cut left, his right hand grazed Russell's hip, and Jordan pulled up. Shot good. Bulls up. Game over. 6th ring secured. But that little push, that's where the controversy lives. Utah fans still talk about it. Some even name their stadium Wi-Fi Jordan pushed off. Analysts split down the middle. Some say it was a clear offensive foul. Others, including retired officials, said it was minor and common. Even Russell later admitted whether he pushed or not, he was making that shot. Jordan, he called the whole push-off narrative bullshit, saying Russell was already going that direction. Referee Danny Crawford didn't blow the whistle. Neither did his crew. And in a game that saw Jordan score 45, it was his hand placement, not his scoring, that drew most of the long-term scrutiny. No replay review, no call. Just legacy. The shot gave Jordan his 6th title, 6th Finals MVP, and what many call the most iconic moment in NBA history. The contact was real, the whistle stayed silent, and the debate still echoes. Jordan's shot ended the dynasty and started one of the longest running "was it clean" questions in finals lore. 1988 Finals Phantom Foul, Game 6. Pistons up 1, 14 seconds left. Kareem sets up in the low post, goes for the skyhook. Bill Laimbeer contests, arms up, straight vertical. Replays show no clear contact, none. But then came the whistle. Official Hugh Evans called a foul. The crowd erupted, the Pistons froze, and Kareem headed to the line. He made both. Lakers up 1, now 100, 3-102. That was the game, and the pivot point of the series. Detroit didn't recover. Los Angeles took Game 7, won the championship, and the Pistons were left with a legend-sized scar. That whistle has been called a phantom for decades. Even Pat Riley, who coached the Lakers, labeled it the phantom skyhook foul. Pistons owner Bill Davidson called it unconscionable and blamed it directly for losing the title. He reportedly told David Stern as much. The league never reviewed the call. No reversal, no admission, just silence. The Pistons bounced back a year later, but the sting of that moment still lives. It's one of the most debated whistles in finals history. The foul changed not just a game, but potentially an entire championship trajectory. No one can say with certainty how it would have ended without that call, but Detroit fans never forgot it. They were seconds away, the title was in reach, and then it was gone, on a foul that only one person on the planet saw. One whistle, one possession, one ring, gone. That's the legacy of the Laimbeer Phantom Foul. 1985 Finals Memorial Day Massacre. On May 27th, Boston dropped a 34-point sledgehammer on the Lakers in Game 1. Final score, 148-114. It was the worst finals loss in Lakers history at the time, and it got a nickname, the Memorial Day Massacre. Kevin McHale and Scott Wedman both scored 26, with Wedman going 11 for 11. Kareem, just 12 points, 3 rebounds. Magic Johnson, 1 rebound. That performance lit a fire under suspicion. People wondered if the Lakers had tanked to rest their stars for the long haul, but no proof ever came out. Pat Riley didn't treat it like a strategy. He treated it like a disaster. He made the team sit through the film over and over. Kareem took the heat personally. Boston media said he was done. The Celtics claimed he was no longer worth guarding. That didn't age well. In Game 2, Kareem dropped 30 points, 17 boards, 8 assists, and 3 blocks. Lakers won 109-102. They flipped the script and never looked back. They took the series 4-2 and clinched it in Boston. First time the Lakers ever closed out a finals on that floor. Kareem got the last word too. At 38, he earned finals MVP with over 25 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists a game. That Game 1 blowout became a footnote, an embarrassing one, but still just a footnote. The rumors of sandbagging faded. The Lakers didn't throw the game. They used it as fuel. That loss didn't bury them. It launched their revenge. 1997 Finals Flu Game debate. Game 5. Michael Jordan drops 38 points in 44 minutes, hits the go-ahead 3 with under a minute left, and looks like he's about to collapse. Dry mouth, slumped on the bench, pale. The world called it the flu game, but that name didn't age well. Years later, in The Last Dance, Jordan called it what it really was, food poisoning. His trainer, Tim Grover, detailed the whole thing. They ordered a pizza late at night in Utah. 5 guys showed up to deliver it. Jordan ate the whole thing alone. Around 2:30 in the morning, he curled up on the floor, sick. Grover said, "That's food poisoning, guaranteed." Even Phil Jackson mentioned the bad pizza. No one called it the flu again after that, but fans didn't exactly buy the poisoning story either. Reddit lit up with doubt. One user said, "You think that pizza place wouldn't have been shut down immediately?" Others leaned toward it being more believable than a hangover, but still questioned the dramatic setup. The hangover theory floats around, blaming gambling and late nights. But Utah's alcohol laws make that hard to pull off. Altitude sickness? Not likely either. Jordan had been in Salt Lake for days. Bottom line, Jordan was clearly sick. Whether it was flu, bad pizza, or something less cinematic, he looked like a zombie and still put up nearly 40. Trainers say food poisoning, teammates say pizza. The internet says maybe, but nobody doubts the pain, and nobody forgets the game. It wasn't pretty, but it was iconic. 1984 Finals Heat Game. Game 5, Boston Garden. 97 degrees inside, no air conditioning, and sweat pouring before tip-off. Outside was warm, inside was a sauna. Kareem went 7 for 25 and needed oxygen on the bench. Referee Hugh Evans collapsed from dehydration at halftime and couldn't finish. Robert Parrish left the game with leg cramps. The Celtics, they thrived. Larry Bird said it felt like Summer League in French Lick. He dropped 34 points, hit 15 of 20 shots, grabbed 17 boards, and looked like he was born in the heat. The Celtics won 121-103. taking a 3-2 lead in the series. The Lakers, on the other hand, looked cooked. Magic Johnson said he was soaked in sweat before the anthem. Pat Riley accused Boston of stacking the deck. Extra fans in their locker room, no trust in the water supply, and no ice for the visitors. The Garden was already famous for its dead spots on the floor and rickety old locker rooms. Now it was infamous for being an oven. The Heat game got its name for a reason. Boston embraced the misery. The Lakers wilted. That one game flipped the series. The Celtics rode the momentum into Game 7 and clinched the title at home. Kareem later called the conditions part of the game. Maybe so, but no one forgot the toll. Game 5 was as much survival test as basketball. The Celtics endured. The Lakers sweated through it. And the league started taking a long look at venue conditions after that. The Garden didn't just host a finals game. It hosted a war of attrition, and Bird came out cool. 2008, Finals Game 2, free throw discrepancy. Celtics took 38 free throws. Lakers, just 10. Boston made 27. Los Angeles made all 10. That's a plus 17 edge at the line, and it lit up every Lakers fan forum from coast to coast. The disparity wasn't just obvious, it was historic. LA was down just 6, but the free throw margin made it feel like 20. Fans pointed to missed calls, soft whistles, and a home crowd that felt like a 6th defender. Celtics drove into contact, posted up, and played physical. Lakers settled for more jumpers. That style gap, it mattered. Doc Rivers said Boston was more aggressive. No secret game plan, just contact-heavy basketball. Referees didn't issue statements, no league memo, no review. Just a cold box score with a 38-10 split. Some blamed it on officiating. Others said LA didn't earn the trips. There was no Donaghy-level scandal here. Just two teams playing radically different styles. Boston went inside, banged bodies, lived in the paint. Lakers stayed perimeter, didn't force the issue. Still, it felt lopsided. Game 2 put Boston up 2-0 before heading west. That margin changed the tone of the series. The Celtics got the cushion, and the Lakers were chasing. To this day, that gap, nearly 4 times more free throws, sits among the biggest in finals history. No rules were broken, no investigations followed, just a strategic clash and a whistle count Lakers fans never forgot. And that scorecard, it still tells the whole story. 1995 Finals. Nick Anderson collapse. Game 1, Orlando leads 110-107 with under 10 seconds left. Nick Anderson, a 70% free throw shooter, steps to the line, misses the first, then the second. Gets his own rebound, fouled again, misses both. 4 straight clanks. That door creaked open, and the Rockets stormed through. Kenny Smith buried a 3 with 1.6 seconds left to tie it. In overtime, Hakeem tipped in the game winner with 0.3 seconds remaining. Final score, 120-118, Houston. And just like that, the magic unraveled. Orlando never recovered. They were swept in 4. Shaq later said the team lost its spirit after that game. Penny Hardaway agreed. The collapse stuck with them. Anderson's confidence at the line never fully returned. For the next 6 seasons, he never shot above 63.8%. His nickname became Nick the Brick. The sweep sparked whispers, point-shaving theories, fans suggesting the meltdown looked too perfect, but there's no evidence. Just pressure, nerves, and a mental spiral. Anderson's misses weren't criminal, they were catastrophic. Houston, the 6th seed, took advantage with precision. Hakeem averaged 32.8 per game and won Finals MVP. Game 1 wasn't just a loss, it was a turning point. One crack in the armor and everything broke. 4 missed free throws, 1 overtime dagger, then the broom. Not scandal, just collapse, and a legend for all the wrong reasons. 1969 Finals, Jerry West MVP. Lakers had home court, 55 wins, and the better seed. Celtics came in 4th in the East, limping into the playoffs, riding Bill Russell's final season. 7 games later, Boston was lifting the trophy, and Jerry West was accepting an award no one expected, a Finals MVP on the losing side. West averaged 37.9 points, 4.7 rebounds, and 7.4 assists in the series. Game 7, he went nuclear. 42 points, 13 rebounds, 12 assists. That's a Finals triple-double in a closeout game. And the Lakers still lost, 108-106 at home with pre-inflated championship balloons stashed in the raft. The award was brand new. West was the first recipient. And to this day, he's still the only player ever to win Finals MVP without winning the finals. He later admitted the whole thing felt hollow. Stupid, he said. Scoring meant nothing next to that loss. Wilt Chamberlain left late with an injury. Russell, battered and near the end, kept pushing. And those balloons, Red Auerbach made sure Boston knew about them. That kind of motivation that doesn't come from a whiteboard. The Celtics spoiled the party. West's numbers were outrageous, but the trophy came with a sting. No one's repeated the feat. Others have come close, LeBron in 2015 maybe, but voters haven't crossed that line again. West's MVP became a piece of NBA trivia, a symbol of individual brilliance buried beneath team failure, a rare reminder that sometimes greatness doesn't come with a parade, just a plaque and regret. Wizard. It started with them taking Kwame Brown first overall, only for him to average under 8 points a game in his career. Then came John Vesely, picked 6th, who barely even cracked 4 points a night. And Johnny Davis, after 112 games, he was averaging just 3.5 points before getting shipped to Memphis. Their trade history is no better. They gave away Chris Webber for Mitch Richmond and Otis Thorpe, and neither came close to matching Webber's impact. They also sent Rasheed Wallace to Portland for Rod Strickland, who had talent but came with a ton of off-court baggage. The Wizards haven't been to the Eastern Conference Finals since 1979. That's the longest drought in the league. Their playoff record is 99 wins and 138 losses. That's a brutal 41% win rate. Even their win streaks are sad. Their best is just 9 in a row, and they've lost 16 straight multiple times. And in a recent decade redraft, not one Wizards pick made the top 30. Hornets. This team's just a headache. Since 1988, they've only made the playoffs 10 times in 35 seasons. Even worse, they've only won 4 playoff series, and their last win came all the way back in 2002. They've never made the Eastern Conference Finals. And yes, they drafted Kobe Bryant and instantly traded him for Divac. Then they took Michael Kidd-Gilchrist 2nd overall in 2012 over Damian Lillard and Bradley Beal. They picked Noah Vonleh 9th in 2014, and he barely lasted 25 games. In 2021, they picked James Bouknight and Kai Jones in the first round, and neither has done anything meaningful. During Michael Jordan's 13-year run as majority owner, the team made the playoffs 3 times and never won a single series. They posted the worst winning percentage in NBA history during the 2011 season, finishing 7-59. They've never played on Christmas Day, not even once. LaMelo Ball keeps getting hurt, their G League pipeline's dry, and they've never landed a major free agent. Their entire roster strategy's been stuck in limbo forever. Nothing's worked. Lakers. They picked Javaris Crittenton 19th overall in 2007. He averaged just over 5 points a game before his off-court issues landed him in prison for 23 years. That same draft, they also took Sun Yu, who scored less than 1 point per game and only appeared in 10 total. Then there's Anthony Brown in 2015, who played 41 games and got waived the next year. Some of their trades? Just as rough. In 1998, they gave away Nick Van Exel for Tony Battier and Tyronn Lue. Battier got traded mid-season, and Lue's most remembered for getting stepped over by Allen Iverson. In 2005, they dealt Butler for Kwame Brown. Butler became an all-star. Kwame averaged 7 points. And after trading for Luka, they still got bounced in the first round by Minnesota in 2025. Since 2021, their playoff record is 12 wins and 20 losses. And let's not forget their worst losing streaks, 10 straight games. It happened in both 1994 and 2016. Even the Lakers haven't been safe from disappointment. By the way, if you guys want to subscribe, I'm going to be posting every day. Thanks. Anyways, Clippers. Since 1970, they've only made the playoffs 19 times in 55 seasons. They've won just 8 playoff series, with the last one coming in 2021, and they've never made the NBA Finals. The closest they got was in 2021, when they lost in the Western Conference Finals. They picked Michael Olowokandi 1st overall in 1998, and he finished his career averaging just over 8 points a game. In 2005, they took Yaroslav Korolev 12th overall. He barely scored 1 point per game and was gone after 34 games. Bo Kimball, picked 8th in 1990, averaged 5.5 points and faded fast. Their owner, from 1981 to 2014, was Donald Sterling, whose tenure ended in a lifetime ban after racist remarks. The franchise has been bounced around cities and names since the 70s. Their worst season, 12 wins and 70 losses in 1987. And even with stars like Blake Griffin and Chris Paul, injuries ruined their best chances. For decades, they've struggled with roster direction, talent development, and landing top-tier free agents. Knicks. They picked Frederick Weiss 15th overall in 1999, and he never played a single NBA game. They passed on Ron Artest, who became a defense star and Queens legend. In 2017, they took Frank Ntilikina 8th instead of Donovan Mitchell or Bam. Then there's Jordan Hill, picked 1 pick after Steph Curry, picked ahead of DeMar and Drew Holiday. And in 2006, they chose Ronaldo Balkman over Rondo and Kyle Lowry. they traded Patrick Ewing in 2000, and all they got back was a bunch of names and chemistry issues. That Bargnani trade in 2013, they gave up 3 picks for a player who couldn't stay healthy or consistent. The last time they won a title, 1973. Their last finals appearance, 1999. And their all-time playoff record, 210 wins, 211 losses. They've lost 20 straight before. And in 2019, they dropped 18 in one season. 14 head coaches in 25 years shows the chaos up top. They even fired Don Nelson while he had a winning record just for mentioning an Ewing trade. Hawk, since 1949, they've made the playoffs 49 times across 76 seasons, but they've only won 28 playoff series total, and they haven't been to the finals since 1961, back when they were in St. Louis. In 1985, they took John Konchak 5th overall, passing on Karl Malone and Chris Mullin. In 2005, they picked Marvin Williams 2nd instead of Chris Paul. In 2007, they reached for AC Law, who averaged under 4 points a game. Their ownership hit rock bottom in 2014 when Bruce Levinson stepped down after admitting to a racist email. That same year, Danny Ferry got suspended for racially insensitive remarks. Their worst season, 13-69. In 2005. From 2015 to 2025, they racked up more losses than wins. Jalen Johnson was finally breaking out before a shoulder injury ended his season. Clint Capella missed time too. Free agents avoid them, and their roster moves just keep going in circles. Bucks. In 1998, they drafted Dirk Nowitzki, then traded him for Robert Traylor. Dirk became a legend, while Traylor averaged under 5 points per game. In 1970, they picked Gary Freeman 16th. He only lasted one season, and Tiny Archibald went 2 spots later. In 2007, they picked Yi Jianlian 6th. He bounced around the league, averaging under 9 points a game. Their Kareem trade in 1975, they got 4 players, none of whom were stars, while Kareem won 5 titles with the Lakers. In 2003, they sent Ray Allen to Seattle for Gary Payton, who only played 28 games for them. Since 2023, they've been bounced in the first round 3 years straight. Their all-time playoff win rate sits below 50%. Their longest losing streak hit 15 games back in 1996. Even this year, they dropped 4 straight in March, including getting cooked for 145 points by Atlanta. They've also burned through coaches fast. Giannis even admitted the chaos has been draining. That says everything. Rockets. Their playoff record, 161 wins, 168 losses. That's under 50%. In 2025, they grabbed the 2nd seed, then got bounced in the first round by the 7th seeded Warriors. Back in the day, they traded 3 first-round picks for Eddie Griffin, who flamed out fast. In 2012, they picked Royce White, who never played a game, Bojan Nachbar, and Joel Przybilla, mid-first-round picks, who made no noise in Houston. Since Tillman Fertitta took over in 2017, fans have been upset about cost-cutting and controversy. The Daryl Morey tweet in 2019 even hurt the league's relationship with China. Their worst season came in 1983 with just 14 wins. From 2020 to 2023, they went 59-177. No team was worse. Jalen Green and Jabari Smith still haven't hit that next level. Trading Chris Paul and picks for Russell Westbrook back in 2019, that broke everything. Since then, it's been chaotic. No direction, no results. And they still can't beat the Warriors. Jazz. In 2011, they picked Cantor 3rd overall. He couldn't defend and got traded for almost nothing. Then in 2013, they traded up to draft Trey Burke, who shot under 40% and struggled on defense. Exum went 5th in 2014, but never lived up to the hype. Back in 1982, they drafted Wilkins, then traded him because they couldn't afford him. In 79, they gave up King, who became a scoring champ elsewhere. The Jazz have never won a title. Their closest shot, losing to the Bulls in the finals 2 straight years. Over the last 10 seasons, they've gone 21-30 in the playoff. This year was their worst ever. 17 wins, 65 losses. Their road losing streak hit 21 games. In 1982, they lost 18 in a row overall. Even with that record, they still extended coach Will Hardy through 2031. And somehow, they helped the Lakers get Luka and didn't even know it. Their GM said he regretted it. That sums things up perfectly. Suns. Since 1968, they've made the finals 3 times, 1976, 1993, and 2021, but lost them all. Their all-time playoff record, 160 wins, 164 losses. In 2024, they were swept out of the first round by the Timberwolves. In the draft, they took Josh Jackson 4th in 2017. He flamed out quickly, while Fox and Donovan Mitchell soared. Earl Clark in 2009 was a dud, and they passed on Drew Holiday. Marquise Chris, another high pick gone fast. Ayton went first in 2018, but Luka and Trae Young became stars. Robert Sarver's ownership from 2004 to 2022 was full of scandals. He got suspended after an NBA investigation. Matt Ishbia went all in with Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal, but it hasn't worked. Their CEO even got wrapped in a scandal in 2025. That same year, they went 36-46, their worst season in years. They fired Mike Budenholzer after just one season. Injuries, instability, and bad timing. It's been brutal. Timberwolves. In 2009, they picked Johnny Flynn and Ricky Rubio right before Steph Curry. Flynn was out of the league by age 24, and Ndudi Ebi played just 19 games after being taken 26 in 2003. William Avery, picked 14th in 1999, never averaged more than 3 points. Derek Williams went second overall in 2011 and never broke through. Then there's the Kevin Garnett trade in 2007. Boston got a title. Minnesota got Al Jefferson, Ryan Gomes, and draft picks that led nowhere. In 2022, they gave up a mountain of picks for Rudy Gobert, a move that's still questioned. They've never reached the finals. Their all-time playoff record is 39 wins and 55 losses. They lost in the Western Conference Finals in 2025, including a 30-point beatdown in the last game. Their worst losing streak, 18, straight from 2011 to 2012. Their all-time regular season record, 1,196 wins and 1,680 losses. 14 coaches in 36 seasons proves how chaotic it's been. Pelicans. They've only made the playoffs 9 times in 23 seasons and have won just 2 series total. That's an 18% success rate in playoff matchups. Their last series win came in 2018, and they've lost 6 straight playoff games since 2022. In the draft, they picked Austin Rivers 10th in 2012, but he never broke out and was gone after 3 years. Julian Wright, taken 13th in 2007, never averaged even 8 points. The results were mixed at best. They've changed names, changed cities temporarily, and shuffled through general managers and coaches for decades. In 2025, they went 21-61, firing David Griffin afterward. Their worst season, 1864, back in 2005. Zion Williamson, the first overall pick in 2019, still can't stay healthy. Trey Murphy looked ready to break out, then tore his shoulder. Ask Pelicans fans about the injuries this year. Free agents avoid them. The roster's always stuck between timelines, and the direction, there's just never been one. Nets. In 1995, they took Ed O'Bannon 9th overall. He only lasted 64 games before getting traded. Terrence Williams was gone midway through year 2. Zoran Planinic barely made a dent. And Dennis Hobson, picked 3rd in 1987, ended up one of the biggest busts ever. Then came the trade that defined disaster. In 2013, they gave up 3 unprotected picks for aging Celtics stars. Boston rebuilt. Brooklyn collapsed. In 2022, they swapped James Harden for Ben Simmons, who's battled injuries and hasn't been reliable. They've never won a title and lost in the finals back in 2002 and 2003. Since 2021, they've dropped 10 straight playoff games, including back-to-back first-round sweeps. Their playoff win rate's just over 40%. They lost 19 straight games in 2009. Since moving to Brooklyn, they've burned through coaches nonstop. They even fired Kenny Atkinson after making the playoffs, and now Jordi Fernandez is the 24th coach in franchise history. That's instability on another level. Sixers. They've made the playoffs 54 times in 76 seasons, yet they've only won 48 of 99 total series. They haven't reached the conference finals since 2001, no matter how stacked the roster's been. In 2017, they picked Markelle Fultz first overall. He forgot how to shoot and got traded 2 years later. Okafor, taken 3rd in 2015, couldn't defend and flamed out quickly. Evan Turner went 2nd in 2010 and never came close to star status. Ownership under Josh Harris has been chaotic, from the process tanking era to constant front office changes. Their 9-73 season in 1973 is still the worst ever over 82 games. In 2016, they went 10-72. Joel Embiid, the franchise cornerstone, only played 19 games in 2025 before another season-ending knee injury. Tyrese Maxey, in the middle of a breakout year, tore a finger tendon. Paul George, brought in for a title push, barely played half the season. Injuries, missed picks, and front office shakeups. It's always something with the Sixers. Bulls. Since the dynasty days, this team sucked. In 2014, they gave up 2 first-rounders to draft Doug McDermott, while Nurkic and Gary Harris went on to have stronger careers. In 2001, they picked Eddie Curry 4th, right after Powell. He showed flashes, but never panned out in Chicago. The year before, they drafted Marcus Fizer fourth, and he never averaged more than 12 points a game. In 2021, they sent Wendell Carter and 2 picks for Vooch, and that move's been questioned ever since. Since their last playoff series win in 2015, they've missed the playoffs in 3 of the last 4 seasons. Their all-time playoff win rate is just over 53%. Their worst losing streak hit 16 games in 2001. This past season, they went 39-43. Billy Donovan's been around since 2020, but with only 1 playoff win, fans are still waiting for a real breakthrough. Mavericks. 1 championship aside, this team's made some painful choices. Their playoff record sits at 118 wins and 131 losses. That's below 500. They've only won 22 of 46 playoff series. In 2024, they got to the finals, then lost in 5 games to Boston. They've had brutal draft misses too. Uwe Blab, taken 17th in 1985, averaged just 2 points a game. Sam Kai Walker went 9th in 1996 and was gone in 3 years. They've been in the draft lottery 16 times and never moved up, not once. In 2025, they made one of the most shocking trades ever. Luka to the Lakers for Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a future pick. Fans revolted. The sale of the team in 2023 to Miriam Adelson also drew heat, especially after the political headlines and roster shakeups. Their worst season, 11-71 in 1993, and the next year, 13-69. Kyrie tore his ACL this season. Derek Lively also went down. With injuries, chaos, and front office shakeups, Dallas has looked totally lost. Grizzlies. In 2009, they picked Hashim Thabit 2nd overall, passing on James Harden, Steph Curry, and DeMar. Thabit barely lasted 200 games. Tony Wroten and DeMary Carroll were both gone quickly, only finding success elsewhere. The Pau trade in 2008 sent him to the Lakers, and Memphis got Kwame Brown and Javaris Crittenton. Even though Mark turned out great, the deal looked lopsided for years. In 2013, they traded Rudy Gay mid-season, which threw off team chemistry and didn't help long-term. Then they gave up 2 first-rounders for Marcus Smart in 2023, and that move's already under fire. They've never reached the NBA Finals. Their playoff record, 38 wins and 64 losses. In 2025, they got bounced again, this time by the Thunder. Their longest losing streak ever, 23 straight games back in 1996. And in 2018, 19 losses in a row. They've had 11 different head coaches. Even Taylor Jenkins, the winningest one, got fired in 2025. Consistency has never stuck in Memphis. Pacers. Since joining the league in 1976, they've made the playoffs 29 times in 49 seasons. They've only won 24 of 53 playoff series and have never won an NBA title. They reached the finals in 2000 and again in 2025. In the draft, they traded Antonio Davis to get Jonathan Bender in 1999. Bender averaged under 6 points a game and battled injuries for years. George McLeod was picked 7th in 1989 and never lived up to the hype. Even Rick Smits, picked 2nd in 1988, had a solid career, but wasn't the most impactful from his class. Owner Herb Simons been around since 1983, and while he's kept things stable, he's also avoided the luxury tax, which has frustrated fans. Their worst season, 20-62, back in 1983. Injuries to Paul George and Danny Granger both derailed promising stretches. They've never landed a major free agent. They're always stuck between rebuilding and going for it, and never quite doing either. Trailblazers. Few teams have a draft history that haunts them like this. In 1972, they picked LaRue Martin 1st overall, passing on Bob McAdoo and Julius Erving. In 1984, they picked Sam Bowie over Michael Jordan. Then in 2007, they picked Greg Oden instead of Kevin Durant. All 3 turned into league legends, just not in Portland. Martell Webster, Sebastian Telfair, and Zach Collins were all picked ahead of future stars too. In 2020, they traded 2 first-round picks for Robert Covington, then later gave him up for less. Since winning their only title in 1977, they've returned to the finals just twice and lost both times. They've now missed the playoffs 4 straight years. Their all-time playoff win rate is under 44%. They've lost 14 straight games before, had a 9-game skid in 2024, and have dropped 16 in a row to the Thunder. Since 2012, they've cycled through multiple head coaches. Chauncey Billups is 116 and 211 and just got extended. Ownership's in flux too, with the team officially up for sale. It's been unstable from the top down. Kings, only 1 title, and it came in 1951 when they were still the Rochester Royals. Since moving to Sacramento in 1985, they've never reached the finals. They've won just 14 of 43 playoff series in franchise history. From 2006 to 2022, they missed the playoffs 16 straight times, the longest drought ever. Their worst season? 17-65 in 2009. In the draft, they picked Marvin Bagley over Luka Doncic. Before that, it was Thomas Robinson, who was traded as a rookie. Jimmer Fredette was out of the league in 5 seasons. They've had 11 head coaches since 2006. Owner Rana Divi has been criticized for interfering with basketball decisions and controversially appointed his daughter as GM of the Stockton Kings. Injuries to De'Aaron Fox and Monk have derailed momentum. Top free agents avoid Sacramento. High picks rarely pan out. For years, they've waffled between rebuilding and contending and succeeded at neither. Celtics. It's almost impressive how Boston manages to trip over its own shoelaces in the draft. Eric Montross, he gave them 2 underwhelming seasons and then disappeared faster than their playoff hopes in the early 2000s. Brown, picked at 11, and somehow managed to average fewer points than minutes in most games. And James Young, they somehow looked past Nikola Jokic to draft a guy who averaged just over 2 points. Bold strategy. Then there's the trades. Remember when they handed over Billups, a finals MVP in the making, for Kenny Anderson and company? That aged like milk. Joe Johnson got shipped off before he even had a chance to unpack, and all they got back was a short-term bench boost. Oh, and that Kendrick Perkins trade? It split their locker room and broke the defense that made them scary. Even with the title, in 2024, getting bounced in the second round this year by the Knicks stung, especially with the Tatum injury. The franchise once went 22 years without a championship. They also managed to lose 18 straight in 2007. 13 of those were at home. Respect, Heat. Miami fans probably still taste the sweep from Cleveland in the first round, capping off a season where they finished 37-45. That record, worst under Pat Riley since the Stone Age. And yes, they made the playoffs, but they went out like they were allergic to round 2. The Jimmy Butler trade mid-season was the cherry on top of a rocky year. He was suspended more times than he scored 30 points, and after landing with the Warriors, he left a gaping hole in a roster already limping with injuries. Tyler Hero basically lived in the training room, Drew Smith tore his Achilles, and Terry Rozier missed the end of the season with an ankle injury. Back in the day, they whiffed on Michael Beasley at 2nd overall, drafted baby Jordan Harold Miner, who could dunk but not win, and wasted a pick on Reeves, who lasted about as long as a hot coffee. Even their management under Mickey Arison's hands-off style has led to missed chances. Their 2 worst seasons both ended with 15 wins. The front office has clung to aging stars while letting promising players walk. It's been wild, and not in a good way. Warriors. Golden State's had some highs, but man, the lows? They've been brutal. Drafting James Wiseman 2nd overall instead of LaMelo Ball turned out to be a big swing and miss. He barely cracked 60 games in 2.5 seasons before being traded. Chris Washburn and Todd Fuller. Washburn was out of the league almost instantly, and Fuller was somehow picked before Kobe Bryant. Then there's the Wilt Chamberlain trade, sending away one of the greatest players ever for spare parts and a little cash. Genius move. The Chris Webber deal, they got Tom Gugliotta and picks that amounted to nothing, while Webber blossomed elsewhere. Jason Richardson, a fan favorite, was traded for Brandon Wright, who did almost nothing. In 2025, they were sent packing in the 2nd round by Minnesota, and Steph Curry only played 1 game before his hamstring waved the white flag. They've gone 17 games without a win before, and let's not forget that 12-year playoff drought from the mid-90s to 2006. Coaching changes? They've had plenty, and now Draymond Green's being considered for head coach someday. If that happens, the drama may outpace the basketball. Good luck. Raptors. Toronto fans have had to stomach a lot, starting with a playoff record that sits below 500, with just 10 series wins out of 22. Their last postseason trip was in 2022, and that ended with a first-round loss. Draft choices? Yikes. Bargnani went 1st overall and never lived up to the hype. Rafael Araujo barely cracked 3 points per game, and Alexander Radojevic played in fewer games than some guys warm up for. Management's been under Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment since the late 90s. But in 2024, Rodgers looked to take over the majority stake, which could either be a new era or just more boardroom drama. The 24-25 season saw them win only 30 games, making it 3 missed playoffs in 4 years. Injuries crushed them too. Brandon Ingram's ankle, Jared Rhoden's shoulder, all piling up. Rhoden even needed surgery. There were also accusations of tanking, with starters randomly benched late in games. And if that wasn't messy enough, the Knicks sued them in 2023 for allegedly stealing scouting data. So yes, Raptors history has had some serious off-court turnovers too. Nuggets. Denver fans finally got their title in 2023, but the path there was more pothole than pavement. They've got a long history of faceplants in the draft, like picking Tony Battier 5th overall and trading him after one forgettable season. Nicolos, he averaged less than 3 points per game and somehow lasted 4 years. James Ray was another 5th overall gem who never mattered in a game that counted. Trade decisions have been just as painful. In the late 70s, they swapped Bobby Jones for George McGinnis, who showed up in Denver and immediately stopped being good. Then they traded the rights to Jameer Nelson, who became a solid starter, for Julius Hodge, who barely played. Their playoff record sits well below 500, and for decades they were the team you hoped to face in round one. That 23-game losing streak in the late 90s still haunts highlight reels. And in 2025, they fired both their head coach and general manager just days before the season ended. Michael Malone, their only championship-winning coach, gone. And they cleared out assistant coaches too. The overhaul was loud, messy, and weirdly timed for a franchise trying to stay relevant. Pistons. Since 2008, they haven't won a single playoff series, getting bounced in the first round every time they've made it. Their draft history, a parade of regret. Darko over Carmelo, Bosh, and Wade is still echoing through NBA trivia nights. Stanley Johnson and Hayes didn't pan out either, with both showing flashes but never real consistency. The franchise bottomed out in 23-24, losing 68 games and going on a 28-game losing streak, worst in team history and longest in a single season ever. Monty Williams lasted 1 year before getting canned, and even Jaden Ivey and Isaiah Stewart couldn't catch a break, both getting sidelined late in the 25 season. Meanwhile, owner Tom Gores has been criticized not just for basketball failures, but also for his ties to Prison Telecom. On the management side, they've been a revolving door of front office resets, now led by Trajan Langdon. And with free agency, it's been like inviting stars to a haunted house. Nobody wants to stay. This team's been rebuilding so long, the bricks are collecting dust. Spurs. San Antonio fans have had to watch their team fall from dynasty heights to historic lows. Since 2019, they've missed the playoffs 6 straight years, their longest drought ever. The 24-25 season ended with just 22 wins, and one stretch included an 18-game losing streak. Draft history, not exactly spotless. Alfredrick Hughes and Dwayne Shinsius both flamed out after one forgettable season each. Trades haven't helped either. The Kawhi Leonard deal sent him and Danny Green to Toronto, where Kawhi immediately won a championship, while the Spurs got stuck in rebuild mode with DeMar. In 2007, they gave up Luis Scola for someone who never even played for them. Coach Pop finally retired in 2025 after nearly 30 years following a health scare. He moved into the front office, leaving assistant Mitch Johnson to take over a team still trying to find its footing. Even the Chris Paul experiment flopped, with Paul barely contributing and already eyeing the exit. Although you guys went from Duncan to Wemby, so please never complain. Thunder. Oklahoma City fans have plenty to cheer about lately, but that doesn't erase the painful chapters in their history. Their playoff record barely creeps over 500, and despite reaching the finals in 2025, it's their first time back since 2012. Some of their draft picks have been rough. Terrence Ferguson never found a rhythm. Darius Baisley showed glimpses but never stuck, and Cam Payne was gone before he even found his role. Ownership has its own baggage. Clay Bennett's move from Seattle still draws heat, and with their lease at Paycom Center ending after 2026, the franchise's future location isn't exactly secure. In their first season, they won just 23 games. Even during the prime years, like 2014 to 15, they won 45 games and still missed the playoffs. Health has not been kind either. Nikola Topic went down with a knee injury in April, while SGA and Dort both dealt with injuries just before the playoffs. And of course, trading James Harden in 2012 and watching Kevin Durant walk in 2016 still sting. Those moves shattered what could have been a true dynasty. Magic. They've never won a championship, and their finals appearances in 1995 and 2009 feel like distant mirages. Since 2011, they've made the playoffs just 4 times, and each one ended in the first round. Their playoff record sits at 63 wins and 82 losses, which sort of says it all. Draft day has been brutal. Fran Vasquez didn't even bother showing up to the league, and Mario Hezonja never lived up to his top 5 billing. Reece Gaines and Stephen Hunter, pretty much footnotes. Then there's the trades, giving up Victor Oladipo and Sabonis for Serge Ibaka, who got shipped out that same season, or trading away Ben Wallace before he became a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year with Detroit. That one aged especially poorly. They've cycled through 6 coaches since 2012, and Jamal Mosley's record is underwhelming at best. The franchise's longest losing streak? 19 games in 2004, and multiple stretches since then haven't been much better. It's like they're allergic to momentum. Even their rebuilds need a rebuild. Cavaliers. Hey Cavs fans, remember LeBron James? The Cavs playoff series win rate sits at just 40%, and even in 25, they got bounced by the Pacers after sweeping the Heat. Draft flops? Legendary. Anthony Bennett is still used as the gold standard for draft busts, while Luke Jackson and Waiters failed to deliver anything close to lasting value. Ownership missteps go way back. Ted Stepien's trades were so bad, the league literally made a rule to stop teams from copying him. Dan Gilbert's angry letter after LeBron left in 2010 wasn't exactly a masterclass in leadership either. When LeBron left, the team fell into a 26-game losing streak, an NBA record at the time. They also finished 15-67 twice. Injuries have cut deep too. Kyrie Irving's fractured kneecap in the finals and Darius Garland's jaw injury in 24 both derailed big moments. Let's not forget when they fired David Blatt midseason despite a 30-11 record. Trading Kyrie in 2017 only made things worse. Cleveland's timeline is a masterclass in highs, followed by freefall. 1986. The Boston Celtics cruised to a title, but it wasn't exactly an even playing field. They had 5 future Hall of Famers, while the Rockets had 2. Experience wasn't just a detail, it defined the whole series. Houston's key guys were still figuring things out, and Sampson had been dealing with a back injury earlier in the season. Boston's home court was basically a fortress, 40 wins and 1 loss during the regular season, and not a single playoff loss there. Then Sampson got tossed in Game 5, throwing off Houston's rhythm completely. Boston's playoff path, it wasn't exactly brutal. Chicago barely had 30 wins. Their bench had Bill Walton, a former MVP. Boston's style worked better in a league that hadn't embraced the three-point shot yet. Their defense thrived in that environment, and Bird was locked in, nearly averaging a triple-double. 1987. The Lakers were flashy and fast, but their championship ride had more cushions than it looked. The Celtics were barely standing. McHale played through a fractured foot. Parrish had 2 bad ankles, and Ainge limped through it all. Walton and Wedman out entirely. Boston's bench was basically a ghost town. Meanwhile, the Lakers were coasting. They swept Denver, handled Golden State with ease, then swept Seattle. None of those teams even had 43 wins. Boston, on the other hand, had back-to-back 7-game wars with Milwaukee and Detroit. The Lakers also pulled off a solid mid-season move, grabbing Mychal Thompson to back up Kareem. Michael Cooper locked down on defense, and Pat Riley gave Magic the wheel offensively. Add that to a cupcake playoff schedule, and it's clear the Lakers weren't just good. They were lucky. Boston still took 2 games while limping the whole way. 1988. The Pistons were right there, but everything didn't quite fall their way. Isaiah Thomas dropped 25 points in the third quarter of Game 6 on a bad ankle. But by Game 7, that ankle betrayed him. He barely played in the second half. Then there was that foul call on Laimbeer with 14 seconds left. Kareem hit both free throws, Lakers took the lead, and that was it. Detroit was still new to the finals, while the Lakers had guys like Magic and Kareem who'd basically lived there. Worthy went nuclear in Game 7 with a triple-double, and that swung it. The Lakers had home court and won all 4 games there. Even with Cooper shooting like he was blindfolded, he came through late. Detroit just missed too many key shots. The Lakers played through fatigue, survived 2 7-game series, and somehow still pulled it off. 1989, the Pistons bulldozed through the playoffs, but the finals weren't exactly a fair fight. The Lakers rolled in with an 11-0 record, then collapsed physically. Byron Scott tore his hamstring before Game 1 and never played. Magic Johnson followed with the same injury in Game 2. Suddenly, the Lakers were running point with guys who hadn't done it all year. Detroit's road was a cruise by comparison. Swept Boston and Milwaukee, then took out Chicago in 6. Their bench was deep, with Vinnie Johnson, Sally, and Rodman keeping the pressure high. Their defense was relentless, and Chuck Daly kept everything tight. But come finals time, the Lakers were held together with duct tape. Detroit swept them, making it the first time a team swept 3 rounds, then got swept. The Pistons were tough, but their title got a huge boost from an empty Lakers backcourt. 1990. The Pistons were already champions, and they played like it. Portland, on the other hand, was brand new to the finals. Drexler and company hadn't been in that spotlight before, and it showed. Detroit stayed cool in the tight games. Game 5 was a prime example when Vinnie Johnson hit the winner with under a second left. Isaiah Thomas was everywhere, averaging almost 28 points and taking home finals MVP. Joe Dumars dropped 33 the night he found out his father passed. The Blazers also got burned in Game 4 when a 3-pointer that could have tied it got waved off. Detroit's defense clamped down when it mattered, and Portland didn't have a real big man to fight inside. The Pistons bench chipped in, especially Vinnie and James Edwards. Portland couldn't even protect their home court. Detroit took all 3 road games and closed it out. 1991, the Bulls took the crown, but the Lakers were hanging on by threads. James Worthy, their leading scorer, came in with a wrecked ankle and ended up sitting out the final game. Byron Scott hurt his shoulder after slipping on the court and missed Game 5 too. That left the Lakers relying on bench guys like Eldon Campbell to fill major gaps. Meanwhile, the Bulls cruised, swept the Knicks, dropped 1 game to Philly, then crushed a collapsing Detroit squad. Chicago had the juice, sure, but they also had some gifts. Phil Jackson put Scottie Pippen on Magic after Game 1, which shut down the Lakers' rhythm. The triangle offense was clicking, and Jordan didn't have to carry everything. Their depth kept them sharp, and Paxson even came up big late in the series. The Lakers weren't whole, and the Bulls capitalized on every crack. 1992, Jordan lit it up with nearly 36 points a game, including that wild first half in Game 1 where he hit 6 threes and gave the world the shrug. But Portland made it easier than it had to be. They bricked nearly every 3 they took, shooting under 20% from deep. Drexler's numbers were rough too. He scored, but on bad efficiency. Then in Game 6, Chicago's bench, led by guys like Bobby Hansen, pulled off a massive run while Jordan sat. That erased a 15-point hole. Portland couldn't close it out, even with a big fourth quarter lead. Chicago's defense forced mistakes, and they stayed poised. The triangle kept everyone involved, and having home court helped too. They won every game at Chicago Stadium. Phil Jackson had them locked in, and Portland never recovered after blowing their shot in that final game. 1993. The Bulls made it 3 in a row, but the Suns didn't exactly show up at full strength. Cedric Ceballos, a key bench piece, missed the entire finals with a broken foot. Charles Barkley, the league MVP, was fighting through a nasty elbow injury that clearly threw him off. That left Phoenix shorthanded and leaning way too hard on tired starters. Meanwhile, the Bulls took the express lane, swept Atlanta and Cleveland, then handled the Knicks in 6. Phoenix, they had to claw back from down 2 games to none against the Lakers, then went 7 with Seattle. They were gassed. Jordan, fueled by losing the MVP vote, went on a mission, dropping 41 per game. Then Paxson hit the dagger 3 to end it in Game 6. The Bulls were locked in, but Phoenix was too beat up and too shallow to keep up. 1994, the Rockets edged the Knicks in 7, but the series had more quirks than just great basketball. Hakeem dominated Patrick Ewing, scoring nearly 27 a game on 50% shooting, while Ewing shot under 37%. That matchup swung everything. Game 6 ended with Hakeem blocking John Starks' potential game winner. And in Game 7, Starks went ice cold, 2 for 18 from the field, 0 for 11 from deep. Riley never pulled him. Meanwhile, the Knicks were drained after playing 25 playoff games, including 2 7-game battles. Houston had home court and won 3 games at the Summit. New York also dealt with one of the most bizarre distractions ever. Game 5 got interrupted by the O.J. Simpson chase. Houston's defense held steady, and the Knicks shot under 40% in the final game. Hakeem capped his legendary season by winning everything that mattered. 1995, the Rockets swept the finals, but the Magic helped them do it. Nick Anderson missed 4 free throws in the final seconds of Game 1, opening the door for Houston to steal it in overtime. That meltdown crushed Orlando's momentum. They were new to all of it. First finals trip ever, just 6 years in the league. Shaq even admitted they relaxed too much after beating the Bulls, partying during their 8-day break. Meanwhile, the Rockets had already survived 4 straight playoff rounds without home court advantage. They added Clyde Drexler mid-season, and Mario Elie suddenly turned into a sniper, shooting 65% in the finals. Hakeem crushed Shaq in every game, averaging nearly 33 points. The Magic were young, tired from a brutal 7-game series against Indiana, and not mentally locked in. Houston, focused and loaded, took full advantage. 1996. The Bulls were a juggernaut, but a few things tilted the floor in their favor. Seattle didn't put Gary Payton on Jordan until Game 4, after Chicago already had a 3-0 lead. That late switch sparked back-to-back wins for the Supersonics, but it was too little, too late. The Bulls also had home court and won all 3 games in Chicago. Jordan was steady, averaging over 27 per game, while Rodman pulled down nearly 15 rebounds a night. He also got under Seattle's skin. His antics rattled guys like Frank Burkowski, who got tossed. The Sonics turned the ball over too much and scored under 90 a game. Phil Jackson kept the Bulls sharp with the triangle and solid defensive rotations. Chicago's bench stepped in when needed, with Kukoc and Kerr keeping the rhythm. Seattle pushed back late, but the hole they dug was too deep. 1997. The Bulls grabbed title number 5, but Utah handed them plenty of help. In Game 1, Karl Malone missed 2 clutch free throws with 9 seconds left. Jordan hit the game winner, and just like that, the Bulls had the edge. It was the Jazz's first finals appearance, and it showed. They weren't ready for the pressure. The Bulls had home court in the 2-3-2 format and won all 3 games in Chicago. That included Game 6, the clincher. Game 5 was the flu game, where Jordan dropped 38 while looking like he might pass out, though some say it was food poisoning. The Jazz's offense sputtered in Game 4, scoring just 78 points. Malone shot just 44% in the series, way down from his regular season average. The Bulls were tough, but the Jazz's missed chances and shaky nerves told the story. 1998. The Bulls sealed their 6th title, but not without a few key breaks. In Game 6, Howard Eisley hit a 3 that was waved off for a shot clock violation. Even though replays showed it was clean, no replay review back then. Later, Jordan's game winner over Brian Russell drew controversy for what looked like a push-off, but no whistle. Scottie Pippen was barely moving with a bad back, which let Utah throw everything at Jordan, who still dropped 45. The Jazz completely unraveled in Game 3, scoring just 54 points, the lowest in finals history. Dennis Rodman skipped practice during the series to do pro wrestling, yet still pulled down rebounds in Game 4. Malone's late turnover in Game 6 handed Jordan the ball for that final shot. The Bulls had experience, and the Jazz had missed chances, errors, and some bad luck when it mattered most. 1999. The Spurs got their first ring, but the Knicks were limping into the finals without Patrick Ewing, who tore his Achilles. That left their front court exposed, and Tim Duncan feasted, nearly 27 points and 14 rebounds a game. Larry Johnson was banged up too, so New York had to lean on backups. The season itself was already weird. A lockout shortened it to 50 games, and the schedule was packed tight. San Antonio finished 37-13, but the chaos around the league made things unpredictable. They rolled through the playoffs, sweeping the Lakers and Blazers, but didn't face a single full-strength team. The Knicks were an 8 seed, the first ever to reach the finals. They kept it close. Game 5 ended 78-77, but the Spurs' Twin Towers were too much. That title came with a few asterisks hanging quietly in the background. 2000, the Lakers grabbed their first title since Showtime, but a few things tilted their way. Shaq was basically unstoppable. 38 points, 17 boards a night, and no one on Indiana could slow him down. Kobe Bryant sprained his ankle in Game 2 after landing on Jalen Rose's foot, which Rose later admitted wasn't exactly accidental. Bryant missed a game and a half, but came back in Game 4, scoring big in overtime after Shaq fouled out. The Pacers had a shot in that game and blew it. Miller missed a game winner, and the Lakers went up 3-1. Staples Center gave LA home court advantage, and Indiana couldn't even get a pregame shoot-around before Game 6. Reggie Miller's shooting came and went, and the Pacers' first finals trip showed. The Lakers had the momentum, the stars, and just enough help from the details to finish it. 2001. The Lakers steamrolled to the title, losing just one game all playoffs. But the Sixers showed up more broken than whole. Iverson put up huge numbers, but played through bruises and pain all series long. Dikembe had a busted pinky and needed stitches mid-game. Eric Snow's ankle was basically a paperweight, and Aaron McKie chipped a bone in Game 1. George Lynch out with a broken foot. The Sixers were running on fumes. Meanwhile, the Lakers swept every team in the West and walked into the finals rested and healthy. Shaq was a machine, 33 points, 16 boards per game, and Kobe filled in every gap. The Lakers had firepower, but they also had every advantage. Philly had just survived 2 brutal 7-game series. The Lakers had a clean path, fresh legs, and a roster that overwhelmed a limping Sixer squad. Timing mattered more than anyone wants to admit. 2002. The Lakers crushed the Nets in the finals, but the real story was back in the West. Game 6 against the Kings is still infamous. 27 free throws for LA in the fourth quarter alone, and questionable calls sent Kings players to the bench with fouls, while Bibby got called after catching an elbow from Kobe. Then came the allegations. Tim Donaghy claimed refs manipulated the game to stretch the series. The NBA denied it, but the cloud never left. Even so, the Kings had Game 7 at home and shot just 16 of 30 from the line and 2 of 20 from deep. The Lakers moved on, and the finals were no contest. Shaq dominated, and the Nets had no answers. But that title still carries weight from what happened before it, because for all the dominance, Game 6 left everyone talking about what should have been. 2003, the Spurs took the title, but it came with a few assists from circumstances. The Nets shot 37% for the series and averaged just 82 points a game. Jason Kidd, their best player, shot 35%, and no one else stepped up. San Antonio's path out west wasn't spotless either. The Lakers were unraveling, and the Mavericks lost Dirk Nowitzki for the last 3 games of the conference finals. Tim Duncan carried the load, 24 points, 17 boards, 5 assists a game, and still had to watch Tony Parker get benched for Speedy Claxton to close out Game 6. Manu was flashy in spots but inconsistent. The whole series was low scoring and sluggish, with just one team hitting 100 points in any game. The Spurs earned it, but the conditions made it a little easier than the box score admits. 2004, the Pistons stomped the Lakers in 5 games, but the collapse started long before tip-off. LA was a mess. Shaq and Kobe barely spoke, and Phil Jackson was refereeing egos more than basketball. Karl Malone, brought in to chase a ring, hurt his knee and missed Game 5. That left the Lakers thin and off balance. Detroit, on the other hand, smothered everything. They held LA to just under 82 points per game. Billups led the way, shooting over 50% and earning Finals MVP. The Lakers bench disappeared, and no one outside of Shaq or Kobe cracked 10 points a game. Meanwhile, the Pistons moved the ball, defended like maniacs, and added Rasheed Wallace midseason, which made their front court even nastier. Larry Brown outcoached Phil, and the Lakers just ran out of gas. The Pistons didn't win with stars, they won because everything fit. 2005. The Spurs edged the Pistons in 7, but Detroit didn't show up fresh. They just survived a brutal 7-game series against Miami after battling Indiana in 6. That kind of grind doesn't leave much in the tank. Then there was the Larry Brown sideshow. He was reportedly talking to other teams during the finals, and Billups even said Brown just kind of choked in Game 5. That doesn't scream locked in. The series itself was a slog. Neither team even averaged 87 points, and only one game hit the 100 mark. Tim Duncan got Finals MVP, but he shot under 42%. Manu had a real case with better efficiency and huge moments, but it went to the name brand. The Spurs were steady, sure, but they got a tired opponent, a distracted coach, and just enough production to squeak it out. 2006. The Heat pulled off a massive comeback, but it wasn't without controversy. D. Wade averaged nearly 35 points, but it was the free throws that got everyone talking. 97 attempts in 6 games, including 25 in Game 5 alone. That matched the entire Mavericks team. Game 5 also had the infamous no-call backcourt violation and a late foul on Dirk that sent Wade to the line for the win. Stackhouse was suspended for a flagrant on Shaq, thinning Dallas bench at a crucial point. Then came the collapse. Game 3 up 13 with under 7 minutes, and Dallas melted. Dirk missed a clutch free throw in Game 5 too. Tim Donaghy later claimed the series was influenced behind the scenes. Wade even admitted he got a few superstar calls. The Heat played tough, but this one will always have a cloud hanging over it. 2007, the Spurs swept the Cavaliers, but this one's got some layers. Mike Brown had just left San Antonio and brought Popovich's whole system with him. That gave the Spurs a massive edge. They knew the Cavaliers' playbook inside and out. And the Cavaliers, first time in the finals. No big stage experience, unlike San Antonio, who'd been here 3 times in 8 years. It showed. LeBron was 22, carrying the team, and it got ugly. Larry Hughes was injured, Daniel Gibson had to step in, and it went as well as you'd think. He shot 1 for 10 in Game 3. Meanwhile, Tony Parker ran wild, shot nearly 57%, and grabbed the Finals MVP. LeBron struggled hard with 35% shooting and nearly 6 turnovers a game. The defense was rough, and the numbers backed it all up. That sweep? Not so simple. 2008, the Celtics grabbed their 17th title, but there's more underneath the celebration. The Lakers were without Andrew Bynum, who missed the entire playoffs, which gutted their interior presence. Trevor Ariza barely played too, so the depth took a big hit. Boston had home court advantage and won all 3 games there, which mattered a lot. Then there was Paul Pierce and his famous wheelchair exit in Game 1. He returned, knocked down back-to-back threes, and shifted the entire vibe. Game 4 saw Boston storm back from down 24 to steal the win, putting them up 3-1. Kobe struggled with efficiency the whole series, and the Celtics' defense turned him into a volume shooter. Game 2's wild free throw gap raised eyebrows, and Tim Donaghy's shadowy allegations did not help. Add in Boston's swarming defense and Rondo's monster Game 6, and context matters. 2009, the Lakers won in 5, but that series had a few big cracks. The Magic's backcourt got scrambled when Jameer Nelson came back from injury and threw off the rhythm. He barely scored and shot under 35%. Rafer Alston, who'd been solid all playoffs, saw his role shrink. Then there were the blown chances. Courtney Lee missed a game winner in Game 2. And in Game 4, the Magic collapsed late, missed free throws, and let Derek Fisher tie it. Overtime loss, that hurts. Plus, the Lakers didn't exactly face full-strength teams on their way. Yao Ming got hurt during the Rocket series. Kevin Garnett missed the entire playoffs. The Magic shot under 30% in Game 1 and never really found consistency. Kobe dominated the series, but Andrew Bynum barely made a dent. Put it all together, and that banner's got some context. 2010, the Lakers won a slugfest in 7, but the cracks were there. Kendrick Perkins tore his knee up in Game 6 and missed Game 7, which was huge. The Lakers grabbed 53 rebounds to Boston's 40, and that gap changed the whole tone of the finale. Then there's the free throw situation. Los Angeles took 37, Boston only 17. That's a serious tilt. Kobe shot terribly, just 6 of 24, but potted it with 15 rebounds and late points. Still, that MVP felt more like a reputation award. Ron Artest, though, he went off. 20 points, a massive 3 late, and constant energy on defense. Meanwhile, Andrew Bynum limped through the series, barely effective and held together with medical tape. The Lakers won, but the mix of Boston's injuries, the whistle imbalance, and one clutch performance shaped the whole series. 2011, the Mavericks beat the Heat in 6, but there's more behind the scenes. D. Wade bruised his hip in Game 5, and though he came back, it clearly slowed him down. LeBron James, meanwhile, basically disappeared, just under 18 points per game, and barely scored late when it mattered. The Mavericks shot lights out in Game 5, knocking down nearly 70% from deep, which doesn't happen often. Plus, Dallas didn't face totally healthy teams on their run. Kobe Bryant was limited, and Brandon Roy was still recovering. They also played without Karen Butler the whole time, so guys like J.J. Barea stepped up. Then there was that mocking incident. Wade and LeBron faked, coughing about Dirk's illness, and you could feel the tone shift. Dirk dropped 72 of his points in fourth quarters alone. Clutch, yes, but the other side collapsed. 2012, Miami beat the Thunder in 5, but the story's not that clean. Game 2 had a huge no-call when LeBron bumped Durant on a game-tying shot. No whistle, Heat win. The free throw gap over the series favored Miami, and in tight games, those chances stacked up. The Thunder were talented but super young, all under 24, and their late-game execution showed it. Even with Westbrook's 43 in Game 4, they collapsed late. James Harden, he vanished. 12 points a game on 37% shooting just was not enough. Miami adjusted well, gave Shane Battier big minutes, and he hit threes and played defense. LeBron averaged 28, with 10 boards and over 7 assists. He finally owned the moment. After it ended, the Thunder traded Harden over a contract dispute, and that promising young core broke apart before it ever fully matured. 2013, Miami survived the Spurs in 7, but a few things tipped the scale. Tony Parker battled a hamstring strain that he said could tear at any moment. His quickness was shot, and by the later games, so was his impact. Then came the moment, Ray Allen's miracle corner 3 in Game 6, with 5 seconds left. Without that, it's over. That shot flipped everything. LeBron James put up strong numbers, averaging 25 points, 11 rebounds, and 7 assists. But it was that shot that gave Miami the shot. In Game 7, James dropped 37 and grabbed 12 boards to close it out. Still, Parker's injury limited San Antonio's engine, and Game 6 remains one of the biggest momentum swings in finals history. Miami executed in the clutch, sure, but some of those clutch moments came after the Spurs had it all but wrapped up. 2014, the Spurs blew out the Heat in 5, but that first game, wild. The air conditioning failed in San Antonio. Temps hit over 90, and LeBron cramped up hard. He left with under 4 minutes left, and the Spurs went on a 16-3 run. That flipped the tone of the whole series. D. Wade wasn't himself either. He averaged just 15 points, and Miami leaned way too much on LeBron. Meanwhile, the Spurs ran a clinic. In Game 3, they shot over 75% in the first half. That's not ball movement, that's surgery. Kawhi Leonard broke out, locking up LeBron on defense and snagging Finals MVP at 22. The Heat looked gassed after 4 straight deep playoff runs, and it showed. The Spurs were fresh, sharp, and brutal. They didn't just win, they dismantled a tired, fading dynasty. 2015, Golden State ended a 40-year drought, but their path had some clear breaks. Cleveland lost Kevin Love in the first round, and then Kyrie in Game 1 of the finals. Both gone, leaving LeBron to carry a skeleton crew. He responded with absurd numbers, nearly 36 points, 13 rebounds, and almost 9 assists per game. He led both teams in every major stat, still not enough. On the other side, the Warriors saw a playoff run that skipped full-strength teams. Anthony Davis had no help, Mike Conley played hurt, and the Rockets missed Patrick Beverley. By Game 4 of the finals, Steve Kerr went small, started Iggy, and it shifted everything. Iggy slowed down LeBron just enough and snagged Finals MVP without even starting the series. The Warriors played smart and fast, but the gaps in competition were impossible to ignore. 2016, Cleveland made history coming back from down 3-1, but the story had layers. Draymond Green got suspended for Game 5 after collecting too many flagrant points, and without him, Golden State fell apart defensively. That game turned the tide. Steph Curry wasn't at full strength either. He sprained his knee earlier in the playoffs. Then Andrew Bogut went down in Game 5, leaving the Warriors soft in the paint. Game 6 brought chaos with Curry fouling out, throwing his mouthpiece, and getting fined. Still, LeBron James went nuclear, led both teams in every major stat. That's never happened before. Game 7 was tight. Then came the block. LeBron flying in to pin Iggy's layup. Seconds later, Kyrie buried a 3 over Curry. Golden State didn't score in the last 4 minutes. The Cavaliers earned it, but the breaks were loud and clear. 2017, the Warriors were unstoppable, but the path was stacked in their favor. Adding Kevin Durant to a 73-win team gave them 4 All-Stars in one lineup. That's not a roster, that's a cheat code. They tore through the playoffs 16-1, the best run ever. But in the Western Conference Finals, Kawhi Leonard got hurt in Game 1, while the Spurs were up by 23. After that, it was a sweep. In the finals, Cleveland's starters showed up, but their bench gave them nothing. Golden State averaged over 120 points with ridiculous efficiency. Durant went off 35 a game and snatched Finals MVP. LeBron became the first ever to average a triple-double in the finals, 33, 12, and 10. But even that wasn't close to enough. The Warriors were loaded, and the scales weren't exactly balanced. 2018, the Warriors swept Cleveland, but Game 1 flipped everything. LeBron dropped 51 points, but late calls crushed the Cavs. A charge on Kevin Durant got reversed into a blocking foul on LeBron, letting Golden State tie it. Then J.R. Smith grabbed a rebound with 4 seconds left and ran out the clock. He thought they were winning. In overtime, the Cavs collapsed. After that, LeBron punched a whiteboard, injured his hand, and played hurt the rest of the way. Golden State didn't let up. They won every game by double digits. Kevin Durant averaged nearly 29 points, grabbed 10 boards, and dished over 7 assists, winning Finals MVP. Game 3 was his show, 43 points while Curry and Klay vanished. Cleveland's defense was non-existent, letting the Warriors shoot over 50%. LeBron carried, but the team around him fell apart fast. 2019, Toronto made history, but the path had potholes. The Warriors were shredded by injuries. Kevin Durant came back in Game 5, dropped 11 quick points, then tore his Achilles. Gone. Klay Thompson missed Game 3, then tore his ACL in Game 6 after scoring 30. Looney played hurt, and DeMarcus Cousins was barely mobile after returning from a torn quad. That's not just bad luck. It's a roster collapse. The East wasn't stacked either. With LeBron gone, the Raptors had a clearer lane. Philly and Milwaukee lacked deep playoff experience, and it showed. Kawhi Leonard did his part, averaging over 28 a game, but Golden State's offense nosedived without their full crew. Steph Curry was out there carrying the scraps. Toronto earned their banner, no doubt, but the context? It's impossible to ignore how many things fell perfectly into place. 2020, the Lakers won their 17th title, but the whole thing happened inside a bubble. No fans, no travel, no home court. Just an isolated campus in Florida. Some said it helped with focus. Others said it was the weirdest setup ever. Miami got hit hard early. Goran Dragic tore his foot up in Game 1, and Bam Adebayo hurt his neck. That gutted their depth, and the Lakers took control. LeBron earned another Finals MVP, but even he admitted the bubble was mentally draining. Players were cut off from everything, and it took a toll. Add in the social justice protests and postponed games, and it wasn't just basketball being played. The whole environment was surreal. The Lakers handled it best, sure, but the context? This championship didn't happen in anything close to normal conditions, and that shaped every moment of it. 2021. The Bucks finally won it all after 50 years, but it wasn't a clean run. In the East Finals, Trae Young missed 2 games with a bone bruise and wasn't the same when he came back. In the Finals, Phoenix lost Dario Saric to a torn ACL, which gutted their front court depth. Chris Paul played through a wrist injury that later needed surgery. The season itself was weird. Only 72 games, packed schedules, and almost no rest. A lot of stars went down. Giannis, he hyperextended his knee in the East Finals and then casually averaged 35 points in the finals. Game 6, he dropped 50. The Suns even shot over 68% from deep in Game 5 and still lost. Milwaukee deserved the crown, no doubt, but the path there got nudged by fatigue, injuries, and some serious postseason chaos. 2022. The Warriors got their 4th ring in 8 years, but Boston wasn't at full strength. Tatum played the whole series with a fractured wrist, shot under 37%, and racked up turnovers like they were assists. Robert Williams had a bad knee and could barely move. The Celtics' offense cratered. They averaged fewer than 97 points per 100 possessions in losses, which is bottom tier. Golden State adjusted after Game 3. Draymond anchored the defense, and Andrew Wiggins locked in on Tatum. Wiggins was everywhere. Boards, stops, big buckets. Steph Curry finally got that finals MVP, dropping over 30 a game and torching Boston for 43 in Game 4. The refs weren't a big story, but Scott Foster was out there, and that always gets noticed. Golden State's experience, depth, and health made a big difference. Boston ran out of gas. 2023. Denver won its first title ever, but Miami limped into the finals. Tyler Hero broke his hand in round 1 and never touched the floor in the finals. Victor Oladipo tore his knee and was out too. Bam and Kyle Lowry both played hurt, and it showed. The Heat were already the 8th seed and had to fight through the play-in just to get there. That playoff grind caught up to them. By the time they met Denver, they were out of gas. Nikola Jokic was unreal. Over 30 points, 14 boards, and more than 7 assists per game. He led everyone in everything. The Heat couldn't keep up. They shot 34% in Game 5 and just 26% from 3. Denver was too efficient, too deep, and too healthy. Miami's magic ran out, and Denver took full advantage. 2024. The Celtics passed the Lakers for the most titles ever, but Dallas wasn't exactly at full strength. Luka was banged up the whole series. Knee, ankle, and a rib injury. It showed. His shooting dipped and his mobility was limited. Kyrie, torn ACL back in March. That left Dallas without their second scorer. Boston wasn't perfect either. Porzingis missed most of the playoffs with a calf injury, but they powered through with balance. Brown took Finals MVP, averaging 21 points, while Jason Tatum dropped 31 in Game 5 to seal it. 4 Celtics starters hit double figures in that game. The refs, Scott Foster and Tony Brothers, were on the whistle, and fans definitely noticed. Luka still led all playoff scorers, but the injuries piled up and the depth just wasn't there. Boston stayed healthy, stayed locked in, and took advantage. 2025. The Thunder stormed into the finals with the league's best record, blowing out teams by nearly 13 a game. Their playoff run looked dominant, but they faced banged-up rosters and inexperienced squads along the way. Chet returned mid-season after a hip injury, and Jalen Williams had some shaky stretches, but OKC stayed deep and focused. On the other side, the Pacers started slow at 10-15, then flipped the switch. Tyrese Halliburton played through injuries but kept putting up monster numbers, even as Aaron Nesmith's ankle issues hurt their defense. Kyrie was already out for the Mavericks, softening Indiana's path a bit. Boston exited early, clearing the East. Both teams showed grit, but neither came through untouched. These finals will crown a first-time champ, but each path here came with breaks, bruises, and just enough luck. 2017 Warriors. They had no interest in just being good. They ran through the league like it owed them rent. 67 wins in the regular season and not a single back-to-back loss all year. That's 146 straight games without dropping 2 in a row. That's not balance, that's domination. Their offense, first in scoring, first in assists, first in offensive rating. Their defense, locked in at second best in the league, and their net rating, number 1 by a mile. They shot nearly 50% from the field and over 38% from deep. That's with 4 different guys who could heat up in seconds and ruin someone's night. Steph Curry was doing his thing with over 25 points a night, dropping 13 threes in one game like it was casual. Kevin Durant put up over 25 a game too and was everywhere in the finals. He ended that series averaging over 35 a night and walked off with the finals MVP. Klay Thompson casually dropped 60 in less than 30 minutes once. And Draymond Green, he had a triple-double without even scoring double-digit points. 10 steals, 10 assists, 12 rebounds. He messed around and made history. In the playoffs, they went 16-1. That's the best postseason win percentage ever. They didn't even lose a single game until the finals. They swept their way to the last round, outscoring everybody while still sharing the ball better than anyone else. They even hit 9 threes in a quarter and 12 and a half during the finals. That wasn't just power, it was precision chaos. 1996, Bulls. This team didn't just win games. They squeezed the life out of opponents for fun. They finished with 72 wins, which shattered the league at the time, and tacked on 15 more in the playoffs to hit 87 total. Nobody had ever done that before. Their offense led the league with over 105 points per game, and they were giving up just under 93. That's a 12-point margin every night. Michael Jordan was busy collecting trophies again. He grabbed league MVP, All-Star MVP, and Finals MVP like it was some casual errand. He averaged over 30 during the season and kept it going in the playoffs. Scottie Pippen was right there with him, doing everything, scoring, rebounding, dishing it out, and locking guys up. Dennis Rodman led the league in rebounds and made grabbing boards look like a full-blown art form. Even their bench had weapons, with Tony Kukoc taking home 6th Man of the Year. Their defense was a nightmare. Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman all made the all-defensive first team, and it showed. They kept teams under 90 during the playoffs and made stars look ordinary. Their offensive rating was top in the league, and so was their defensive rating. That net rating, 13.4. Ridiculous. And it wasn't just at home. They went 39-2 in Chicago and 33-8 on the road. Back-to-back nights didn't bother them either. They dropped just 5 total across those. Then they steamrolled through the playoffs, sweeping Orlando, taking down Miami and New York, and finishing off Seattle in 6. It wasn't even close most nights. This wasn't just a great team. It was a machine, relentless, precise, and built to destroy. 2013 Heat. These guys steamrolled through the league while looking like they were in cruise control. 66 wins, best in the league that year, and a 27-game win streak that went on forever. That was the second longest in NBA history, and it felt like they could have kept it going if they got bored enough. LeBron James hit another level. He averaged nearly 27 points, 8 boards, and over 7 assists while shooting over 56%. He even knocked down over 40% from deep. He took home another MVP, his 4th, and backed it up in the finals with 37 and 12 in Game 7. D. Wade was still putting in work too, putting up over 21 a game while hitting more than half his shot. Chris Bosh held it down in the paint with over 16 points and nearly 7 boards. And Ray Allen came off the bench dropping threes like it was his second job, shooting over 41% from deep. Their offense was number 1 in efficiency, and their defense was top 10. They scored over 102 a game and gave up just 95. They shot nearly 50% from the field and just under 40 from 3. In the playoffs, they pushed through Milwaukee, Chicago, Indiana, and finally San Antonio in 7. That last series was wild, but Miami came out with the title after some big-time performances. LeBron even hit a stat line streak nobody ever had. 6 straight games with 30 or more points on at least 60% shooting. It was clean, efficient, and ruthless basketball. They moved the ball, got stops, and made it look smooth the entire way. By the way, if you guys want to subscribe, I'm going to be posting every day. Thanks. Anyways, 2001 Lakers. This squad obliterated the postseason like they had a personal vendetta against it. They went 15-1 in the playoffs, a record that looked impossible at the time. Sure, they had 56 wins in the regular season, but when the lights got bright, they turned into a full-blown juggernaut. Shaq was an unstoppable force. He averaged over 30 points and 15 boards in the playoff and was named Finals MVP for bulldozing everything in his path. He even dropped 33 points and grabbed almost 16 rebounds per game in the finals alone. Kobe Bryant wasn't just a sidekick either. He put up nearly 30 a game during the playoffs with over 7 rebounds and 6 assists. And Derek Fisher decided to have the most efficient stretch of his life, hitting over 51% from 3 in the playoffs. Their regular season numbers were solid, but once the postseason hit, everything shifted. They jumped to over 103 points a game and clamped teams down to just under 90. Their defense got serious, and they hit over 38% from 3 while holding opponents to absolute chaos. 8 road playoff games, 8 wins. Not a single road loss. They swept Portland, Sacramento, and San Antonio back to back to back before finishing off Philadelphia in 5. That playoff run wasn't just dominant, it was clinical. Rick Fox and Robert Horry chipped in across the board, doing the dirty work and hitting big shots. The whole team was locked in, and no one had answers. It was like watching a storm roll through the league and leave nothing standing. They didn't care who you were. They were getting that title regardless. 1986 Celtic. This team didn't walk into games. They floated in like royalty. 67 wins in the regular season and just 1 loss at home. That's not a team. That's a fortress. They went 40-1 at Boston Garden and then added 10 more home wins in the playoffs. No one touched them in their own house. Larry Bird was untouchable. He pulled in his 3rd straight MVP and made it look routine. He averaged over 25 points, nearly 10 rebounds, and dished out almost 7 assists while shooting nearly 50%. He backed it up in the playoffs, nearly averaging a triple-double in the finals and walking off with the finals MVP. Kevin McHale wasn't just reliable, he was automatic. He hit over 57% from the field in the regular season and somehow topped that in the playoffs. Robert Parrish was holding it down in the paint with steady double-digit boards and buckets. And then Bill Walton came off the bench and ran the second unit like he'd been waiting his whole life for this gig. He earned 6th Man of the Year without even blinking. Dennis Johnson played smart, tough, and efficient both ways. Danny Ainge quietly added 15 points a night in the playoffs while hitting over 55% of his shots. They beat Chicago, Atlanta, Milwaukee, and Houston without ever looking like they were in real trouble. That 15-3 playoff run just capped off a season where chemistry, talent, and execution all lined up perfectly. Their offense was crisp, their defense locked in, and their bench had real firepower. You don't win 50 out of 51 at home by accident. This squad came to dominate, and they did it together. 2014 Spurs, this team was a basketball symphony. They won 62 games with balance, discipline, and zero reliance on any one star. They crushed Miami in the finals, winning 4 out of 5 and pulling off one of the most efficient playoff runs ever. Kawhi Leonard took finals MVP after averaging nearly 18 points and over 6 boards on over 60% shooting. And that was just the beginning. In the regular season, they were top 6 in both scoring and points allowed, with a point differential close to 8. They hit nearly 40% from 3 and shot over 48% overall. Their true shooting sat at 57%, which made every possession feel like a clinic. They played at a slower pace, but made every possession count. Their offensive rating was top tier, and their defense clamped up when it mattered. Kawhi was steady all year, and he turned it up in the playoffs. Tim Duncan chipped in with over 15 a game and nearly 10 boards in the finals. Tony Parker and Manu kept the pace and created chaos. Parker dropped 18 a game in the finals. Manu brought his usual edge and efficiency, hitting half his shots while creating plays off the bench. They went undefeated in overtime games all year, including one in the playoffs. Home and road records were nearly identical, 32 wins at home, 30 on the road. Their playoff path included Dallas, Portland, Oklahoma City, and Miami. Every round, the execution sharpened. No panic, no flash, just pure rhythm. They moved the ball, found the open man, and turned team basketball into a blueprint. That title was earned the hard way, and they made it look easy. 1987 Lakers. This team ran a fast break clinic with style. 65 wins and the top seed in the West. Then they ran through the playoffs with 15 wins and just 3 losses. They scored more than 117 points per game and shot over 51% from the field. That wasn't just the top offense. It was a track meet with a scoreboard. Magic Johnson was everywhere all the time. He won MVP and Finals MVP, averaging nearly 24 points and over 12 assists. In the finals, he pushed it even higher with over 26 points, 13 assists, and 8 boards. He ran that offense like a conductor, and no one had answers. James Worthy was the perfect wingman. He gave them almost 20 points a night and didn't waste possessions, shooting over 53%. Byron Scott dropped 17 a night and was lights out from deep, hitting over 44% from long range. Kareem, even in his late 30s, was still putting up buckets efficiently, over 17 points per game while hitting more than 56%. Michael Cooper, he won Defensive Player of the Year and still gave them over 10 points per game, plus perimeter defense that made guys miserable. They swept Denver, rolled past Golden State, stomped Seattle, and handled Boston in 6. This team wasn't just stacked, they were synchronized. Over 29 assists per game, nearly 9 steals, and just pure control. Every piece clicked, every player knew their job. And when it was time to close, they didn't blink. That title wasn't luck, it was precision, power, and magic with a capital M. 2016 Cavaliers. They rewrote the script. 57 wins in the regular season, first in the East, and a mid-season coaching change that turned heads. Tyronn Lue stepped in, and the team didn't miss a beat. Their offense ranked 3rd, their defense sat 10th, and their net rating cracked the top 5. Then came the playoffs. They went 16-5, and that final series, that was history. Down 3-1 against the Warriors, a team with 73 regular season wins, they clawed back to win it all. That comeback, never done before in the finals, and they sealed it with a 93-89 win in Game 7, right on Golden State's floor. LeBron James did everything. He led everyone in points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks for the finals. He averaged nearly 30, with 11 boards and almost 9 assists. He was named Finals MVP, and honestly, it wasn't even close. Kyrie showed up big too, over 27 a game in the finals, including the clutch 3-pointer in Game 7 that froze time. Kevin Love, he pulled down 14 rebounds in that same game and fought through every switch. They swept Detroit and Atlanta, handled Toronto in 6, and then pulled off the comeback of comebacks. That title wasn't just about talent, it was grit, execution, and a team that refused to fold. It was the first NBA championship for Cleveland and the first major pro title for the city in over 50 years. And they did it against a team many thought was unbeatable. This wasn't just a win, it was a statement, one that's going to echo forever. 2004 Pistons. This team was built to shut you down. 54 wins, a mid-season trade for Rasheed Wallace, and then total chaos for everyone else. They held teams to just over 84 points a game in the regular season and somehow lowered that in the playoff. Their defense was smothering, relentless, and absolutely surgical. They didn't lead the league in scoring. Not even close. They averaged just over 90, but they didn't need buckets when the other team couldn't breathe. After the Wallace trade, opponents managed under 79 points a game to close the season. That's not basketball. That's a lockdown. Then came the playoffs. They beat Milwaukee, battled New Jersey in 7, took out Indiana, and stomped the Lakers in the finals. And not just any Lakers. This was a star-packed squad. The Pistons beat them in 5 games, just like that. Billups was named Finals MVP. He averaged 21 points a game in that series and looked calm through all of it. Rip Hamilton gave them over 21 a game in the playoffs, hitting mid-range shots like clockwork. Rasheed did what they needed. Solid defense. Buckets when it counted. Ben Wallace, he was the enforcer. Over 14 boards and almost 2.5 blocks per game in the postseason. He didn't just defend, he erased possessions. They weren't built to win headlines. They were built to win games. They had 5 guys who could all play both ends, 0 egos, and total trust in each other. 31 wins at home, 23 on the road, and the last laugh when they took down the Lakers. That title wasn't about superstars. It was about shutting the door and never letting it reopen. 1970 Knicks. This team didn't just win games. They made defense an art form. 60 wins in the regular season and an 18-game winning streak that set a new league record. They allowed the fewest points per game in the league and held the top defensive rating by a mile. They weren't the flashiest, but they squeezed the life out of every possession. Willis Reed was the heart of it. He won MVP, Finals MVP, and led the team in scoring and rebound. Over 23 points and nearly 14 boards per game in the playoffs. He anchored the defense and gave them everything on both ends. Walt Frazier ran the show. He put up over 20 points a night in the regular season and nearly matched his assists in the playoffs, controlling pace and defending like a menace. Dave DeBusschere brought power and hustle. He grabbed over 11 boards per game in the playoffs and made every matchup physical. Dick Barnett was the quiet sniper, almost 17 a game during the playoff run. Steady and efficient. Bill Bradley added scoring and smart passing, rounding out a starting 5 that all averaged double figures. They beat Baltimore in 7, handled Milwaukee in 5, and went 7 rounds with the Lakers. Game 7 of the finals? That's where Reed limped out with a torn thigh and changed everything. The Garden exploded, the Lakers froze, and New York ran away with it, 113-99. That title was the franchise's first, and every player in that starting lineup went on to have their jersey retired. They didn't have one star carrying the load. They had a unit built to win together. It was defense, execution, and the will to finish. And they finished. 2008 Celtics. This team staged the greatest comeback from irrelevance the league had ever seen. They jumped from 24 wins the year before to 66, the biggest single-season turnaround in NBA history. That wasn't a rebuild, it was a takeover. Their defense was elite from the jump. They gave up just over 90 points a game and finished with the league's best defensive rating. Opponents were constantly stuck in second gear, while the Celtics locked down every passing lane and contested everything. Kevin Garnett set the tone defensively and was rewarded with Defensive Player of the Year. He averaged nearly 19 points and over 9 boards. In every possession, he was either shouting or swatting. Paul Pierce did what he always did, lead. He averaged almost 20 a night and took home Finals MVP for keeping the Lakers guessing. Ray Allen knocked down over 20 a game in the finals and hit over 52% from deep. His jumper was clean and cold. And Rajon Rondo, he became the engine. Over 10 points, 5 assists, 4 boards a game, and his playoff defense was relentless. They didn't breeze through the playoffs either. 26 games. 7-game series against Atlanta and Cleveland, 6 against Detroit, and then 6 more against the Lakers. They closed it out with suffocating defense and ball movement that carved up Los Angeles. It was their 17th title, and it came from grit, effort, and chemistry. They weren't just 3 stars thrown together. They were a team that bought in from day one, a team that defended like their lives depended on it, and a team that made Boston basketball relevant, again in a single season. 1983 Sixers, 65 wins in the regular season, and then a playoff run where they dropped just 1 game. That's 12 wins, 1 loss, and 4 straight over the Lakers in the final. It wasn't close. Moses Malone was on another level. He won league MVP and finals MVP while averaging over 26 points and nearly 16 boards in the playoffs. In the finals, he pulled down 18 rebounds a game and made the paint his personal kingdom. He backed up his famous faux prediction almost perfectly, came 1 win shy of a perfect sweep through the postseason. Dr. J, still flying high, added over 21 a game in the regular season and brought veteran leadership and style. Morris Cheeks ran the offense and hounded ball handlers all year long, averaging almost 7 assists and over 2 steals per game. Andrew Toney, the silent assassin, chipped in just under 20 points a night and could torch anyone on any given night. And Bobby Jones locked down opposing forwards and earned 6th Man of the Year while making the all-defensive first team. They shot over 50% from the field, grabbed over 46 rebounds a game, and moved the ball with purpose. On defense, they held teams to just over 104 points and forced them into bad shots all year. 35 wins at home, 30 more on the road. That final sweep wasn't an upset. It was inevitable. The Sixers didn't just win a title, they built a machine, fed it confidence, and let Moses drive it through the league like a bulldozer in sneakers. 23 nuggets. This team finally broke through and left no doubt while doing it. 53 wins in the regular season locked them atop the West, but it was the playoffs where they flipped the switch and steamrolled everyone. 16 wins, just 4 losses, and the franchise's first NBA title after nearly half a century of trying. Nikola Jokic turned into a postseason cheat code. He averaged over 30 points, 14 boards, and more than 7 assists in the finals. He was unanimously named Finals MVP and led the entire playoffs in points, rebounds, and assists, something no one else in league history had ever done. It wasn't just dominance, it was effortless control. Jamal Murray was right there with him. He averaged over 26 in the playoffs, with big shot after big shot, and nearly 7 assists per game. They swept the Lakers in the conference finals like it was just another Tuesday. Michael Porter and Aaron Gordon added steady scoring and solid rebounding, each averaging double digits in the playoffs. Offensively, they were 5th in efficiency. They put up over 115 points a game and finished with one of the most balanced attacks in the league. Defensively, they didn't need to lead the league. They just got stops when it counted. Their home record was a ridiculous 34-7, and they capped it off by finishing the Heat in 5 games. It wasn't a fluke. They handled business, made history, and did it their way. No super team hype, no shortcuts. Just Jokic running the floor like a point guard in a center's body, and a group that bought in from top to bottom. That first title wasn't just a celebration, it was a coronation. 1965, Celtics. They kept a dynasty alive and well. 62 wins, first in the East, and a defensive wall that opponents couldn't crack. They gave up the fewest points in the league and beat teams by nearly 9 points a night. That wasn't luck, it was dominance. Wrapped in green and white, Bill Russell was the anchor. He pulled down over 24 rebounds a game, passed like a point guard, and protected the rim like it was Fort Knox. He won MVP again and didn't even have to lead the team in scoring to be the most impactful player on the floor. Sam Jones handled the buckets. He averaged almost 26 a night and hit big shots like he invented clutch. John Havlicek brought energy off the bench and gave them over 18 points a game. He also made one of the most iconic plays in league history. His steal in Game 7 of the Eastern Finals sealed the win over Philly and sent the Garden into orbit. Casey Jones kept everything moving, led the offense, and made life miserable for guards on the other end. They took down the Sixers in 7, then ran through the Lakers in 5. Their finals wins included blowouts like 142-110 and a closing score of 129-96. No drama, just execution. They led the league in rebounding, outworked everyone, and shut teams down before they even crossed half court. It was Russell's 7th ring and the franchise's 8th. That season wasn't just about titles. It was about sustaining greatness and reminding everyone who ran the league. And it was still Boston. 1972 Lakers, a basketball monolith. 69 wins, first in the league, and a 33-game win streak that still stands untouched today. That run wasn't a fluke. It was destruction on repeat. They led the league in scoring, putting up 121 points a night, and they didn't slow down when the playoffs hit. Wilt Chamberlain anchored everything. He averaged over 19 rebounds and nearly 15 points, while playing through injuries and dominating the paint. In the finals, he stepped it up again, with over 23 boards per game and was named Finals MVP. Jerry West ran the offense and torched defenses with over 25 points and almost 10 assists per night. He made All-NBA first team and All-Defensive first team, showing up on both ends like clockwork. Gail Goodrich was the scoring leader, giving them nearly 26 a night. Jim McMillian added almost 19, and Happy Hairston crashed the boards with over 13 rebounds per game. Everyone had a role, and they played it sharp. They won 36 games at home and 33 more on the road. There was no safe court when they showed up. They swept Chicago, handled Milwaukee, and finished off the Knicks in 5. Their finals wins weren't nail-biter. 129-96 was the exclamation point. It was their first championship in Los Angeles, and they made sure nobody forgot it. Bill Sharman took home Coach of the Year. That season wasn't just about the title. It was about rewriting what dominance looked like, and they did it with style, control, and a scoreboard that couldn't keep up. 1995 Rockets. This team didn't care about seeding or home court. They just showed up in the playoffs and wrecked everyone. They limped into the postseason as a 6th seed and walked out champions. No team had ever done that before, and the way they did it, ridiculous. Hakeem was unstoppable. Over 33 points per game in the playoffs, nearly 11 boards, and almost 3 blocks. In the finals, he averaged 32.8 and completely dismantled a young Orlando squad. He didn't just beat other bigs, he embarrassed them. That sweep of the Magic was the mic drop. Clyde Drexler came over mid-season and fit in like he'd been there for a decade, over 20. A game in the playoffs with 7 boards and 5 assists. He wasn't the sidekick, he was the fuel. Robert Horry showed up everywhere, hitting clutch shots and stuffing stat sheets. Sam Cassell brought speed, swagger, and buckets off the bench. They beat Utah in 5, came back from down 3 games to 1 against Phoenix, handled the top-seeded Spurs, and then swept Orlando. 4 straight, game over. They shot nearly 40% from 3 in the playoffs and over 48% from the field. They averaged more than 107 a game in that run and held opponents to just over 101. Their regular season record didn't scare anyone, but that playoff run, that was fear in motion. It was grit, talent, and experience all clicking at once. This wasn't about luck or flukes. It was about resilience, matchups, and a team that never panicked. They didn't sneak in and steal a title. They fought for every inch and took it. 2011 Mavericks. They delivered one of the coldest, most underrated title runs ever. 57 wins in the regular season didn't exactly scream favorites, but once the playoffs started, they rolled through the competition like it owed them money. Dirk Nowitzki was on a mission. He averaged over 26 in the finals and nearly 10 boards. He torched defenders with that one-legged fadeaway like it was a cheat code. Jason Terry backed him up, dropping 18 a game in the finals, including dagger threes that haunted Miami fans for years. They swept the defending champs in the second round. That's right, 4 straight against the Lakers, and it wasn't close. Then they beat a young, explosive Thunder team in 5. In the finals, they went up against the freshly assembled Miami Big Three and dismantled them. LeBron, Wade, and Bosh came in with the hype. Dallas walked away with the rings. Tyson Chandler was the anchor on defense, cleaning the glass and keeping the paint on lockdown. Marion brought hustle, Kidd ran the offense like a chessboard, and Dirk did the rest. They weren't flashy. They didn't care about highlight reels. They just played basketball the right way and broke Miami's super team dreams before they could even get started. This was a veteran squad that wasn't scared of anything. They took every punch, adjusted, and countered with smarter, tougher basketball. Their first title wasn't just earned, it was wrestled out of the hands of teams everyone thought were better. But better doesn't win rings, smarter and tougher does. And that year, Dallas had both. 1967 Sixers. This team walked in like they owned the league and then made sure everybody knew it. 68 wins in the regular season, that wasn't just dominant, it was historic. And yes, they didn't just beat the Celtics. They ended an 8-year reign that probably felt more like a hostage situation for the rest of the league. Wilt Chamberlain basically turned the stat sheet into a piece of performance art. 24 points, 24 rebounds, and nearly 8 assists per game from a center. That's not a season, that's a flex. And he did it while shooting over 68% from the field. He didn't just control the paint, he owned it. Hal Greer wasn't just the second option. He was a 22-point per game all-star who made defenses miserable. Chet Walker was a mid-range assassin and a vacuum on the glass. Billy Cunningham came off the bench and dropped buckets like he had something to prove. Spoiler, he did. Lucius Jackson and Wally Jones rounded out the rotation with solid numbers and gritty consistency. They averaged 125 points per game. Let that sink in. They were sprinting through teams while locking down defensively. Third best in opponent scoring. Wilt grabbed over 24 rebounds per game. That's not rebound, that's theft. And their playoff run, 4-1 against the Celtics, then 4-2 in the finals to knock off the Warriors. They didn't just win, they rewrote the hierarchy and dared anyone to stop them. Nobody did. 1989 Pistons. They were relentless. With 63 wins and just 19 losses, they locked down the top spot in both their division and the entire conference. That record didn't just look good, it stomped over nearly everybody else that season. What made them so suffocating was the defense. They only allowed just over 100 points a game, second best in the league. That's not just impressive, it's brutal. And they didn't rely on one star to carry the weight. It was a full-on ensemble of chaos. They had an offensive rating that beat the league average, but it was their net rating that really told the story. Plus 8.7. That's pure domination. They kicked things off with 8 straight wins, then later rattled off a 9-game streak in March, and even closed the regular season with 5 in a row. Consistency like that isn't easy, especially in a league full of talent. The playoffs? They didn't mess around. 15 wins, 2 losses. That's not a typo. They swept through Boston, crushed Milwaukee, fought off Chicago, then slammed the door on Los Angeles in 4 games. Joe DeMar stepped up big, dropping over 27 points a game in the finals. Isaiah Thomas kept dishing and scoring, Rodman hit the glass hard, and Laimbeer was his usual problem self. Mark Aguirre added solid production after a mid-season trade, and Vinnie Johnson gave them scoring firepower off the bench. Chuck Daly's group wasn't just tough, they were calculated, locked in, and mean. They owned the Palace of Auburn Hills, and they owned that year. The bad boys didn't care who they upset, they just won. 1971 Bucks, 66 wins in the regular season, only 16 losses, and they led the entire league in points per game. Offensively, they were a machine. They shot over 50% from the field and led the league in assists. That ball movement was no joke, and their point differential, a wild, plus 12.2. They weren't just better, they were miles ahead. Even scarier, they were just as nasty on the other end. 3rd in fewest points allowed, and in the playoffs, they cranked it up. Opponents barely cracked 95 points a game. That's lockdown level defense. And the boards? They controlled them all series long. Rebounding, defense, ball movement. It was everything. In the playoffs, they lost just twice across 3 rounds. That's ridiculous. They handled San Francisco, outplayed Los Angeles, then wiped out Baltimore in 4 straight. Kareem was unstoppable. 31 points and 16 rebounds per game in the regular season, and he still dominated through the playoffs. He grabbed Finals MVP and regular season MVP like it was light work. That skyhook had the league in a headlock. Oscar Robertson brought the steady hand they needed. Nearly 20 points and over 8 assists per game in the regular season, then kept delivering under pressure. Dandridge did damage too, on both ends. Nearly 20 points in the postseason with big rebounding numbers. McLaughlin was super efficient, shooting over 53% in the playoffs. Their home record, 35 wins, 3 losses, total fortress. And on the road, 31-13. Nothing rattled this team. It was only their 3rd season, and they went all the way. That's not just dominance, it's historical. The Bucks built a title team faster than anyone. 1977 Blazers. They started the season as underdogs and ended it as champions. 49 wins didn't exactly scream dominance, but under the surface, this squad was doing serious damage. They finished with the league's best simple rating, and they played with grit and balance. Offensively, they put up over 111 points a game, and defensively, they kept teams in check just enough to get the job done. At home, they were nearly unbeatable, 45 wins and just 6 losses. And when the playoffs started, 10 straight home wins without a single slip. That home crowd must have felt like a cheat code. Bill Walton was the anchor, no surprise there. 18 points, 14 rebounds, nearly 4 assists per game in the regular season, and he turned it up in the finals. 19 boards a night. Maurice Lucas was their enforcer and a walking double-double with 20 points and 11 rebounds a game. Hollins gave them scoring and playmaking, and Gross and Twardzik chipped in with steady production. The postseason run was no cakewalk. They had to survive Chicago, fend off Denver, then swept Los Angeles like it was light work. By the time they hit the finals, they had the rhythm. Down 2-0, they stormed back to win 4 straight over Philadelphia. Walton snagged the finals MVP, and rightfully so. He controlled both ends of the floor. The team chemistry was off the charts, and the entire squad bought into the system. They didn't need flash, they just needed each other. That one championship still stands as Portland's crowning moment, and honestly, the way they earned it makes it one of the most respected title runs ever. Michael Jordan, his gambling habits weren't exactly a secret, but things got real messy when those private bets started showing up in courtrooms and investigations. Back in the early 90s, the spotlight hit hard after a check worth $57,000 turned up in a convicted drug dealer's account. Jordan first called it a loan, but later told the court it was for golf and poker losses. Not great. That same year, 3 checks totaling $108,000 were found in a murdered bail bondsman's briefcase. Yep, also for gambling debts. Then a businessman named Richard Esquinas dropped a book claiming Jordan owed him over $1 million from a wild golf trip. Jordan didn't deny the debt completely, but he laughed off the number. They settled on $300,000, paid in chunks. Meanwhile, Jordan was also getting spotted at casinos during playoff runs, and betting on just about anything, from blackjack to cartoon races on the arena screen. All of it was technically legal, but it created enough heat that the NBA launched 2 investigations. Both cleared him of breaking rules. Still, those headlines didn't help his image, and when he retired in 1993, people were quick to jump on conspiracy theories. No evidence ever backed, just a lot of smoke, no fire. LeBron James. The China controversy kicked off in October 2019 after a tweet from Daryl Morey stirred international tension. Morey, then with the Rockets, tweeted support for Hong Kong protesters, and China did not take it lightly. They cut ties with the Rockets, shut off broadcasts, and yanked sponsorships, costing the league hundreds of millions. The NBA tried to calm the waters with a statement about free speech that managed to upset both sides. When LeBron finally spoke up, it didn't help. He said Morey wasn't educated on the issue and warned about the tweet's consequences. He wasn't questioning free speech, he claimed, but rather the timing. He said players in China could have been harmed physically and financially. That message landed like a brick. Protesters in Hong Kong burned his jerseys. And back in the US, people called him a sellout. Politicians jumped in, accusing him of protecting business interests. In 2022, a report said LeBron had been furious about the tweet while in China, partly because it might have threatened his movie. Then in 2023, Enes Kanter Freedom blasted him for ignoring human rights. There were even unverified rumors in 2025 about cheating and strange ties to Diddy's party. No solid proof, just noise. Through all this, LeBron never supported China's policies, but his words painted a picture that a lot of people were not happy with. Steph Curry. In early 2023, he and his wife Aisha stirred up a storm by trying to block a housing development next to their $31 million mansion in Atherton, California. The proposed project would have added 16 townhouses on a nearby lot, including 4 moderate income units. That's moderate, not low income. Despite what headlines said, Atherton had to approve projects like this to meet California's housing mandate, but not everyone in town was thrilled. The Currys sent a letter to the city council asking them to exclude the site. They said they supported the housing initiative, but didn't want it literally in their backyard. Their main concern? Privacy and safety. They weren't thrilled about people being able to look straight into their backyard from 40-foot tall buildings. They even asked for taller fences if the project went through. They weren't alone. Other residents, including billionaires, voiced opposition over things like traffic and zoning. Despite that, the council approved the plan, though they left room to possibly scale it down. Nothing's been built yet, and the final outcome's still pending. Meanwhile, people went wild online. Critics called it hypocrisy, especially since Curry's known for backing social justice causes. Others defended him, saying privacy matters, especially for a celebrity with young kids. It didn't touch his career. He kept racking up awards and political endorsements. The town kept debating zoning laws, and the internet kept arguing about whether fences or values mattered more. Chris Paul. This one's wild. Back in January of 2018, things got real tense after a heated game between the Rockets and Clippers. The Clippers won, sure, but that was just the opening act. Chris Paul had only just left the Clippers for the Rockets, and let's just say he didn't exactly get a cake and goodbye hugs on the way out. Tensions were already hot between Paul, Blake Griffin, and Austin Rivers, and after all the chirping and ejections during the game, it boiled over. After the final buzzer, Trevor Ariza, James Harden, Gerald Green, and Chris Paul decided they weren't done. They actually tried to confront Griffin and Rivers in the Clippers locker room. Paul used his old knowledge of the arena's layout to guide the group through a back hallway. Ariza led the charge, while Paul was described as just lingering. Yeah, real stealthy. Security and staff shut it down before it got physical, but the drama was enough to get the LAPD involved. Clint Capella, meanwhile, was knocking on the front door like this was some sort of coordinated ambush. The league stepped in fast. Ariza and Green got hit with suspensions. Paul and Harden, the NBA labeled them peacemakers, so they walked away clean. It was messy, petty, and for a minute, it had the league buzzing. By the way, if you guys want to subscribe, I'm gonna start posting every day. Thanks. Anyways, Kobe Bryant. In 2003, Kobe's name dominated headlines for all the wrong reasons. While staying at a Colorado resort ahead of knee surgery, he invited a 19-year-old hotel employee to his room. What followed led to one of the most publicized allegations in NBA history. The woman accused him of rape, claiming things started consensual but turned violent. She described being choked and assaulted, saying Kobe ignored her saying no multiple times. Physical evidence backed parts of her story. Bruises, lacerations, and his semen were found, along with her blood on his shirt. Kobe initially denied any sexual contact. When evidence surfaced, He admitted to cheating on his wife but insisted the act was consensual. He was arrested, posted bond, and returned to play while juggling court appearances. The criminal case was dismissed when the accuser chose not to testify, citing threats and relentless media scrutiny. Later, a civil suit was filed and settled out of court, with both sides under a non-disclosure agreement. Bryant issued a public apology, acknowledging the accuser didn't view the encounter the way he did. The apology wasn't a confession, but it sparked debate. The case haunted his image for years, even as he rebuilt his brand and won more titles. After his death in 2020, tributes largely skipped over the case, fueling renewed controversy over how legacies are shaped. Chris Webber. The Ed Martin scandal followed Webber like a shadow from high school all the way into his NBA prime. At the heart of it was cash, lots of it, allegedly flowing from Martin, a former auto worker running an illegal gambling ring, straight to Webber and a few other Michigan stars. Martin claimed he gave Webber nearly $200,000 to $80,000, starting back in 8th grade. Webber denied it, even under oath. That's when things unraveled. In 2002, Martin pleaded guilty to laundering over $600,000. He told the feds he handed Webber cash, paid rent, and even covered expenses for jewelry and clothes. Webber had told a grand jury he didn't remember receiving anything like that. The feds didn't buy it. They indicted him, his dad, and his aunt. Eventually, just before trial, Webber admitted he lied. He pleaded guilty to criminal contempt and confessed he repaid Martin $38,000 after turning pro. He avoided jail, but had to do community service, pay $100,000, and carry a misdemeanor record. The fallout for Michigan was brutal. They vacated wins, pulled down banners, and cut ties with Webber for 10 years. The Fab Five legacy? Tarnished. Teammates like Jalen Rose felt betrayed. Webber kept quiet, rarely addressing it until years later, when Michigan's athletic director apologized for how it all went down. Still, the scandal stuck, even after his Hall of Fame nod. Magic Johnson. In November of 1991, Magic stunned the world when he stood at a podium and announced he had tested positive for HIV. At the time, he was one of the most beloved players in basketball. 5 championships, 3 MVPs, and the heart of the Lakers' Showtime era. What made the moment bigger was the weight of the era. HIV was still seen as a death sentence and largely misunderstood. Magic changed that overnight. He discovered his status after a routine physical for life insurance. The team doctor called with the news. He told his wife, Cookie, who was pregnant. Both she and their son tested negative. A few weeks later, he retired, announcing he would become an advocate and prove HIV wasn't the end. And that's exactly what he did. Magic didn't fade away. He played in the 1992 All-Star Game, took home MVP, then suited up for the Dream Team in Barcelona, winning gold. He attempted a comeback later that year, but pressure from players forced him back out temporarily. In 1996, he returned for 32 games, showing the league he could still play and live with the virus. His foundation launched outreach and education efforts, pushing testing and reducing stigma. Through advocacy and example, he shifted the conversation. He's lived healthily for decades on treatment with an undetectable viral load. His announcement wasn't just news, it was a turning point for public health and sports. Larry Bird. When he took over as the Pacers president in August of 2003, he wasted no time cutting ties with Isaiah Thomas. Just like that, Bird fired Thomas and brought in Rick Carlisle, someone he trusted more. Thomas had gone 3 straight seasons without making it out of the first round, despite a roster with playoff talent. Bird didn't think things were trending up. The team had collapsed in the second half of the previous season, and Bird said he didn't see any urgency to fix it. Bird wasn't vague. He said it wasn't about Thomas's play calling, but about a gut feeling. He called out the lack of communication, saying he barely even spoke with Thomas during the offseason. And while Jermaine O'Neal reportedly wanted Thomas to stay, Bird felt the support from the rest of the locker room just wasn't strong enough. Thomas didn't exactly go quietly. He later said Bird made a mistake, claimed they could have been dynamic, and even suggested he could have prevented the infamous brawl in Detroit a year later. He also shared that Bird told him, "You haven't done anything wrong. I just like Rick better." Cold. Carlisle did lead the Pacers to 61 wins the next year, so Bird's move looked pretty solid at first. But the drama stuck around. Thomas' comments kept the tension alive, and fans debated it for years. A rivalry from the 80s spilled right into the front office. Draymond Green. Things blew up in October 2022 when Green punched teammate Jordan Poole during practice. It wasn't just any scuffle. This one got caught on video and leaked online, making a private team moment into a full-blown media circus. The punch didn't just knock Poole back, it rattled the Warriors' whole locker room. At the time, Green was a 32-year-old veteran with 4 championship rings and a rep for being fiery. Poole Poole was just 23, on the rise, and fresh off, helping the team win a title. They were supposed to represent the Warriors' past and future, but instead, their clash turned into a chemistry killer. Rumors swirled that money talks triggered it. Poole had just inked a massive 4-year extension, while Green was still waiting. Green denied that had anything to do with it, but the timing didn't help. Green stepped away after the punch and apologized, calling it one of his biggest failures. He wasn't suspended, just fined, which made fans and analysts furious. The damage lingered. Green admitted it messed up their vibe all season. They lost in the playoffs, and Poole got traded to Washington. The punch wasn't just one moment. It became a turning point that derailed a dynasty and exposed cracks in their whole 2-timeline plan. Penny Hardaway. Things got messy fast when the NCAA caught wind of an $11,500 payment he gave to James Wiseman's family in 2017. At the time, Hardaway was coaching high school ball and not yet Memphis head coach. But because he donated $1 million to the school in 2008, the NCAA considered him a booster. When Wiseman committed to Memphis in 2018, all eyes locked in. Then Memphis made it worse by playing Wiseman even after the NCAA flagged the payment. They took it to court and let him play 3 games. That stunt turned a violation into a firestorm. Wiseman left in December. The NCAA launched a deep dive and things spiraled. By 2022, Memphis got slapped with 3 years of probation and a budget cut. Hardaway got off clean, but the stain stuck. Then came more violations. In 2023, he was suspended 3 games for recruiting visits he wasn't supposed to make. And in 2024, a mystery letter accused him of even more payments and academic fraud, including payments tied to recruits and a shady advisor allegedly doing homework for players. Hardaway fired a bunch of staff after that, swore he just wanted to win, and kept coaching. Memphis keeps saying they're fixing it. Meanwhile, the program's record looks nice, but the off-court chaos is doing most of the talk. Karl Malone. Back in 1983, he was a 20-year-old college player at Louisiana Tech when he impregnated Gloria Bell, a 13-year-old girl from his hometown. The age of consent in Louisiana was 17, so legally, this was statutory rape. Bell gave birth to a son in 1984, Demetrius Bell, while Malone continued rising in basketball without any criminal charges. Bell's family didn't press charge. They reportedly felt Malone could support the child better if he wasn't in prison. In 1986, a paternity suit proved Malone was the father. He was ordered to pay $100 to $25 a week, but tried to argue that amount was too high. They reached a confidential settlement later, but Malone didn't acknowledge his son and gave no support beyond what the court forced. When Demetrius reached out at 17, Malone told him it was too late. The relationship started to thaw in 2014. By 2018, they were on good terms and Demetrius even appeared in family posts, but the damage had already been done. The story resurfaced during The Last Dance, and again during the 2023 NBA All-Star Weekend, when Malone appeared as a contest judge. The backlash was huge, especially online. Malone's been honored repeatedly, from a statue in Utah to awards in his name. But for a lot of people, no amount of basketball legacy can erase what happened in Summerfield. He's rarely addressed it, and when he has, it's been deflection, not accountability. Kevin Garnett. The controversy hit on November 2nd, 2010, when Pistons forward Charlie Villanueva tweeted that Garnett called him a cancer patient during their game. Villanueva, who has alopecia universalis, a condition causing total hair loss, didn't take it as just trash talk. He called it disrespectful, especially given how many people suffer from cancer. And yeah, the tweet dropped after midnight, which only made it go more viral. Garnett denied the claim. He said he told Villanueva, "You are cancerous to your team and our league." Not much better, honestly. He said he'd never joke about cancer because he had loved ones affected by it. His coach, Doc Rivers, backed him up, saying he heard it firsthand, and it matched Garnett's version. Celtics president Danny Ainge took a swing at Villanueva instead, accusing him of using Twitter for attention. That's where this whole thing really blew up. Social media added gasoline to the spark. The NBA didn't fine anyone. No suspensions, no real punishment, just 2 technical fouls during the game. That's it. Garnett never really clarified much beyond that first statement. He even called Villanueva a nobody a few days later. Meanwhile, Villanueva kept advocating for people with alopecia and used the spotlight to raise awareness. Fans stayed divided. Some said it was just trash talk, others thought Garnett crossed a line. And with no audio proof, it all ended as one ugly, unresolved moment that's still linked to Garnett's reputation. Rick Barry. He's known for his Hall of Fame game and that granny-style free throw, but his off-court comments have aged like milk. The biggest backlash hit during Game 5 of the 1981 NBA Finals, when he was working as a CBS analyst. Barry looked at a photo of Bill Russell and dropped the line that Russell had a big watermelon grin. That phrase has deep roots in racist minstrel tropes, and saying it on live television wasn't exactly subtle. Barry later claimed he didn't know the term's history. Russell accepted the apology, but said they weren't friends to begin with. CBS thought it did not renew Barry's contract the next year, not just because of that one line, but because his overall commentary had become more grating than insightful. Then there's his autobiography, Confessions of a Basketball Gypsy, where Barry decided to share his hot takes about black teammates from his Washington Caps day. He described some as disinterested and quick to blame racism if they weren't playing. He also accused them of calling referees bigots when they got called for fouls. These weren't spicy takes. They were tone-deaf stereotypes that ignored real racial tension in the league at the time. Put together, these moments painted Barry as someone out of step with the times, and not in a charming, old-school way. His basketball legacy is intact, but his reputation off the court took a clear hit that followed him into retirement. Kevin Durant. This one's funny. In 2017, he made headlines for a social media blunder that exposed something a little weirder than your average Twitter beef. On September 17th, he responded to a fan questioning his exit from Oklahoma City. But instead of owning it, he accidentally tweeted in third person saying Durant didn't like the organization or playing for Billy Donovan and couldn't win a championship with those cats. It was obvious he meant to post it from a burner account, but forgot to switch. Once everyone noticed, the meltdown began. Durant owned up to it, called the move idiotic, and apologized for trashing his former coach and teammates. He told GQ he was half asleep and felt like he was on the outside looking in, which is a poetic way of saying he got caught doing something ridiculous. Later, he confirmed what everyone suspected. He had burners. By 2019, he admitted using them to talk to friends and speak his mind without scrutiny. Then in 2020, he doubled down on the All the Smoke podcast, saying he still used them and only messed up once. People online had a field day. Memes, jokes, roasts, you name it. The whole thing painted him as thin-skinned, which stuck even though he kept dominating on the court. His image took a hit, but he never stopped clapping back at fans on social media. If anything, it made him more active, just hopefully with fewer identity crises. Scottie Pippen. The guy won 6 championships, guarded the league's best players, and walked into the Hall of Fame. Then managed to absolutely fumble the financial bag once he left the hardwood. In the late 90s, he handed over more than $20 million to a financial advisor named Robert Lunn. Lunn came recommended by people in the Bulls' orbit, which clearly didn't include anyone with good judgment. Lunn forged Pippen's signature for a $1.4 million loan, blew the money, and ended up convicted of bank fraud in 2014. He got 3 years in prison and had to cough up $400,000 in restitution. Then came the jet. In 2002, Pippen bought a Gulfstream, 2 for $4.3 million, but forgot to check if it could actually fly. Spoiler, it could not. The repairs alone cost another $1 million. He eventually sued and won $2 million back, which was probably the most successful part of the whole disaster. Pippen also took a $1 million hit on a Portland mansion he sold in 2007 and dumped over $3 million into a South Side Chicago real estate project that flopped harder than a half-court heat. He even sued his law firm, claiming they didn't vet Lunn and had a conflict of interest. Total losses around $27 million. He made roughly $110 million in the league. Today, he's reportedly worth about $20 million. So yeah, he still eats, but it's not exactly filet mignon every night. Kawhi Leonard. Back in 2019, his free agency was supposed to be all about where he'd land next, but instead, most of the spotlight shifted to his uncle, Dennis Robertson, better known as Uncle Dennis. Now, this wasn't your average uncle who brings dessert to family dinners kind of situation. This guy came in with demands that made NBA teams pause mid-phone call. Uncle Dennis reportedly asked for some wild perks while negotiating with teams, and we're not talking bonus incentives. He allegedly wanted part ownership of the team, a house, access to a private plane at all times, and guaranteed endorsement money. It wasn't just about Kawhi getting paid, it was like Dennis was putting together his own billionaire starter pack. These demands were brought to teams like the Lakers, Raptors, and Clippers. Jeannie Buss from the Lakers was reportedly hit with multiple phone calls and made it very clear that what he was asking for was straight up against the rule. The Raptors kept it quieter, but reports say they heard the same wish list. The NBA wasn't about to let this slide, so they launched an investigation, especially into the Clippers. After looking into everything, they didn't find any violations and no team was punished. Kawhi claimed he had no idea about what his uncle was doing. Still, it's hard to ignore how loud Uncle Dennis's presence was. In the end, Kawhi signed a 3-year deal with the Clippers, worth $103 million. The drama didn't land anyone in trouble, but it definitely made headlines. James Harden. Everyone knows the guy can light up a scoreboard, but off the court, his nightlife habits have gotten almost as much attention as his step-back jumper. Back in December of 2020, a video popped up showing Harden at a maskless indoor party in Houston. This wasn't just bad timing, it was a direct violation of the NBA's COVID protocols. The league dropped a $50,000 fine on him, and the Rockets had to postpone their season opener because they didn't even have 8 available players. Contact tracing took out a chunk of the roster. All thanks to that one night out. Harden pushed back on the narrative, saying it wasn't a strip club and was actually a private party for a friend's business event. He also claimed he thought he was following health guidelines, but by that point, the damage was already done. Then there's the now infamous Reddit study. One user decided to connect the dots between Harden's game stats and local strip club ratings in different NBA cities, and the results were something. The data showed a noticeable drop in Harden's performance in cities with highly rated strip clubs. Places like Miami, rough games, but in cities with lower ratings, like Toronto, he played better. Whether you believe in the study or not, Harden's nightlife has definitely stirred up more than a few headlines. On-court brilliance, no doubt, but off-court choices, he's probably with Lil Baby, Kyrie. In late 2022, Kyrie landed in the middle of a firestorm after posting a link to a film called Hebrews to Negroes, Wake Up Black America. The film was packed with anti-Semitic content, including Holocaust denial and bizarre conspiracy theories involving a supposed global Jewish agenda. It wasn't just a bad look, it sparked immediate outrage. The Brooklyn Nets responded fast. They suspended Kyrie for at least 5 games without pay, saying he wasn't fit to be associated with the team until he clearly stated he had no anti-Semitic beliefs. The suspension wasn't just about the post, it was also about how he handled the backlash. At first, Kyrie didn't apologize at all, which only cranked up the criticism. When he finally did say something, it came through an Instagram post where he admitted the film had anti-Semitic content and said he regretted the hurt it caused. Nike wasn't quiet either. They cut ties with him, shelving the release of his Kyrie 8 signature shoe. The company made it clear they weren't going to be associated with hate speech of any kind. To return to play, Kyrie had to meet a set of conditions, including sitting down with Jewish leaders and issuing public apologies. After checking those boxes, he came back to the court on November 20th. The whole saga wasn't just a personal mess, it turned into a full-blown lesson on the weight of a platform and the fallout when it's misused. Tim Hardaway Sr. On November 14, 2022, during a Golden State Warriors broadcast, Hardaway stirred up serious backlash after making a shocking comment about a defensive play. While watching Draymond Green in action, he said, "So y'all thought that was great, D? I thought that was just raping him. I think you should call the police on that." Yes, he really said that. Live on air, during a special run TMC broadcast with Chris Mullin and Mitch Richmond. The reaction was instant. Viewers were quick to call out the comment for being incredibly inappropriate, and it didn't take long for Hardaway to try to walk it back. Before the fourth quarter even started, he gave a quick apology on air, admitting it was a poor choice of words and trying to shift the energy back to the game. But the damage was already done. This wasn't his first time at the center of controversy. Back in 2007, he made openly homophobic remarks in a radio interview, saying he hated gay people. That statement also caused a major uproar. He later apologized, blamed his upbringing, and has since made efforts to show support for LGBTQ communities, even participating in outreach. But when something like this happens again, years later, it brings old issues right back to the surface. For someone with a microphone in front of them, especially during a live broadcast, it's a brutal reminder that words have weight, no matter how quickly you try to take them back. Miles Bridges. Since 2022, his off-court record has been anything but quiet. It all started on June 29th when he was arrested in Los Angeles for allegedly assaulting his then-girlfriend, Michelle Johnson, in front of their 2 kids. Johnson later posted disturbing photos of her injuries, concussion, broken nose, bruises, and more. He was released on a $130,000 bond. By July 19th, things escalated. Bridges was charged with 1 felony count of injuring a child's parent and 2 counts of child abuse under circumstances likely to cause serious harm. He pleaded not guilty the next day. Fast forward to November 3rd, he agreed to a no contest plea for the felony. The sentence? 3 years of probation with 52 weeks of domestic violence counseling and parenting classes, 100 hours of community service, weekly drug tests, and a 10-year protective order, keeping him away from Johnson. Oh, and $800 in fines. The NBA stepped in by April 14th, suspending him for 30 games. But since he didn't play in 2023, 20 games were counted as served. He still had to miss the first 10 games of the next season. Then in October, things got worse again. He allegedly broke the protective order by throwing billiard balls at Johnson's car with the kids inside. His girlfriend allegedly kicked the car too. He turned himself in, posted a $1,000 bond, and waited. By February, charges were dropped, due to inconsistent statements. Ja Morant, the Memphis Grizzlies star guard, hasn't just made headlines for his game, he's drawn serious heat for multiple firearm-related incidents on social media. It all kicked off on March 4th, 2023, when he flashed a gun on Instagram Live while at a nightclub in Denver right after a game. That got the NBA's attention fast. The Grizzlies benched him for at least 2 games, and Morant entered a counseling program in Florida, supposedly to manage stress. His social media accounts went dark during that stretch. Then on March 15th, the NBA suspended him for 8 games without pay, counting 6 he'd already missed. 2 months later, the sequel dropped. On May 14th, another video hit Instagram Live, this time streamed by his friend Devontae Pack, showing Morant holding a gun again, this time inside a vehicle. The Grizzlies suspended him from all team activities, and NBA Commissioner Adam Silver said he was shocked. By June 16th, Morant was hit with a 25-game suspension without pay to start the 2024 season. The NBA stressed that this kind of behavior wasn't just careless, it was dangerous. Then in April 2025, Morant pulled out a finger gun gesture during a game against the Warriors, aiming it at their bench. Given his history, the league fined him $75,000. That moment showed he hadn't learned much, and the NBA made sure to call out the pattern. His actions keep dragging him further from the spotlight he once owned. Joakim Noah. On March 25th, 2017, the NBA hit the Knicks Center with a 20-game suspension without pay for violating the league's anti-drug policy. The reason? He tested positive for LGD 4033, a substance banned under the NBA and Players Union's program. It's a selective androgen receptor modulator, or SARM, known to boost muscle growth, and yes, it's classified as a performance enhancer. At the time, Noah wasn't even active. He'd been out since February 4th with a knee injury and had arthroscopic surgery on February 27th to clean it up. Because of that, the league made it clear the suspension would start only when he was medically cleared to play again. That meant the punishment spilled over into the next season. Neither Noah nor the Players Union tried to appeal it. They called the situation a one-off mistake, and Noah owned it. He said he was trying to take a supplement to help with recovery, and it completely backfired. Looking at the numbers, it's not like he was dominating the court either. That season, he averaged 5 points and just under 9 rebounds over 46 games. Injuries and inconsistency plagued his time in New York. It never really clicked. Eventually, the Knicks let him go in October 2018, ending what had become a pretty rocky run. Between the suspension, the surgery, and the stats, it was a tough chapter in a career that once had a whole lot more momentum. Monte Ellis. In December 2011, he found himself at the center of a sexual harassment lawsuit filed by Erica Ross Smith, who worked as the Warriors' community relations director. The lawsuit didn't just name Ellis. It pulled in the Warriors organization too. Smith claimed that from November 2010 through January 2011, Ellis sent her numerous unsolicited text messages. These weren't casual workplace chats. They included sexually suggestive lines along with questions about what she was wearing. Then, on December 17th, she said Ellis sent a photo of his genitalia to her work phone. That allegation alone sent shockwaves. Smith also claimed things got worse after she rejected him. According to her, the Warriors reduced her job duties and ultimately laid her off in August 2011. She alleged the organization knew what was happening and tried to keep it quiet, painting a picture of retaliation and a cover-up. The Warriors responded by saying they were aware of a consensual relationship between Ellis and Smith and had told both to end contact. They denied doing anything wrong and pushed back on the idea of retaliation. Ellis kept it brief, letting lawyers handle the legal side. By June 2012, all parties reached a settlement, though no details were made public. The lawsuit was dismissed. The case added a dark chapter to Ellis's time in the league, putting a spotlight on off-court conduct and team accountability. If you enjoyed this, I'm going to be posting a lot here. I would greatly appreciate it if you could subscribe. Thanks for watching.